growth of about 6.72% for 16 years, from 1999 to 2014, but that the growth was not sustained, with GDP growth collapsing to 2.79% in 2015, and the economy slipped into recession in 2016. It further observed that in 2014, just before the inception of a new administration a year later, Nigeria had the biggest economy in Africa, with a gross domestic product of $568.5 billion and a GDP per capita of about $3,200. According to the former Anambra governor, Nigeria had, in 2023, fallen to the fourth largest economy in Africa with a GDP of $375 billion and a per capita income of $1,700, which is said worsened in 2024. With the GDP further declining to an estimated $253 billion and per capita dropping to $1,087. Obi therefore called for urgent action to prevent further economic collapse and move it from a consumption to production, as against what's currently obtained in the country under the present leadership. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has advocated for a devolution of power and financing to the state government as a means of finding lasting solutions to the challenge of economic hardships, unemployment, and hyperinflation facing the nation. Governor Adeleke, who spoke at a convocation ceremony of Adeleke University, Ede, Osun State, stated that the devolution, rather than centralization of governance powers and responsibilities, would ensure greater focus on economic federalism. This is said would deepen subnational prosperity and create an enabling environment for job creation and boost local capacity across the sectors. He also assured that the government was not resting on its oars, but was working to address the parlous state of the economy. The governor said there was need to maintain national stability and unity in order to harness the potential across the regions. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Nigerian doctor and artist Fola David on his recent accomplishment of setting a new Guinness World Record for the largest painting by an individual. The course of a 6-day attempt at Unicon Stadium in Lagos, David broke the previous record of 6,029.98 square meters held by Ravi Soni from India and set a new record of 1,000 square meters of art. In a post on his Instagram story, Tinubu wrote that by making the world's largest hand drawing by an individual, Unity in Diversity, David has recorded a remarkable achievement and said Nigerians are filled with great pride and admiration for the accomplishment. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu also congratulated Fola David on a new feat, highlighting how David worked with the state government during the COVID-19 pandemic. David's artwork, titled Unity in Diversity, features a map of Nigeria highlighting the country's diverse tribes through their unique attire, languages, arts, and essence. Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State has announced the appointment of Mr. Usman Aliyu as the Director General of the Agency for the Great Green Wall. The announcement is contained in a statement issued on Monday by the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on New Media, Abdul Rahman Bundi. The GGW is an African Union project to combat desertification in the Sahel region and prevent the expansion of the Sahara Desert. Zulum said he expects the highest level of commitment and dedication in Aliyu's new role. Aliyu has served as a coordinator under the now-defunct Federal Ministry of Mineral Resources and Geological Survey in Kano, and worked with the Borno State Green Hub Africa and the Kano State Ministry of Environment, among others. A new acting Vice-Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, Professor Carol Umobi, has assumed office. Professor Umobi was making history as the first female to attain such position in the university, took over in a smooth transition as she was handed over by the former acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Joe Ikechebelu. Professor Ikechebelu oversaw the affairs of the university for barely 2 months before he was removed last Saturday by the Council of the University, led by Ambassador Greg Mbadiwe. The Council had, after 10 sitting on Saturday, handed Professor Umobi an appointment letter to act for 6 months. The Special Advisor to the Vice Chancellor of Media, Dr. Emma Ojukwu, who briefed journalists immediately after the handover, said Umobi would act for a non-renewable term of 6 months and would not be a part of a contest for substantive Vice Chancellor. Dr. Ojukwu further explained that anyone who will contest to be substantive VC would not be acting so that anyone will get equal opportunity. Signature TV correspondent Ndu Okpaleze, however, gathered that Ike Chelube has reverted to his previous position as Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of administration. Nigerians have been enjoined to take decisive and purposeful actions to mitigate the effects of flooding or prevent its occurrence. The General Secretary of the Association of Environmental Health Officers of Nigeria, Southeast Zone, Dr. Isaiah Aboy, made a call on a live edition of Signature TV's flagship breakfast program, Signature Morning. Aboy explained that climate change is caused mainly by human activities, especially the burning of fossil fuel, called on the government to enforce more policies that would see to a switch to renewable energy sources.
When you are prepared, there will be no issues of flooding and consequences. But when you are not prepared, then you meet the consequences. But the issue here is that there will always be water. And when that water is not properly managed, then comes flood. What do I mean? Flooding results mostly when there is torrential rainfall. We will always pray for rain, because if there is no rain, we won't have food, because it is rain that nourishes our plants and crops, and even to drink. We actually rely on water. So the issue here is that Nigerians are not always prepared. We don't always do the right things, because if we had created channels through which this water, when there is rain, they will drain, then there won't be flood. Like I said, it is when it overflows, when there should be channels of water. When there is rain, there should be channels where water will flow and drain into the sea and down to the...
He also spoke of the effects of construction of buildings and roads without adequate water channels, which he said is a major cause of flooding, with its attendant societal havoc.
If it comes to your house, if it's so heavy, it can pull down your building. Or if it's just a matter of entering your house, it can soak up your furniture, your property, electronics, everything. That's massive economic damage. If assuming it gets into a shop, like what happened in Lagos, the economic damage is massive, where warehouses are soaked and everything in there damaged. You can't quantify the economic loss as regards to that. Then it can even sweep across, and people have, like I work in Anambra. It was just this week, 3 days ago, a person was, I'm aware of one person that there's a report that up to 5 persons lost their lives to flood, overflowing drainage system.
Meanwhile, the people of Aniri local government area of ENUGU state are calling on the government to come to their aid after days of torrential rain that wreaked havoc in the area, destroying their farmlands. Farmers and other residents who spoke to Signature TV correspondent Chukwudi Maduako, who visited the area, said that they needed government's intervention as the floods have also destroyed their homes, roads, and other valuables.
For a very long time, we have been passing challenges about flood here. In terms of all the crops around us. When this fraud came start, it will damage a lot of crops like rice, okra, and other things. And so for some kind areas,
a lot of challenges about the fraud, because this village now, number one, when the fraud come, nobody, if you are children they sick, the student, all of them, they can't go school that day. Anybody they sick, even to go market to buy or save for medicine, you can't get yourself to, you can't see chance to cross because the fraud is too much. It's too much. Necessarily those my brother that have said it all. So we are facing a lot of challenges against this thing, because we even have everything and they're crying for government to help us. So we do cry for that to help us. But if today God said that government remember us, yes, we'll be happy for that.
Many a times, like you can see, there is a building close to this stream there. The family there cannot rear animals any longer, because once the flood comes, it will wipe everything animal there, because human beings, we are sensible enough that once the water is approaching, you can easily leave the house and vacate, or probably something you think that would damage you, place them on top of your roof, close to the roof, so that the water will not get to the place. But something like your bed and other things like kitchen utensils, you will lose.
Earlier on Sunday, Signature TV had reported that some communities in the area had been flooded, especially Oduma and Okbanko, where roads and farms have been flooded. In the villages like Amata, Amago, and Ubago, villagers were seen wading through flooded roads while children were swimming excitedly in the flood water. The Anambra State Governor, Chukwuma Soludo, has given out 1,040,000 seedlings of economic trees to members of the public. The distribution ceremony, which took place at Achebe Stadium, Fege, Onitsha, is the second in the last 2 years of his conscious effort to revolutionize agriculture in the state. Signature TV News Bureau Chief in Anambra, Ndu Okpaneze, filed the report.
Excited by the luxuriant growth of oil palm and coconut seedlings they got from the state government last year, the Anambra trooped out from all corners of the state to benefit once again. This time around, the government diversified further by adding pawpaw, soursop, kola nut, bitter kola, and breadfruit seedlings to oil palm and coconut. Governor Chukwuma Soludo said at the event that he aims at hitting 2.2 million seedlings by the end of this year, adding that distribution across the 326 wards of the state was through the Omonna Kindred system. He vowed to revolutionize agriculture, which gave the East and Nigeria in general economic fortunes in the 60s. The governor also plans to tackle erosion, which he referred to Anambra's #1 existential threat, by reclaiming land via clean and green agricultural practices.
We have come to officially launch an ongoing program designed to plant at least 10 million seedlings in Anambra State over the next few years. The light of the nation is on the rise. In terms of natural resources, palm oil, coconut oil, and the other rare economic trades will, in the medium term, constitute Anambra's own next oil.
Soludo used the occasion to speak on the impacts of his programs in other areas so far, noting that Anambra now ranks the lowest in states with out-of-school children in Nigeria, just as the state ranks the 5th of the 36 in terms of fiscal sustainability. He remarked that traders are returning to the state due to his government's onslaught against touting, adding that efforts in urban regeneration have seen the government working on close to 500 kilometers of roads, with the transformation of the Oboko slum near Onitsha into Oboko New Heaven.
We must exploit, learn from our past to build sustainable prosperity. We must empower people sustainably. Malaysia was built largely on the back of palm plantation, palm revolution. China reduced poverty significantly on the back of agro-allied industrialization. Yes, southeastern Nigeria was the fastest growing sub-region of the world in the late 50s and early 60s on the basis of the palm revolution.
Earlier in a speech, the Minister of Agriculture, Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, represented by Mr. Atom Boba, said the federal government recently provided tons of fertilizer to all the states as a practical demonstration of commitments to agriculture. He disclosed that 2,580 farmers in Anambra have been selected to benefit from the National Agriculture Growth Scheme.
My minister is very happy with ongoing agricultural transformation going on in Anambra State, especially since the inception of the present administration of Professor C.C. Soludo. He has been following the waves of agricultural achievements in the state, and he asked me to tell you that he is very happy about that. In the first place, some of our governors' contemporaries not actually remember the essence of investing in agriculture, not only in agriculture, but especially in the three crops and staple crops.
The Anambra State Commissioner for Agriculture, Dr. Foster Ihejiofor, during an opening remark, said the free distribution of seedlings aims at moving households out of poverty and industrialization through full utilization of the value chain. Dr. Ihejiofor pointed out that the agricultural revolution in the state is through regenerative practice.
Unveiling an agro-based transformative program, but indeed this program has consequences for every aspect of our lives.
Highlights of the events was the free distribution of the various species of economic tree seedlings to all the people present at the Achebe Stadium, Fege, Onitsha.
A consultant obstetrician and gynecologist, a newly elected chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, Anambra chapter, Dr. Princeton Okam, has promised to run a united, vibrant and all-inclusive administration Okam, who is the staff of Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital, NEWI, succeeded Dr. Jane Ezeonu. Okam spoke to journalists in Oka on Sunday, promising to tackle quackery in the medical profession. The new chairman said that it will prioritize welfare of the chapter's members by ensuring that their welfare packages will be in line with NMA rules and regulations. He said the chapter will interface with the Anambra State government to evolve and improve salary structure for doctors, as well as harmonize taxes payable by private practitioners. He added that his administration would set up NMA Anambra Cooperative Society, where pooled funds could be accessed by the members at a low interest rate. Okam thanked his colleagues for having confidence in him and promised to operate an effective, responsive, and accountable secretariat. He said that the chapter will collaborate with the state government to achieve the objective. Nigeria to collaborate with UK to fight terrorism and aviation-related threats. Lagos issues 24-hour abatement notice to plantain traders. Stay with us. The Lagos State government, through the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, has issued a 24-hour abatement notice to the executives of the Alamo 2 plantain market in Idioro area of Mushin due to poor sanitary conditions and indiscriminate waste disposal. This notice followed an inspection on Sunday led by a special advisor to the Governor on Environment and Water Resources, Olakunle Rotimi Akodu, as part of the ongoing weekly environmental sanitation, enlightenment and clearing exercise. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu initiated the monthly environmental sanitation awareness and sensitization program on Lagos Island last weekend, with plans replicated across the state's 5 divisions. On October 3, 2023, the state government sealed the Alamo to Plantain Market for similar infractions, but later reopened it after they met cleanliness standards. Addressing the situation in the market, Rotimi Akodu described it as absolutely unacceptable, noting the level of indiscriminate refuse dumping and clogged drainage channels. The Abia State Police Command has confirmed the killing of an inspector of police and 5 other persons in Aba, the commercial nerve center of Abia, during a fatal attack on a police patrol team on Sunday. The police public relations officer in the state, Maureen Chinaka, who confirmed the incident via the command's official platform, disclosed that there were 3 civilians and an inspector of police, Shehu Oyibo, who died during a gun duel that ensued between the unidentified gunmen and the patrol team, while 2 of their assailants were neutralized. Chinaka identified the deceased civilians as Chika Godlivet, male, Oyena Turuchi Jonah, male, 32, from Abia, and Enyobon Godskift Clement, female, 18, from Akwa Ibom, while other members of the killer gang escaped with various degrees of bullet wounds. She further said that the remains of the deceased persons have been deposited at a mortuary while an investigation into the incident had commenced towards arresting the fleeing hoodlums. The PBRO assured the public of their safety, urging them to go about their lawful activities without fear. The Ebonyi Independent Electoral Commission, FCEC, on Sunday declared the All Progressive Congress, APC, as a winner of Saturday's local council polls in the state. The chairman of the commission, Josie Eze, who announced this in Abakaliki, said the party won all the 13 chairmanship seats and the 171 ward councillors. Eze said that 3 political parties, APC, ABGA, and LP, participated in the polls. Eze announced that the commission has ratified and adopted the chairmanship results for the LGAs as announced by the various councils, returning officers, and the councillorship results announced at the electoral wards. The chairman expressed joy that the exercise was peaceful and commended the security agencies and all the stakeholders on their invaluable support. Meanwhile, a member of the House of Representatives, Jeremiah Omanu, has called for constitutional power to be given to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for the conduct of local government elections in Nigeria. Umaru made a call in an interview in Abuja while reacting to the recent Supreme Court judgment which favored financial autonomy for local governments. Umaru, who represents Wamba, Akwanga, Nasarawa Egon Federal Constituency, believes that the granting of INEC the constitutional power to oversee local government elections will guard against undue interference in the electoral process. The lawmaker said that the National Assembly would ensure that funds to be released by the federal government will be properly accounted for. He is hopeful that the financial autonomy to the third tier of government would help reduce the level of food crisis in the country. The National Action on Sugar Reduction, NASR, in partnership with persons living with diabetes in Nigeria, has launched a media call to action campaign to raise awareness on the high cost of diabetes treatment. The groups also urged President Bola Tinubu to urgently address the exorbitant cost of insulin and other medications for people living with diabetes. Vice President of the Diabetes Association of Nigeria, Bernard Enya, who lamented the situation during the lunch on Monday in Abuja, observed that with an estimated 11.2 million Nigerians living with type 2 diabetes, it is crucial for the government to take action. Enya was also a co-chair of the NASR coalition and a person living with diabetes lamented the cost of insulin skyrocketing in recent times, making it unaffordable for many diabetes patients across the country. He said that through this campaign, NASR aimed to drive policymakers' action towards supporting people living with diabetes through policy best buys, such as raising taxes on the consumption of sugary drinks. The WHO had issued a warning indicating that NCDs are poised to become the leading cause of mortality in Africa by 2030, unless swift actions are taken by member states. The National Counterterrorism Center, Office of a National Security Advisor, NCTC ONSA, and the UK government are collaborating to mitigate aviation-related threats associated with counter-terrorism operations in Nigeria. The National Coordinator of NCTC, Major General Adamu Laka, stated this at the inauguration of the Countermand Portable Air Defense System workshop on Monday in Abuja. Laka said the workshop was one of the outputs of aviation security addressed during the Nigeria-UK Strategic Defense Partnership Conference in February in 2024. It said the use of unmanned aerial vehicles by terrorists and other criminal elements to disrupt the country's socio-economic activities was of serious concern. According to him, the workshop is a welcome development and could not have come at a better time, as no agency can solely achieve laudable success in the fight against terrorism. It emphasized the need for the two countries to work together to identify the crucial roles and collaboration to record great progress in the country's aviation security. It therefore stresses the need for interagency collaboration and cross-border relationships to stem the tide, because terrorism recognizes no borders. Still to come, civilians suffer horrendous levels of violence in Sudan conflict, says MSF. Canadian citizen attempts a stabbing attack in Israel. Details of this and more in a moment. Civilians in Sudan have suffered horrendous levels of violence during more than a year of conflict between the army and a rival paramilitary force, facing repeated attacks, abuse, and exploitation by both sides, said the aid group Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, MSF, said on Monday. MSF said in a report that the physical and mental wounds of violence have been exacerbated by the collapse of the health system and lack of an international humanitarian response. Its teams had treated thousands of wounded in areas affected by bombing, shelling of residential homes, and essential infrastructure, it said. Across Sudan, people's access to life-saving care has been drastically affected due to shortages, widespread obstruction, and looting of medical supplies, insecurity, and attacks against patients and medical staff, as well as damage to healthcare infrastructure, it said. It accused the warring parties, the Sudanese armed forces, and the Rapid Support Forces of blatant disregard for human life and international law. Neither side could immediately be reached for comment.
The warring parties in Sudan have been inflicting horrendous levels of violence on people since the war started in April of last year. The report sheds light on the direct and deadly impact of the war on the people of Sudan, which has left the country's health service largely in ruins. Over the past 2 months, health facilities that we support have been repeatedly attacked and targeted. We were forced to suspend operations in Wad Madani in southeastern Sudan, and most recently in the Turkish hospital in Khartoum. Since May, MSF-supported hospitals or premises have been hit by shelling or airstrikes at least 5 times in Omdurman, Khartoum, and El Fasher, leading to the deaths of health workers and patients, including children. Between the 15th of August until the 30th of April this year, the Al Now Hospital in Omdurman, one of 8 facilities that MSF is or has supported in Khartoum State, admitted a total of 6,776 war-wounded patients. This is on average 26 war-wounded per day. Half of these patients had gunshot wounds, 40% of them had shrapnel wounds, and 5% had been stabbed. At least 399 people died from their injuries. Sexual and gender-based violence is pervasive, but critically underreported due to the stigma, silence for fear of retaliation, and the void of services and confidential spaces. Data from MSF facilities supporting Sudanese refugees in Chad hint at the widespread use of sexual violence as a feature of the conflict, particularly targeting women and girls.
The war erupted in April 2023, triggered by a plan to integrate the army and paramilitary forces in a transition to free elections following the overthrow of long-running autocrat Omar al-Bashir in 2019. Mediation efforts have failed to bring a halt to the hostilities. There is no accurate data on how many have been killed, but death tolls estimates run into tens of thousands. European Union foreign ministers met in Brussels on Monday to evaluate how to respond to trips by Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban to Russia and China and his country's positioning over the EU's role in Ukraine. Hungary took over the 6-month rotating presidency of the bloc in July, and almost immediately Orban went to Moscow and Beijing in what was described as a peace mission, despite none of the EU partners being aware or mandating him to do so. He also left a NATO summit early to meet former US President Donald Trump. Orban's foreign minister has since questioned the EU's role in Ukraine. Some member states would like the bloc to show a tougher stance on Budapest, and among their ideas would be to boycott or downgrade the attendance of ministers at an informal meeting in Budapest at the end of August, although there is division among countries on its utility. Russia's Tuapse oil refinery, its biggest on the Black Sea, was damaged in a major Ukrainian drone attack overnight, which sparked a fire, Russian officials said on Monday, though the extent of the damage was not immediately clear. Debris from the drone, which was shot down, caused a fire at the refinery, which is owned by oil major Rosneft, the officials said. The fire has since been contained, the regional administration said on Telegram messaging app. Russia's short and march Telegram news channel reported that a series of blasts were heard near the refinery early on Monday. Ukraine has been systematically targeting Russian energy infrastructure in attempts to disrupt Russia's economy and its ability to fund what the Kremlin calls its special military operation in Ukraine. Ukrainian officials say the attacks have been carried out in retaliation for Russian strikes on Ukraine's energy system. Russia says the drone attacks by Ukraine amount to acts of terrorism. Pakistani police detained 2 close aides of jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan on Monday in a raid on his Pakistani Tehreek-e-Insaf party secretariat, but later released one of them, the party and local media said. A police contingent cordoned off the secretariat in Islamabad and detained the party's acting chairman, Goa Ali Khan, and its secretary information, Raf Hassan, party spokesman Zulfikar Bukhari, told Reuters in a WhatsApp message. Some supporters were seen outside the PTI office on Monday, chanting slogans in support of Imran Khan and his party. The acting chairman was released shortly after being detained, the party said. There was no immediate word on whether Hassan remained in custody. It was also not clear whether the 2 men had been charged. Israeli authorities said on Monday that a Canadian citizen who tried to carry out a stabbing attack in southern Israel town was neutralized. The unsuccessful attack took place at the entrance of Netiv HaAsara, a town near the border with Gaza that was hit hard during a mass October 7 rampage through southern Israel. Israeli military said the attacker exited his vehicle and threatened members of the community's rapid response team operating the area with a knife. Television footage showed what appeared to be the attacker's dead body being taken to an ambulance. Palestinians were seen fleeing the eastern parts of Khan Yunis on Monday after Israel issued new orders to evacuate some neighborhoods following what it said were renewed attacks from those areas. Israeli tank shelling and airstrikes killed at least 37 Palestinians near Khan Yunis, Gaza medics said on Monday. Around 400,000 people are living in the targeted areas, and dozens of families have begun to leave their houses, Palestinian officials said, adding they were not given time to leave before the Israeli strikes began. Some families fled on donkey carts and in vehicles, while others walked through the streets carrying mattresses and other belongings. Earlier, an Israeli military statement said the new evacuation orders were given due to renewed Palestinian militant attacks, including rockets launched from the targeted areas in eastern Khan Yunis. The orders did not include health institutions, Palestinians said. Israel has vowed to eradicate Hamas after militants killed 1,200 people and took more than 250 hostages in a cross-border assault on October 7, 2023, according to Israeli tallies. The death toll among Palestinians in Israel's retaliatory offensive since then had reached at least 39,006 as of Monday, Gaza health authorities said. Bangladesh appeared calm on Monday amidst a curfew, but widespread disruption of telecoms prevailed a day after the Supreme Court scrapped some quotas for government jobs that sparked protests this month and that killed scores. Clashes between protesters and security forces killed at least 139 people across the South Asian nation after the High Court last month reinstated job reservations removed by Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's government in 2018. On Sunday, however, the Supreme Court ordered that 93% of government jobs should be allocated on a basis of merit against earlier quotas of 56% for groups such as families of freedom fighters, women, and people from underdeveloped areas. There were no reports of violence or protests on Monday morning, and media said curfew will be relaxed for 3 hours in the afternoon and extended from 2 hours the previous day so that people could buy essentials. Student protesters have said they plan to continue demonstrations. However, until the release of the 10 protest leaders have demanded the government lift the curfew and reopen universities shut since Wednesday. Japan issued heat stroke alerts in 39 of the country's 47 prefectures on Monday as temperature climbed to over 37 centigrade, according to the Japan Meteorological Agency. The town of Achioje in west of Tokyo recorded a temperature of 37.6 Celsius, while the mercury hit 38.2 Celsius in Goma Prefecture, north of the Japanese capital. In Tokyo, many people braving the heat carried cooling devices, including parasols and fans. The Japan Meteorological Agency said temperatures in Japan are forecasted to fall later in the week. Residents of the Gaza Strip have welcomed the meeting between Palestinian National Liberation Movement Fatah and Islamic Resistance Movement Hamas in Beijing this weekend, calling for genuine reconciliation and unity among Palestinians. Director of the Palestinian Non-Governmental Organizations Network, Amjad Shawa, expressed hope that China's efforts to facilitate dialogue between Fatah and Hamas will lead to an end of a long-standing political division, as China is leveraging its relationships with various Palestinian factions to foster unity amid ongoing political tensions and a severe humanitarian crisis. Hamas governs Gaza, while Fatah movement maintains partial administrative control in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. The two factions have been embroiled in a bitter rivalry since 2006 Palestinian legislative elections. The reconciliation talks in Beijing aimed at resolving the serious political divisions between the two groups, as seen as crucial for ending the ongoing Palestinian-Israeli conflict. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris says she was honored to have the president's endorsement after the U.S. President Joe Biden announcement that he was ending his campaign for re-election while staying on as president for the remainder of his term. Releasing a recent statement and posting on social media platform X, Harris thanked 81-year-old Biden for his decades of service to the country. The Democratic Party will be taking a historic gamble if it now turns to Vice President Kamala Harris to become its presidential candidate, betting that a black woman can overcome racism, sexism, and her own missteps as a politician to defeat Republican Donald Trump. Black voters in Atlanta on Monday rallied behind Kamala on Monday after President Joe Biden abandoned his re-election bid and endorsed her as the party's candidate to face Republican Donald Trump in the November election. If Harris emerges as a nominee, she'll become the first black woman to lead a major party ticket in U.S. history.
So any black woman that's running for president of the United States, I am supporting 100,000%. I'm hoping that people wake up and realize, hey, that we have a lot of things at stake. And so if we don't take control and have her in the house, like, we're going to have bigger problems to worry about. So I'm praying and hoping and manifesting that people are going to get behind her and promote her so we can get her in office like we did President Obama.
Me, like many others, we would love to see Michelle Obama run for office. There's a few other candidates. There's a few senators who I absolutely think would be great for the nominee. I just think at this stage in the race that Kamala Harris is our absolute best shot for putting someone competent in office.
I would pick Kamala Harris, definitely. Just because it's something different. The country, you know, we still have not had a woman president yet. So what better opportunity now for that change to happen in this day and age? And plus, you know, representing, you know, African American, being a woman, I'm all for it.
I agree with the overall decision. I know it was hard for him, heartbreaking for him. I know he's been through a lot of trauma with his son, and I'm not sure the effect that it took on him mentally. So bad for him, but good for the party and for Democrats. I feel like the Biden that was running yesterday is not the Biden that we need to win today if you're a Democrat.
I think she can do a good job. I hope people will vote for a female. Didn't seem like they voted good for Clinton. But I hope they will vote for her. I hope people will change. This is the day and age it should be, because women can do just as good a job as a man.
If it was in between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, I would vote for Trump.
Me personally, I would stay where I'm at, in the middle.
Again, she hasn't presented herself in a way where I think voters are going to be confident that she is going to be the person to lead the free world into the direction that, you know, people wanted to go in for themselves and what they want to happen. They just don't know enough about her. And even with, you know, Donald Trump being, you know, irate and much of a renegade as he is, at least people know what to expect. You know, so I think you would rather go with somebody that, okay, this person is a little bit offset from what it is that you would think about a person that's a political candidate, but we know what he about. You know, with her is just so many gray areas about her character, her personal life, you know, what she stand firm on and what she believes in. So I think people just, you know, don't really want to take the risk of going with somebody they don't really know.
Biden, who at 81 is the oldest person ever to have occupied the Oval Office, said that he will remain in the presidency until his term ended on January 20, 2025, and would address the nation this week. Reacting to the U.S. President Joe Biden's dropping out of his faltering re-election bid, U.S. allies around the world expressed respect and thanks on social media. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau praised Biden as a great man and a true friend to Canada, while Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese thanked Biden for leadership and ongoing service. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz spoke of respect for Biden's decision. Also, allies in the Democratic Party praised Biden's decision to pull out, with California Governor Gavin Newsom describing him as an extraordinary history-making president. while former President Barack Obama called Biden a patriot of the highest order and a dear friend and partner. But Republicans questioned Biden's fitness to remain in office as president. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, called on Biden to resign the office immediately, while the Republican VP candidate J.D. Vance had earlier posted that Biden dropping out would be a clear admission that President Trump was right all along. Biden, 81, in a post on X, said he will remain in his role as president and commander-in-chief until his term ends in January 2025 and would address the nation this week. He has not been seen in public since testing positive for COVID-19 last week and isolating at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Some South Koreans expressed relief on Monday that U.S. President Joe Biden is dropping out of the November presidential election, but also voiced concern over Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump. Kim Jong-un said he was worried about Biden's cognitive ability and judgment and was relieved that he made a reasonable decision. For Lee Chang-wang, Biden's exit shifted concerns to Trump, saying his policies were too extreme and had a negative impact on the world during his first presidential term. Biden announced his withdrawal on Sunday in a letter posted on social media, and in a subsequent post endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic Party's candidate for the November 5 election. Still to come, French President Emmanuel Macron visits the Paris 2024 Olympic Village, and Ayimba FC supporters urge recruitment of quality players ahead of CAF Championship. These and other sports stories when we return. Ayimba International FC supporters have urged the club management to recruit quality players to the team to prosecute the CAF Confederation Cup and Nigeria Premier Football League (NPFL). Some of the supporters who spoke with the news agency of Nigeria in Aba on Monday said quality players would make remarkable impact on the club's participation in the competitions. It advised the club against hasty recruitment of players and to ensure that quality players that can deliver results are contracted for the season. They also warned against the recruitment of players that are only good in training, bench warmers and injury prone, because there is so much to fight for next season. The fans who hailed the club for securing a continental slot urged the management to go for players that can stand the test of continental football and the domestic league. French President Emmanuel Macron visited the Paris 2024 Olympic Village on Monday, 4 days before the Games began. Paris 2024 would officially start on Friday, July 26, amidst pronounced security concerns at a time of heightened geopolitical tensions over the wars in Ukraine and Gaza. The Games kick off with an ambitious opening ceremony along the Seine, with athletes paraded in barges down the river. Participation is optional, however, and Israeli officials have declined to say whether Israel athletes will take part. Israeli athletes will receive 24-hour protection during the Paris Olympics, France's Interior Minister said on Monday, after a far-left lawmaker said Israel's delegation was not welcome and called for protest against their participation. The Highline World Championships has concluded its 5-day event in Switzerland, with German Cecilia Stock clinching both the speed highline and freestyle world titles. Stock beat Brazilian Erika Sedlacek to become the first woman speed highline world champion. Stock ran a 60-meter segment of the 100-meter slackline in 52.42 seconds to clinch the win. In the men's category, German Sasha Griel set a new record in his win over Venezuelan Michael Turelva. Grill set a new record of 26.76 seconds in his winning run. In the freestyle event, Stoke beat French woman Louise Nellible after an array of moves that included a 360 Almighty, as the German secured a second world title of the championships. In the men's category, Spain's David Palomo defeated American David Helms Palomo avenged its defeat to EMS last year with numerous tricks, including the gorilla. Taiwan sent Navy vessels out to sea and conducted takeoff and landing exercises on Monday at the start of the annual Han-Quan War Games, with this year aim to be as close as possible to actual combat with no script and simulating how to repel a Chinese attack. China, which views democratically governed Taiwan as its territory, has been staging regular exercises around the island for 4 years to pressure Taipei to accept Beijing's claim of sovereignty, despite Taiwan's strong objections. Taiwan's drills this year have cancelled elements that were mostly for show, like scripted firepower displays, while there will be intensified nighttime exercises and practicing how to operate with severed command lines. The 5-day war games will be happening in conjunction with one civil defense drills, where the streets of major cities are evacuated for half an hour during a simulated Chinese missile attack, and test warning alarms will sound on mobile phones. Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te, who says only Taiwanese people can decide their future, has repeatedly offered talks but been rebuffed. That's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
For this country to work, we need the best hands. And if you now want to keep away a section that is very innovative, that's very highly educated, that also knows the wherewithal of how to make the country prosperous, you're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting the Igbos. If you check the statistics everywhere, if not for the sit at home every Monday and all these people running around in the Southeast, murdering people and killing people, the statistics does not show that where all these presidents come from, who have tried to denigrate and push down the Igbo, that their standard of living is better than the average person in the village in Igbo land. It's not. So what is it that you're doing actually? All you're doing is simple. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. The government is set up for the welfare of Nigerians. So any government that comes, and rather than improve your welfare, rather worsens your condition, does not abide by the first rule, the welfare of the people of Nigeria. And so every time that we speak with government people, we try our very best to say to them, think about Nigerians. Think about Nigerians. But, you know, we also are very aware that when people just get cocooned, they get only those information that are filtered to reach them. Look, Obasanjo used to get up and disguise himself and walk into a restaurant. Sometimes he walks into a supermarket. He gets a feel of the populace. He also had a contrarian. The late Stanley Makebu was a contrarian. So when policies and all that comes, and people say we are advocating this policy, he will ask him, what do you think? And that one is a contrary voice. I say, don't accept this one because it's not correct. What this man is saying does not attune. Because people will always want to tell you what they think you ought to hear that will not make you feel bad about your policy. Nobody who comes to tell you, said, you're messing up. Nobody. That's what is going on with most governments. All that we see, KBSU, 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 and then everything continues to go bad.
Hello, it's another Sunday, and this is your signature show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo from Abuja in Nigeria. Well, the last 1 week has been full of Middle East news. To be precise, Israel-Palestinians. And of course, everyone knows that this Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been here for centuries. But let's come to modern times. In 1947, the United Nations came with a resolution, among other things, was going to create 2 nation states, one for the Jews and one for the Palestinians. Right from day one, it's been fighting and fighting and fighting. In 1967, there was a war. In 1948, there was a war. In 1973, and so many other wars. But the current conflict between the Israelis and Palestinians is unprecedented. For starters, the Palestinian group Hamas had invaded Israel, killed, maimed, kidnapped women, children, citizens of Israel. And in the last 7 days, Israel has continued to retaliate. For some, disproportionately, as they too are killing civilians, killing children, killing medical evacuation workers, the Red Crescent. It's all mayhem in Gaza. And our question continues to be, what is the way out? We've had arguments about security with peace, or peace with security, or peace before security, or security before peace. But none of these, including all the efforts made by the international community to bring these two nations together, none has worked. And in the last 7 days, the world is watching as thousands and thousands of innocent civilians are being killed by both sides. Well, today on our program, we are focusing on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. We talked to the two top diplomats of the two nations in Nigeria. First, we spoke with the ambassador of Palestine to Nigeria, Abdullah Abu Shawish, and we also spoke with His Excellency Michael Freeman, Israeli ambassador to Nigeria. Don't go away. We'll be back in a moment. You're watching The Signature Show, and to start our conversations on the Israeli-Palestinian problem, let's bring in His Excellency Abdullahi Abu Shawish, who is the Palestinian ambassador to Nigeria. My pleasure to welcome His Excellency Abdullah M. Abu Shawish, who is the ambassador of the State of Palestine in Nigeria. Your Excellency, you're welcome to our show.
Thank you so much.
Let me start by asking you, how does the Palestinian Authority see what is happening between Israel and Hamas?
Thank you so much for your very short question. Here we are tackling two issues. I'm going to start by the second part of your question, which is what is happening between Israel and Hamas. I should correct, this is my responsibility, political responsibility here to correct this narrative. This is not between Israel and Hamas. This is between Israel and the Palestinian people, the entire Palestinian people all over the world. This is something not erupted just 6 days ago. This is issue that is running and occurring since 1948, when the Israeli military gangs succeeded to uproot the Palestinian people from their historical land and ethnically cleanse us as a Palestinian, the majority of us at that time, and converted us to become a refugee. This is the essence of the issue. This is the source of the issue. Just since the beginning of this year, Israel killed and assassinated 250, since the beginning till the last Friday, 252 Palestinians was slain and killed. One of them, called Muhammad Tamimi, 2.5-year-old, he snapped. Could you imagine? If this mean anything, this mean only one thing. This is an open war. from Israel against the whole entire Palestinian people all over the world. This is very important to correct this narrative. Back to the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority is politically responsible for all entire Palestinian West Bank and Gaza. Of course, we have the godfather of the Palestinian Authority, which is the Palestinian Liberation Organization that used to deal and responsible, which is the legitimate and the sole representative of the Palestinian people all around the world. Palestinian Liberation Organization signed the Oslo Accord signed the Oslo Accord with the government of Israel 30 years ago. Again, back to the Palestinian National Authority. Yes, a Palestinian National Authority is doing its ultimate best to try to, but of course, all of the tools that we have it in the Palestinian National Authority and the Palestinian government, which I'm representing them here, is to reach out to the people, to tell them about the story. President Abbas did not stop his communication with the leaders all around the world. Yesterday he was in Jordan. He met with Antony Blinken, the American Secretary of State, King Hussein, and we are doing our ultimate best as we have. How could we, according to our ability, to make sure that we can protect our Palestinian people. But unfortunately, we will not succeed in that because for a very simple reason, Israel is not accepting any mediation. Israel is running or declaring a war against the whole against the Palestinian in Gaza Strip. They announced that the minister of the Israeli minister of army or the war minister declared that they are fighting human animals. Could you imagine that? He described 2.2 million inhabitants in Gaza as a human animal, and they are fighting against them.
You say that the war is between Israel and the Palestinians.
The war, Israel has declared a war, open war against the Palestinians since 75 years ago.
That's what I'm saying.
This is what I mentioned.
Does that in any way mean that the Palestinian Authority, which is the legal authority over Palestine, sanctions, is in agreement with the attack that was carried out by Hamas against the Israelis last Saturday?
No, this is not the right question. The question is, what is the method and what is the tools that President Abbas, who's leading the Palestinian Liberation Organization and the Palestinian, or the president of the Palestinian Authority, of course, what is the method? What is the tools that he have? And he openly declared that how he gonna resist this chronicle occupation. This is the right question. Again, we in the Palestinian Liberation Organization, we in the Palestinian Authority, represented by President Abbas, loudly, widely, and declare, announced that we gonna continue resisting this occupation with a non-violence tools. But again, how did the other part treated us? It treated President Abbas himself while he's announcing day and night, this is with a very peaceful tool, we will continue to resist this occupation. They declare, and they used to portray him as a terrorist diplomat. They considering him as a terrorist diplomat. They considering him as a very danger. Some of them is considering President Abbas as existential threat on them.
The government in Palestine, just like you are amplifying, accused Israel of creating an environment that is giving rise to the kind of behavior we saw with Hamas. You claim that one, Israel is not adhering to the Oslo agreements. Israel continues to carry out construction in the occupied territories.
Expansion of the settlement.
The settlements. You also talk about Israel not allowing people to move freely within the Palestinian enclave or authority. Israel says that, look, it is difficult to relax some of those security measures because the Palestinian Authority is not in charge. They allow Hamas to carry out terrorist activity. And I know that the Palestinian Authority keeps having issues with Hamas. So how is the Palestinian Authority able to, to play this, you want the peace process to go on, you need to control Hamas and all that. How do you intend to do it?
Two things here. What did Israeli claim? This is again part of it is policy that if you go right, they will go left. If you go left with them, they will take you right. They will not stop doing it.
In other words, they don't want peace?
No, absolutely. They will not. Even if, do you want more than we accepted to build our state in only 22% of our historical land? Palestine is our historical land. From the river, from the Mediterranean Sea to the river. It's our historical land according to, this is the mandatory land that the Great British gave it to them. We accepted to build our state in only 22% of the historical land. Then everything, they will gonna measure it and tighten it to the security issue. Let me just give you some personal issue. I am a refugee in Gaza. My family right now in Gaza. I'm not pretty sure whether they are alive or not because I lost the connection with them since yesterday. The question is 23 years since 2000. They did not allow me to visit my family in Gaza because of the security reasons.
23 years?
Yes. Do you want me to give you another example, personal example? The first ever time that I exercised what's the meaning of have travel document when I was 39 years old, 14 years ago. The first time ever in my life to travel, to try to exercise what's the meaning of flying, take off and landing. This is when I was 39 years old. I used to train myself to be ready. I'm old man enough not to be, excited too much, so that I need to train myself to know what's the meaning of to go outside West Bank. I spent part of my life in West Bank. They considering me according to their security measures as infiltrator. I'm from Gaza, live in West Bank as infiltrator. Could you imagine? This is the security measure. This is the. Do you want me to give another example? One of our kids, I think 9 years old. I did not remember her name. From Gaza, have a cancer. God forbid this to touch any one of you. They refuse her family to travel with her to East Jerusalem to have their medicine. She died alone. She died alone in East Jerusalem because they refused. This is the meaning of the security, the Israeli security measures. Every single issue in our life is related to security measures. This cannot be acceptable. I'm not a security threat. My kids is not a security threat. If you want to visit us, you personal, and they think that you are allying, or to some extent you might align yourself with the Palestinian people, they will not allow you to visit us. They will not issue to you any single visa, period. This is what's the meaning of the security threat. Wake up. This is another call to all of you here in Africa and everywhere all around the world. Give us the chance to tell our story. Wake up. There is a lot of narrative. There is a lot of propaganda. We are not a security threat. Our kid is not a security threat to them. It will not be a security.
So are you telling me that the Palestinian Authority cannot even issue visas?
No,
coming into
nothing.
Palestine.
I gonna tell you more. No, we cannot issue. We could not control the border. We did not control the border. Could not trade freely with Nigeria unless we met their requirement. If this product I want to buy it from Nigeria, Simisis, for example, if it is not met their requirement, I will not be able to buy it, to import it. Period. If I want to buy a car, Nigeria is producing some cars. I think I stand to be corrected. I cannot, if this car did not meet their requirement and conditions, I cannot. We cannot as a Palestinian. I cannot issue a visa to you. period. I cannot, 60% of the Palestinian people, part of them is my family. Abu Shawish family cannot visit me in West Bank or in Gaza because they are not allowed to visit us. They did not issue to them a permission to come to visit us. Part of the again, part of the Palestinian who is from West Bank, married from the Palestinian inside Israel, carrying the Israeli passport, cannot gather together.
So
cannot live together.
You're telling me that Palestinians in West Bank cannot travel freely
to
between Gaza?
Yes.
Palestinians can move freely,
yes.
Except the Israelis give such permission.
Yes.
And you're telling me that even as an ambassador,
yes,
that in the last 23 years,
since 2000,
you've not been able to move from West Bank to visit your family
in Gaza. You know how much the distance to drive, to take my car and to reach my home in Gaza, my family home in Gaza? 1 hour, 20 minutes. 23 years. I surprised you because no one will give us in this world the opportunity to tell those very human stories. No one will say that they did not accept the mother of the baby to go with her to take her chemical medicine, and she died alone in Jerusalem.
One of the issues that Israelis are raising in this current conflict is that Hamas operatives or Hamas fighters went to a musical concert.
It's not true at all. I know what you want to say. Okay, go ahead. But I'm gonna tell you it's not true.
That they moved, forced their way into this concert, killed children, killed women, slashed their heads. Slashed up their head, took children prisoner, shot some, and they're saying that these are actions that are not acceptable anyway.
At all, and it's not only for Israel. For you, it should not be acceptable. For me, as a Palestinian, it should not be acceptable. And it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. All of this is a propaganda. Even the White House, Biden himself, President Biden himself, 3 days ago, 3 days I think ago, he repeated the same propaganda. Then 2 days ago, the White House retracted from this and say, no, he did not mean it. I'm not pretty sure about the wording itself, but he retracted from it, and he mentioned that the White House declared that President Biden was built his claim on evidence that he took it from the Israeli media. The only journalist that mentioned or distribute this story is Carla. I think I'm pretty sure I have her name there in my office. Then she mentioned that not far away from her, but the camera did not catch it. Far away from her, there is 14 babies. Babies was their head was cut. Then next day she tweeted that she did not saw the bodies, but she mentioned that according to one of the Israeli soldiers.
A lot of people who follow developments in the Middle East, especially as it affects the Palestinians and the Israelis.
Of course.
A lot of people have issues with how the Israelis treat Palestinians and how some groups like Hamas treat Israelis. And my question to you, Mr. Ambassador, is when will this end?
One word, loud and clear, international law. Is it fair to talk about the international law? Just the applicability of the international law. Is it fair, all of us, to raise our voice loud and clear? Let us apply, let us accept the international law to be applied in all the states in equal foot. Is it acceptable? Is it fair to say that the international law which is applied on Nigeria should be applied also in Israel? This is the point. The way out is to stop treating Israel as the grumpy, spoily teenager, is to stop giving Israel unlimited, unconditional support, whether it is military or political or media support all around the world. Unconditional, unlimited support to Israel from the Western country. It's time. And the way out is to put an end to this occupation, to treat Israel as a regular state, likewise every other state in the world.
Would you blame the West, where, for instance, when Hamas attacked on Saturday, about 19 Americans were killed?
Again,
or either kidnapped?
Thank you so much. 7 million Jews living in America. The majority of them have the Israeli citizenship. A huge part of them came to serve in the Israeli occupation army. We used to meet them in the checkpoint. We, the Palestinians, know them, that this is an American citizen. 3 examples here I would like to highlight with you. Is there difference if he is American or African or Nigerian serving the Israeli army? Will this make a difference? Or because he is American, so that we should not resist this army, there is an American in this army. We should not talk about this unmoral army because part of them, and the huge part of them, is American citizen. Is this moral? No, at all. It's not moral. Shireen Abu Aqla. Shireen Abu Aqla is one of your colleagues. She's a journalist. I'm pretty sure you might hear about her. Shireen is a Christian, American citizen, Christian Palestinian, of course, and American citizen. They snapped her, slain her. Where is America? Why they did not raise their voice that there is an American citizen, Christian American citizen also killed her? We did not hear them. Some just lip services they gave us. Another many Americans, Palestinian American citizen was killed in the occupied Palestinian territory. Why we did not hear their voice? Another 2 examples. Baruch Goldstein. No one heard about this name, of course. Baruch Goldstein is American citizen, Jewish fanatic one, a racist man. He came, immigrated to Israel, conducted a massacre against the Palestinian worshipper. 29 Palestinians was completely killed, assassinated in his bloody hand. Beside, more than 14 was injured at that time. Is this make difference or not make difference? He's American citizen. Why did they not say that we in America, there is a lot of institution that preparing or creating a fanatic people against the Palestinian people? Not only this criminal one. As an American government, prohibited by your law any service on the Israeli army, Israeli occupation army. Is it legal or not legal? Could you imagine that he's an American, then he came to serve in the Israeli army. Then he came and many of them for sure.
In other words, what you're saying is that what happened to the Americans was collateral damage.
No, I'm not saying, I did not want anyone to differentiate. This is American and this is, every human life is matter. But I'm giving you that there is other examples of the American whom is completely destroying our life. I already gave you 3 examples. But one of them, because she's a Palestinian woman, she's a Palestinian Christian woman, they will not care about her.
Before we end, I'd like to ask you, here you are sitting here as ambassador, and in the last 5-6 days, the Israelis are pounding Gaza.
Yes.
Dropping bombs.
Hundreds of thousands of times.
How do you feel sitting down here knowing that your immediate family is in harm's way? How do you feel?
Every human life is matter. I did not want to talk about this because I'm not really, I swear to God, I'm not, I did not know whether they are alive or not alive since yesterday. I did not want to intervene. But every human life, Israeli, Jew, Christian, Palestinian, according to our belief, deep beliefs, is matter. This is what did Yasser Arafat used to tell and to repeat it. Every human life is matter. We care about our people. We care about the Israeli people. This is what President Abbas used to tell and continue to, and we will continue to say that, so that we sit and we are ready to sit to the negotiation table. But when it came to the personal issue, till now, at least till the last update that I received, 1,500 Palestinians, out of them 500 child was killed, assassinated. Still, the number is to be increased because many, it might be, there is a lot of missing people under the.
Do you fear that your kids may be killed?
No, my kids is not in Gaza, but the other, my brothers, my sister is there. Do I know what is happening there? I'm not pretty sure, really. I'm not pretty sure what is happening. But part of my cousins, of course, because we are in the middle of in the center of the Gaza Strip, a lot of our cousins is travel to our home. So that my home in Gaza, my family home, of course, I did not have a home now in Gaza after all of this years. But my family home in Gaza is full of people. I'm not pretty sure.
What's your message to the world?
To the international community, two messages. I have many messages, but two messages. To the Nigerian media, to the Nigerian people. We did not ask your support. Just open your heart, your mind, your camera. Bring your camera to listen to us. It's time to listen to us. There is another part of this story. You, the Nigerian people, used to hear and to take all of your information, the majority of your information from the Western media. I'm here to tell you the other part. Then it's yours to judge, to say, yes, we will align ourselves with the Palestinian people or with the Israel. It's yours. This is the first message. It's very fair. Is it fair to listen to us or not? This is a very simple question. Is it fair as a Nigerian people to listen to us or not? This is very fair. Is it fair to open for the first ever time to us your air and your studios and your TV station to listen to our message, to give us the chance to to tell the other part of the story? It is very fair. I met with 3 archbishops here. My message was very clear. Is it fair to listen to us? All of them say, yes, it is very fair. I'm not seeking your support. Just, is it fair to listen to us? Is it fair for the first time ever? This is the first time ever for you and for your station to invite the Palestinian people to tell their story. It is very fair just to listen to us. The other message to the international community, international law. After the World War II and the World War I, all the international community came to say, to put an end, we should have an international law. This international law, when it is applied, this will save the humanity from other catastrophe like the World War II. But unfortunately, the international law can apply all over the world except Israel. It's time to apply and to accept that Israel is a regular state. Israel, the international law can be applied on Israel, likewise any other nation all around the world. The international community, represented by the United Nations, took and adopted tens of resolutions. Let us apply this resolution. Not more than that. Is it fair? The international community, the United Nations itself, gave the partition plan, which is the resolution 181, which is built and allow the Jewish at that time to have a state. Is it fair to apply the other part, the other part of this exact resolution? Because this resolution say that the Palestinian and the Jewish should have his own state in this land. Is it fair to apply this resolution? Another resolution that took in 1949, which is called for the refugees to back to their home. Is it fair? Could you imagine that anyone expel you from your homeland, then he did not allow you to back to your homeland? Is it acceptable to anyone?
Well, we must end the interview here. And we do hope and pray that now is the time for a resolution of this problem, that the Palestinians and the Israelis and the rest of the world should sit down in one room and see how this problem can be solved.
We are ready. President Abbas is ready to do so. President Abbas is completely ready now, not tomorrow, now, to sit to this negotiation table and to put an end to this tragedy. All of the tools is with our hands. As a Palestinian, as a Nigerian, as Nigeria is very expert in this regard, and they know what is the way out. The African Union is don't know the way out. The American themselves know the way out. But Israel is refusing it. Period.
Thank you for your
Thank
time,
you so much.
Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was the Palestine top diplomat in Nigeria, Abdullah Abu Shawish, who is also the Palestinian ambassador to Nigeria. And now let's bring you our conversation with the ambassador of Israel in Nigeria, and it's His Excellency Michael Freeman, who spoke to us about the Israeli position on the ongoing conflict. Joining me via Zoom is the Ambassador of Israel in Nigeria, Ambassador Michael Freeman. Mr. Ambassador, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, Your Excellency, it's been a couple of days of so much happening in the Middle East, and to be so precise, in Israel and then around the world. How would you describe the position of the Israeli government in this ongoing conflict?
You're right. It's been a very difficult week now. Last Saturday, thousands of Hamas terrorists stormed our border, broke through, entered into our towns and our villages and our community, and slaughtered men, women, and children mercilessly on a barbarity that we haven't really seen since ISIS. The way that ISIS used to do things, these Hamas terrorists did even worse. You know, they murdered children, they murdered women, they murdered their parents in front of their children, children in front of their parents. They burnt babies alive. Really horrific things. And over 1,300 Israeli citizens have been murdered, massacred by these barbarians. And Israel is now everything it needs to defend our population and to make sure that Hamas can never do this again.
Yes, 1,300 Israelis killed, unprecedented in recent history. How are you responding? Yes, the Prime Minister says when this is done, the Hamas will never have this kind of capacity ever again. But moving forward, there's a lot of collateral damage. A lot of innocent people are being killed in this retaliatory move.
Well, this is we as you said, Prime Minister Netanyahu is very clear. We're going to stop Hamas doing this again. Hamas slaughtered 1,300 of our civilians, of our citizens. And on top of that, they have kidnapped over 100 Israeli civilians and taken them into Gaza, where they're holding them hostage. And we're going to do everything we can to return them. Now, we've given a warning today. We've been very, very clear that Palestinians should move south within Gaza so that they don't get caught up in the fighting. And Hamas have told them not to go anywhere. Hamas want their civilians to be in the line of fire. We aren't fighting the Palestinians. We aren't fighting Islam. We are fighting Hamas. Hamas are a murderous terror organization that treat the Palestinian population terribly as well. What we will do will be better for Israel and better for the Palestinians. You know, there's no question this is going to be a bloody war, and we will do what we can to avoid civilian casualties. But our focus is doing what any country in the world would do, and that is defending our population and stopping Hamas from ever doing slaughter ever again.
Hamas just said earlier today that 13 Israelis have been killed in the retaliatory bombing of Gaza. How is that affecting the Israeli response? Because you are determined to make sure that Israelis who have been kidnapped are returned. And we are hearing now that some of them are being killed in the process of the retaliation. So how do you manage these two scenarios?
Firstly, Hamas bear full responsibility for the people that they've kidnapped. We've seen no evidence of this. This is part of Hamas's psychological warfare. And I would advise all the media to be very wary of any reports that come out of Gaza that are provided by Hamas, because we know that Hamas are a radical terror organization that lie. I mean, we've seen them saying over the last days they didn't kill any civilians. This is the same organization, this same terror that not only killed Israeli civilians and slaughtered them, they recorded it and posted it to social media. One family tells the story, and just think how horrific this is. If the Hamas terrorists turn themselves in, the Hamas leadership turn themselves in, they release all the hostages, this would finish. This is not a war against the Palestinians. This is a war against Hamas.
The problem in the Middle East comes with a lot of history. There have been arguments about should it be security before peace or peace before security. And this has lingered and lingered. Moving forward, of course, what is occupying the attention of Israelis right now is how to make sure that Hamas does not have the capacity to do what they did about 5-6 days ago. But moving forward, this whole crisis may not be resolved in the battlefield. What is going to happen now after this action by Israel?
Look, it's a good question, and we need to talk about the day after, and we need to worry about how we move forward for a better future for both Israelis and Palestinians. That's definitely our interest, to have a better future for both Israelis and Palestinians. But to do that, we need to make sure that Hamas can never have any part of that again. Hamas have objected to any peace between Israelis and Palestinians. Hamas have objected to Israel existing in any way whatsoever. Hamas have declared that they need to kill all the Jews in the world. So if we want to have a better future, we want to have a chance of peace in the future, then we need to make sure that Hamas have had their capabilities completely destroyed and the leadership has been completely destroyed. So there is a chance of a better future. And I hope that afterwards we'll be able to have that conversation. But at this point, the conversation needs to be, how do we stop Hamas? How do we make sure they never do this again? We're acting in the way that any country and any government would do. I'm sure that if some tragedy and terror attack and vicious thing like this took place in Nigeria, that Nigeria would expect their government to do this. You know, we're a very small population. We're a population of 9.5 million people. 1,300 of our people were massacred, over 100 were kidnapped. Everybody knows someone. Everybody in Israel knows somebody who was killed. Everybody in Israel knows somebody who was murdered or was kidnapped. We're a very, very small country. And so this is the scale of what's happened there. So we're acting as we will. And yes, we want a better future. But now we need to focus on making sure that Hamas can never do this again.
Let's go back to the day before all this started happening. Hamas says the action they are taking is in retaliation for the desecration of their holy places, the inhuman situations they're exposed to, checkpoints everywhere. They can't do anything without the say-so of Israel. In the words of one of the people interviewed in the course of this crisis, they said they are better dead than alive. So what difference does it make? Do you agree that some actions of Israel may have made this possible, especially construction in the disputed areas and stuff like that? Do they have any genuine reason to bring up this kind of anti-Israeli sentiments?
Hamas needs no reason to murder babies. They're murdering babies. That's what they're doing. There's no justification for that. And I would remind all of your viewers of two things. Firstly, in Gaza, Israel left in 2005. There's not been a single Israeli soldier, not been a single Israeli settler, not been a single Israeli member of the community living there since 2005. We were told by the Palestinians, if you left in 2005, if you leave, you can have a peaceful society. You can have a peaceful neighborhood on you. That was what our hope was. That's the first thing. The second thing is they talk about holy places. In Jerusalem, there is the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Haram al-Sharif. And there it's completely open to everybody. Muslims pray today. There are thousands of Muslims praying freely on the Temple Mount, on the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Israel guarantees freedom of religion to everybody. So when Hamas tell you these things, you have to remember Hamas are lying. And I would ask you, is there anything in the world that justifies babies alive? Is there anything in the world that justifies cutting the heads of young children, of tying up partygoers and massacring them? We've heard a story of a woman who was pregnant, having her stomach cut open and the fetus ripped out while she was still alive. There is nothing that justifies that. There is nothing on God's earth that justifies that. When Boko Haram kidnapped the Chibok girls, was there ever a reason for it? No, they may have made up a reason. The reason they did it was because they were evil. When ISWAP blew up the United Nations headquarters here, was there ever a reason? No, they made up a reason. Evil exists in the world and we need to eradicate it. And Hamas are evil. Hamas are ISIS. And in the same way the world acted against ISIS and ISIS made up their lies and the world saw through their lies, we will see through the Hamas lies and we will deal with Hamas in the way the world dealt with ISIS. Because any decent human being knows that the murder and mass rape and defilement of bodies cannot be excused for any reason.
The worry of a number of people around the world, including supporters of Israel, is that the retaliation might go even to extents that will have nothing to compare with what had been done by the Hamas. And in the process, that innocent Palestinians who actually believe that there should be peace between Israel and Palestine are bearing the brunt. And I watched one of the Palestinian leaders saying, in all these, more of ordinary Palestinians are being killed, and the Hamas leadership, the Hamas terrorists have not been touched.
Well, so we know that the Hamas terrorists and the Hamas leadership have been touched. And of course, Hamas are going to tell you that they haven't been because that's part of their propaganda war. We do everything we can to protect civilians. We are like any other country in the world. Our army fights in front of the civilians. Hamas put the civilians in front of them. Today, we told the Palestinian civilians to leave certain areas because we're going to carry out military operations. And Hamas have announced, don't leave these areas. Civilians, stay where you are. The Hamas want these civilians to be hurt. That's in their interest. Hamas are not good for the Palestinians. Palestinians have got places to go. They can go to shelters. There are a number of shelters through schools, through hospitals, through all of these places. And the United Nations communicate with us every day where they are. And we make sure that we avoid those areas to avoid those civilian. Hamas are blocking Palestinian civilians from leaving the conflict zones. Hamas are firing rockets from within people's bedrooms. They are firing rockets from in their kitchens. They're sitting their headquarters. In the last round of conflict, the Hamas headquarters was underneath the hospital. Hamas deliberately put civilians in harm's way. So we have to understand that. If we want a better long-term future, we need to remove Hamas. That's not only good for Israel, it's good for Palestinians. The Palestinians have been suffering in Hamas for 15, 16 years since Hamas brutally and violently took over the Gaza Strip. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas have been throwing people off buildings that they disagree with. They've been dragging them through the streets on the back of the car if they've done something against the Hamas leadership. They shoot people in the legs if they do something that the Hamas terrorists don't like. So, let's understand who we're dealing with here. They came into Israel and they massacred 1,300 men, women, and children. And we will do what we need to do in order to make sure that never happens again and also to make a better future. But be clear, civilians will get killed because there's never been in history ever where civilians haven't been killed accidentally. They're in the line of fire. It's terrible. It's tragic. but we need to do what we need to do so that this never happens again.
I'm interested in the point you made that you have coordinated with the United Nations and other authorities to ensure that civilian casualties are minimized as much as possible. But a lot of people may not agree with you completely. When, for instance, we saw Red Crescent vehicles and those that were helping injured civilians being targeted, killed, where we see that the Israeli armed forces have attacked mosques and then some hospitals. How would, ordinary Palestinians believe what they are told? That look, if you go to the south or if you go to this area, you will not be touched, when these special places have also been touched.
Well, I would ask that question to Hamas. Why do you put your rocket stores under a mosque? Let me ask you a question. When does a mosque stop becoming a mosque? If I put 100 or 200 rockets underneath that I'm about to fire into Israel to aim at Israeli civilian populations, in the last couple of days, 5,000 rockets have been fired into Israeli civilian centers, killing Israeli civilians, wounding Israeli civilians. And if you store these under a mosque, when does that mosque stop becoming a mosque and it becomes an arms depot? If you're using your ambulance to not really be an ambulance, but to transport Hamas terrorists, when does it stop being an ambulance and it becomes a vehicle to transport terrorists? You know, when you and I, we look at this situation and we assume that Hamas is a rational actor, that Hamas is going to act in the way that you or I would act. We would never use a mosque to store weapons. We would never use an ambulance to transport fighters. But you also never rape and murder and burn the bodies of babies. But Hamas do these things. That's what they do. That's who they are. They are like ISIS, and they abuse everything because they know that the pictures on the other side will start to look like that. One of the questions I'd ask you, last week there was an attack, a rocket attack in the area of Jerusalem in a town called Abu Ghosh, and a rocket landed on a mosque there. There was nothing going on there apart from it being a mosque. It wasn't being used for anything else. An Arab town in Israel with Arab citizens of Israel, and the rocket fired by Hamas landed on the mosque and damaged the mosque. So, you know, let's not pretend that these people care about Islam. They are nothing to do with Islam. In the same way that ISIS had nothing to do with Islam, Hamas have nothing to do with Islam. They use it as an excuse, and it's offensive to any decent person that they would hide behind this. I've spoken to imams, I've spoken to religious leaders in the Muslim community, and they've all condemned this as being brutal and abusing the name of Islam, because it's nothing to do with Islam.
Let me ask you, how are Israeli civilians, the Israeli population, like you just said, almost everyone in Israel knows someone who was killed in this Hamas operation. How are the people in Israel healing? How are they handling the emotional impact of what has just happened?
You know, we're still processing. We haven't even buried our dead. There are so many dead. You know, in Jewish law, like in Muslim law, we try and bury our dead on the same day. We try and bury them the day they were there that you die. But we can't do that because there are so many. Somebody who was meant to be getting married next week, and they wanted at their wedding to have a very famous Israeli pop song played. And the singer who sang that song came to the funeral, and he sang the song at the funeral. Instead of singing it at a wedding, he sang this love song as the groom was buried. So we are really traumatized. We've just to give you an understanding of the scale, they've had to appeal for volunteer grave diggers. We can't dig the graves fast enough. They have asked for people to come to hospitals to help identify bodies. It's a real trauma, and we're suffering, and we're still mourning our loss, and this will take a long time to get over. I don't know we'll ever get over it. If I'm honest, I think that we will still be talking about this massacre in 50 years' time, in 100 years' time. More Jews were murdered on Saturday than any other day since the Holocaust. That's the scale of this. That's the scale of this, that these people, these Hamas terrorists used ISIS tactics, they use Nazi tactics to murder us and to kill us. And so we're still very traumatized, and we will overcome it. We will come out of this stronger, but we are mourning and we are sad, and we will get over it.
You know, a lot of experts, especially in the Middle East, are worried that so much progress was being made. I mean, before this happened, there was this, you know, hope and optimism that with Israel, Saudi Arabia peace process being realized, that will also would have helped in, you know, making this Middle East calmer. With what is happening, do you think we can still pick the bits and pieces of this peace process that Israel had started with a number of Middle Eastern countries, Islamic countries, or is this going to be truncated by what has happened?
No, I hope we'll move forward with this. And I think that you raise a very, very important point. Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, is a backer of Hamas. It's a financial backer. It's a military backer. It's intimately involved in Hamas. It's intimately involved in Hezbollah in Lebanon as well. And Iran does not want this progress that you're talking about. Iran wants to stop this process, and you know that we should always understand that when we're seeing the actions of Hamas and maybe the actions of Hezbollah in the north, that these are being supported by Iran in many, many ways, directly and indirectly. And we know that Iran doesn't want this process that you're talking about, doesn't want progress. Iran doesn't want peace. It doesn't want progress in the Middle East. So I think that's a big factor in everything that we hear. But I am still hopeful that after this, we will be able to move forward, because peace is the only way forward. A better Middle East, the only answer to this barbarism of Hamas, to the evil of Hamas, is for good people to get together and say, no, we want a better future. And I'm hopeful that will be it. But that's for the day after. At this point, we need to make sure that that day is closer and that day is better by doing what we need to do to take all of those who oppose that progress and oppose that peace out of the picture.
Okay, there's no doubt that the Palestinian Authority, I mean, to a great extent, has cooperated with the state of Israel to some point to see that this peace that is being pursued becomes successful. But with what is happening and the way Israel is reacting,
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. We do sincerely apologize for bringing the news behind the hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Abuja ASU suspends 82-day strike. SGF approves appointment of 8 FRSC deputy corps marshals. Ohio Republican politician calls for civil war if Trump loses election. And at least 50 bodies pulled from mud after Southern Ethiopia landslide. Details in a moment. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, University of Abuja chapter, has announced the suspension of its 82-day strike with immediate effect. Chairperson of ASU, Dr. Silvanus Ugo, announced the suspension of a strike at a news briefing in Abuja on Monday, shortly after the Congress held by the union. Ugo hinged the suspension of a strike on the union's engagement with the institution's new governing council, with promise to review all their demands and address them. ASU had on May 2nd embarked on an indefinite strike to protest violation of established laws, including appointment and promotion of members of staff in the absence of a governing council. Ugo said that the council also agreed to review the process of employment, which the union was against, and review the issue of promotion, especially the 2022-2023 exercise. Said that since the inauguration of the council, the union had been engaging the council and university management. Ugo said that the council met with ASU on July 18 and communicated to it in writing on the issues bordering on the strike. He added that the new council had also directed that the election into positions of deans of faculties and provost of College of Health Sciences be conducted. The Anambra State Governor, Chukwuma Soludo, has given out 1,040,000 seedlings of economic trees to members of the public. The distribution ceremony, which took place at Achebe Stadium, Fege, Onitsha, is the second in the last 2 years of his conscious effort to revolutionize agriculture in the state. Signature TV News Bureau Chief in Anambra, Ndu Okmaleze, filed in the report.
Excited by the luxuriant growth of oil palm and coconut seedlings they got from the state government last year, the Anambra trooped out from all corners of the state to benefit once again. This time around, the government diversified further by adding pawpaw, soursop, kola nut, bitter kola and breadfruit seedlings to oil palm and coconut. Governor Chukwuma Soludo said at the event that he aims at hitting 2.2 million seedlings by the end of this year, adding that distribution across the 326 wards of the state was through the Omonna Kindred system. He vowed to revolutionize agriculture, which gave the East and Nigeria in general economic fortunes in the 60s. The governor also plans to tackle erosion, which he referred to Anambra's #1 existential threat, by reclaiming land via clean and green agricultural practices.
We have come to officially launch an ongoing program designed to plant at least 10 million seedlings in Anambra State over the next few years. The light of the nation is on the rise. In terms of natural resources, palm oil, coconut oil, and the other rare economic trades will, in the medium term, constitute Anambra's own next oil.
Soludo used the occasion to speak on the impacts of his programs in other areas so far, noting that Anambra now ranks the lowest in states with out-of-school children in Nigeria, just as the state ranks the 5th of the 36 in terms of fiscal sustainability. He remarked that traders are returning to the state due to his government's onslaught against touting, adding that efforts in urban regeneration have seen the government working on close to 500 kilometers of roads, with the transformation of the Okpoko slum near Onitsha into Okpoko New Haven.
We must exploit, learn from our past to build sustainable prosperity. We must empower people sustainably. Malaysia was built largely on the back of palm plantation, palm revolution. China reduced poverty significantly on the back of agro-allied industrialization. Yes, southeastern Nigeria was the fastest growing sub-region of the world in the late 50s and early 60s on the basis of the palm revolution.
Earlier in a speech, the Minister of Agriculture, Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, represented by Mr. Atom Boba, said the federal government recently provided tons of fertilizer to all the states as a practical demonstration of commitment to agriculture. He disclosed that 2,580 farmers in Anambra have been selected to benefit from the National Agriculture Growth Scheme.
My minister is very happy with ongoing agricultural transformation going on in Anambra State, especially since the inception of the present administration of Professor Sisi Soludo. He has been following the waves of agricultural achievements in the state, and he asked me to tell you that he is very happy about that. In the first place, some of our governors, contemporaries, not actually remember the essence of investing in agriculture, not only in agriculture, but especially in the 3 crops and staple crops.
The Anambra State Commissioner for Agriculture, Dr. Foster Ihejiofor, during an opening remark, said the free distribution of seedlings aims at moving households out of poverty and industrialization through full utilization of the value chain. Dr. Ihejiofor pointed out that the agricultural revolution in the state is through regenerative practice.
Unveiling an agro-based transformative program, but indeed this program has consequences for every aspect of our lives.
Highlight of the event was the free distribution of the various species of economic tree seedlings to all the people present at the Achebe Stadium, Fege, Onitsha.
The Lagos State Government, through the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, has issued a 24-hour abatement notice to the executive of the Alamutu Plantain Market in the Dioro area of Mushin due to poor sanitary conditions and indiscriminate waste disposal. This notice followed an inspection on Sunday led by a special advisor to the Governor on Environment and Water Resources, Olakunle Rotimi Akodu, as part of the ongoing weekly environmental sensitization, enlightenment and cleaning exercise. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu initiated the monthly environmental sanitation awareness and sensitization program on Lagos Island last weekend, with plans to replicate it across the state's 5 divisions. On October 3, 2023, the state government had sealed the Alamutu Plantain Market for similar infractions, but later reopened it after they met cleanliness standards. Addressing the situation in the market, Rotimi Akodu described it as absolutely unacceptable, noting the level of indiscriminate refuse dumping and clogged drainage channels. The 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has expressed deep concern over the country's declining economic conditions since 2015. In a statement on Monday via X, Obi highlighted the contrast between Nigeria's economic performance in the early years of its return to democracy and its current state. Obi recalled that when Nigeria returned to democratic governance in 1999, it maintained an average GDP growth of about 6.72% for 16 years, from 1999 to 2014. But that the growth was not sustained, with GDP growth collapsing to 2.79% in 2015, and the economy slipping into recession in 2016. If I'd observed that in 2014, just before the inception of a new administration a year later, Nigeria had the biggest economy in Africa with a gross domestic product of $568.5 billion and a GDP per capita of about $3,200. According to the former Anambra governor, Nigeria had, in 2023, fallen to the fourth largest economy in Africa with a GDP of $375 billion and a per capita of $1,700, which he said worsened in 2024, with the GDP further declining to an estimated $253 billion and per capita dropping to $1,087. Obi therefore called for urgent action to prevent further economic collapse and move it from consumption to production, as against what currently obtained in the country under the present leadership. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Nigerian doctor and artist Fola David on his recent accomplishment of setting a new Guinness World Record for the largest painting by an individual. In the course of his 6-day attempt at the Unicon Stadium in Lagos, David broke the previous record of 629.98 square meters held by Ravi Soni from India and set a new record of 1,000 square meters of art. In a post on his Instagram story, Tinubu wrote that by making the world's largest hand drawing by an individual, Unity in Diversity, David has recorded a remarkable achievement and said Nigerians are filled with great pride and admiration for the accomplishment. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu also congratulated Fola David on the new feat, highlighting how David worked with the state government during the COVID-19 pandemic. David's artwork, titled Unity in Diversity, features a map of Nigeria highlighting the country's diverse tribes through their unique attire, languages, arts, and essence. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, Senator George Akume, has approved the appointment of 8 Assistant Corps Marshals to the rank of Deputy Corps Marshals of the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC. The Acting Corps Public Education Officer, FRSC, Olusegun Ogungbemide, made the announcement in a statement on Monday in Abuja. Ogungbemide said that 3 of the DCMs were to proceed on immediate retirement, adding that the remaining 5 were to fill up existing vacancies. He named the vacant places as the South-South, Southeast, Southwest, North Central, and Northwest geopolitical zones, respectively. Ogungbemide quoted the SGF George Akume as expressing delight over the level of transparency and objectivity that herald the whole process. Akume urged appointed officers to show more commitment and rededicate themselves to achieving the corporate vision of the Corps. This, he said, was to eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safer motoring environment in the country. Reacting, the FRSC Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed equally congratulated the newly elevated officers for their excellent performances during the exercise. He charged them to put in their best in the course of their duties, as the new rank calls for more focus, more dedication, commitment, and passion. He admonished those who were not fortunate in the appointment to keep faith alive and be loyal to the system. The Police Command in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, has arrested the suspected organizer of the murder of a retired Brigadier General O.M. Udokwere in his Sunshine Estate home in Abuja. The Commissioner of Police in charge of FCT, Bennett Igwe, disclosed this at a news conference on Monday in Abuja. He said the suspect, an escapee of Kuje jailbreak, resident in Mararaba area of Nasarawa State, was arrested on July 17 in a hotel in Kano on his way out of the country. Igwe said the late general's service pistol, his wristwatch, his wife's jewelry, carted away after the murder, were recovered from the suspect's residence in Mararaba during operation. He said 79 bottles of codeine were also recovered from the suspect's residence. Igwe said the suspect will be charged to court upon completion of investigation. The Theatre Commander Joint Task Force Northeast Operation had in Kai Major General Wahid Shuaibu has handed over the latest rescued Chibok girl, Inyi Abdu, to Borno State government. Speaking at the handover ceremony on Monday in Maiduguri, Shuaibu said that rescue brought to 19 a number of Chibok girls rescued through direct military operations. Given details of the rescue, the Acting General Officer Commanding GOC 7 Division, Maiduguri, Brigadier General AGL Haruna, said a girl was rescued on June 23 with 2 children by troops during an operation within Sambisa Forest. The Army also handed over to Borno government on Monday 330 rescued persons made up of 110 women and 220 children. The Ministry of Health and Social Welfare has advocated support and encouragement for breastfeeding mothers to successfully breastfeed their babies. The Director, Press and Public Relations of the Ministry, Patricia DeWotsche, disclosed this in a statement on Monday in Abuja to proceed a commemoration of the World Breastfeeding Week. According to her, the World Breastfeeding Week, held from August 1 to August 7, is a yearly global campaign instituted to raise awareness on the health and well-being outcomes of breastfeeding on infants, young children, mothers, families, and the society at large. The global theme for this year's World Breastfeeding Week is Closing the Gap, Breastfeeding Support for All. The theme emphasizes the collective responsibility of all to ensure that every mother receives the support she needs to make breastfeeding a successful and fulfilling experience. According to her, in order to successfully breastfeed their babies, mothers need support from the health system, family members, community members, and workplace. The Warishe said that the ministry also recommended early initiation of breastfeeding within an hour of birth and exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of life. She said it also encouraged continued breastfeeding up to 2 years of age or beyond, with the introduction of appropriate complementary food as from 6 months. She said that the general public was being reminded that breastfeeding provided many unmatched proven health benefits for babies and mothers, as well as potential economic benefits for households and communities. The Warishe said that the ministry, in collaboration with its partners and stakeholders, will commence activities for the week on August 1 with community outreaches, training of health workers, and media campaign, among others. Governor Babangida Zulum of Borno State has announced the appointment of Mr. Usman Aliyu as the Director General of the Agency for the Great Green Wall. The announcement is contained in a statement issued on Monday by the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on New Media, Abdul Rahman Bundi. The GGW is an African Union project to combat desertification in the Sahel region and prevent the expansion of the Sahara Desert. Zulum said he expects the highest level of commitment and dedication in Aliyu's new role. Aliyu served as a coordinator under the now-defunct Federal Ministry of Mineral Resources and Geological Survey in Kano, and worked with the Borno State Green Hub Africa and the Kano State Ministry of Environment, among others. Still to come, Harlem residents give mixed reactions on Kamala Harris for president. UK's Rwanda asylum scheme has cost £700 million, says Minister. Stay with us. Manufacturers Association of Nigeria MAN, Southwest Zone, has appealed to your state government and Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, to resolve the land use charge crisis between them, saying it's affecting its members. The chairman of MAN in the zone, Lanre Pokwola, said in an interview on Monday that a power outage in the last 4 days, occasioned by the land use charge crisis, had left many manufacturing industries inoperative. The Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company, IBEDC, had on Sunday issued a statement notifying its customers of a power outage due to the sealing off of the Ayede substation of TCN of a non-payment of land use charge. The MAN chairman described the dilly-dallying approach between the state government and TCN, adding that nothing had yet been done and that it had affected companies that were using electricity supply. Pokwola said that the association had reached out to the state government through the Commissioner for Lands on the issue. He also said that he had met with the managing director of IBEDC and that efforts had also been made to discuss with TCN. Abuja Electricity Distribution Company, AEDC, has announced the appointment of Chijoke Okuokenye as the acting managing director with immediate effect. The appointment was announced in a statement issued by the head, Marketing and Corporate Communication, AEDC, Adefisayo Akinsanya, in Abuja on Monday. Akinsanya said that the appointment was part of the company's transformation agenda to help position it as the foremost customer-focused electricity distribution company in the country's power sector. She said that Okuokenye had, before his appointment, served as the company's chief operating officer, where he oversaw strategic support unit and embedded the company's generation projects. Speaking on the appointment, chairman of the company's board of directors, Stanley Lawson, described Okuokenye as an experienced leader who had been part of the company's transformation agenda. Lawson said that the new managing director was well suited to drive its corporate turnaround. According to Akinsanya, AEDC is an electricity company committed to delivering dependable electricity to millions of people across the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Kogi, Niger, and Nasarawa states. She said that in May 2023, a Transcorp-led consortium had become a core investor in AEDC following the 60% acquisition of the company's shares. The National Counterterrorism Centre, Office of a National Security Advisor, and the UK government are collaborating to mitigate aviation-related threats associated with counterterrorism operations in the area. The National Coordinator of NCTC, Major General Adamu Laka, stated this at the inauguration of the Counter-Man Portable Air Defense Systems workshop on Monday in Abuja. Laka said the workshop was one of the output of aviation security addressed during the Nigeria-UK Strategic Defense Partnership Conference in February 2024. He said the use of unmanned aerial vehicles by terrorists and other criminal elements to disrupt the country's socio-economic activities was of serious concern. According to him, the workshop is a welcome development and could not have come at a better time, as no agency can solely achieve laudable success in the fight against terrorism. It emphasized the need for the two countries to work together to identify the crucial roles and collaboration to record great progress in the country's aviation security. It therefore stresses the need for interagency collaboration and cross-border relationships to stem the tide, because terrorism recognizes no borders. Ohio State Senate member, a Republican, George Lang, on Monday called for civil war. The former U.S. president and Republican presidential nominee, Donald Trump, loses the upcoming election.
In a fight for our kids and our grandkids, a fight that we can never imagine. I believe wholeheartedly Donald Trump and Butler County's J.D. Vance are the last chance to save our country politically. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. It's the greatest experiment in the history of mankind. And if we come down to a civil war, I'm glad we got people like Schmitty and the bikers.
Trump accepted the Republican presidential nomination with a marathon speech on Thursday, July 18. In the evening, it began with an uncharacteristic call for the national unity before veering into its familiar mix of grievance, bombast, and apocalyptic warnings about the country's fate if it's not returned to the White House. Residents of New York City's Harlem neighborhood gave mixed reactions on Monday to the prospect of current U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris running as Democrats' 2024 presidential candidate.
They said that Kamala's gonna try to get her nomination, but I don't really think people really approve her either. But it's kind of like, at this point, I feel like it has been for like a few years now, it's like we're picking like the less worse option out of the two. It's kind of like we don't really have any great options, honestly. That's my opinion.
Kamala's garbage. She's worse than Joe. Are they on the same page? They about the same. But I don't think anybody's gonna vote for Kamala. No one wants to back her. She had one job, that was handling the border, and everybody in New York talk about the the immigrants and stuff and how they put the immigrants ahead of the citizens, illegal immigrants. You know what I'm saying? We believe in immigration. We just want to do it the right way.
I think if the Democrats get out and vote, then yes, she definitely has a chance to win.
Trump has a lot of things that is going bad for him. God bless him. I'm glad he didn't die, but it looks like someone else could do it, and I don't think Biden's capable of doing it no more. You know, as far as his health-wise and everything that's going on with him. So that is the reason why I say that I think the woman will win.
I think her chances are very good. If Biden selected her as a VP, he knew that she could eventually be a president.
They said that Kamala
July 21 and endorsed U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris as his successor. Campaign officials and allies have already made hundreds of calls on Harris' behalf, urging delegates to next month's Democratic Party convention to join in nominating her for president in the November 5 election against Republican Donald Trump. Biden's departure was the latest shock to a White House race that included the near assassination of former President Trump by a gunman during a campaign stop and the nomination of Trump's fellow hardliner, U.S. Senator J.D. Vance, as his running mate. Virtually all of the prominent Democrats who have been seen as potential challengers to Harris have lined up behind her, including Governors Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, Gavin Newsom of California, and Andy Beshear of Kentucky. Some South Koreans expressed relief on Monday that U.S. President Joe Biden is dropping out of a November presidential election, but also voiced concern over Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump. Kim Jae-hyung said he was worried about Biden's cognitive ability and judgment and was relieved that he made a reasonable decision. For Lee Cheng-hang, Biden's exit shifted concerns to Trump, saying his policies were too extreme and had a negative impact on the world during its first presidential term. Biden announced his withdrawal on Sunday in a letter posted on social media, and in a subsequent post, he endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic Party's candidate for the November 5 election. Britain's previous government had planned to spend £10 billion, $12.9 billion on a now-scrapped plan to deport asylum seekers to Rwanda, and it has already cost taxpayers £700 million, New Home Secretary Yvette Cooper said on Monday. Prime Minister Keir Starmer's new Labour government scrapped the controversial plan to fly thousands of asylum seekers from Britain to Rwanda in its first major policy announcement after winning a commanding election victory earlier this month. Cooper said the costs include money for chartering flights that never took off, paying for the work of government officials, and £290 million in payment to the Rwandan government. She told Parliament it was the most shocking waste of taxpayers' money she had ever seen. The previous Conservative government first announced a plan in 2022 to send migrants who arrived in Britain without permission to the East African nation, saying it would put an end to asylum seekers arriving on small boats. But legal challenges have meant no one has been sent to Rwanda except for 4 individuals who went under a voluntary scheme. Israeli authorities said on Monday that a Canadian citizen who tried to carry out a stabbing attack in southern Israeli town was neutralized. The unsuccessful attack took place at the entrance of Netiv HaAsara, a town near the border with Gaza that was hit hard during the Hamas October 7 rampage through southern Israel. The Israeli military said the attacker exited his vehicle and threatened members of the community's rapid response team operating in the area with a knife. Television footage showed what appeared to be the attacker's dead body being taken to an ambulance. European Union foreign ministers met in Brussels on Monday to evaluate how to respond to trips by Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban to Russia and China and his country's positioning over the EU's role in Ukraine. Hungary took over the 6-month rotating presidency of the bloc in July, and almost immediately Orban went to Moscow and Beijing in what is described as a peace mission, despite none of the EU partners being aware or mandating him to do so. He also left a NATO summit early to meet former US President Donald Trump. Orban's foreign minister has since questioned the EU's role in Ukraine. Some member states would like the bloc to show a tougher stance at Budapest, and among the ideas would be to boycott or downgrade the attendance of ministers at an informal meeting in Budapest at the end of August, although there is division among countries on its utility. Pakistani police detained 2 close aides of jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan on Monday in a raid on his Pakistani Tehreek-e-Insaf PTI party secretariat, but later released one of them, the party and local media said. A police contingent cordoned off the secretariat in Islamabad and detained the party's acting chairman, Goa Ali Khan, and its secretary information, Rauf Hassan. The party spokesman, Zulfikar Bukhari, told Reuters in a WhatsApp message. Some supporters were seen outside the PTI office on Monday, chanting slogans in support of Imran Khan and his party. The acting chairman was released shortly after being detained. The party said there was no immediate word on whether Hassan remained in custody. It was also not clear whether the 2 men had been charged. Up ahead, Bangladesh PM blames opposition for protest after top court scraps job quotas. Tourists welcome foreign police reinforcement ahead of Paris 2024. Stay with us. For this time, there you go. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina blamed the political opponents for deadly violence that swept the country during recent student-led protests against quotas in government jobs, stating on Monday that a curfew will be lifted when the situation improved. Her comments came a day after South Asian country's top court agreed to scrap most job quotas in a ruling on Sunday, following days of clashes between protesters and security forces that prompted the government to shut down internet services, impose a curfew, and deploy the army. Hospital data showed at least 147 people were killed in one of the worst outbreaks of violence in recent years. Hasina, 76, won a 4th straight term in power in January in a national election boycotted by the main opposition party. Hasina blamed the main opposition Bangladesh Nationalist Party and the Jamaat-el-Islami Party and its student wing for the violence that started last week. Thousands gathered in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv on Monday for the funeral of a nationalist former member of Ukraine's parliament shot and killed by a gunman last week. Ina Farian, 60, known for ferocious campaigns to defend Ukrainian language, was shot on the street in Lviv on Friday and died in hospital. Police and Ukraine's SBU security service were working together to track down the assailant. Farian, a linguist, became a member of the nationalist Svoboda Freedom Party. Local residents and rescuers in Ethiopia's Gofa district searched through the mud on Monday after a deadly landslide hit the area. At least 50 bodies were pulled from the mud on Monday following 2 landslides in southern Ethiopia. The District General Administrator of Gofa district in the southern Ethiopia region, Meske Metku, said women, children and local police were among the dead. Photographs on Facebook shared by EBC showed scores of people on a blank hillside searching for victims. Tourists were surprised. Well, that's how far we can go this morning on Global News on Signature TV. Thank you for watching. My name is Barry Kumo Ado.
It's a beautiful day. It's Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. My name is Charles. Welcome to Signature Morning.
And I'm Chomalina John.
All right, so protests, as a matter of fact, is a legitimate way of showing your grievances against what's going on, you know, about a particular situation that you are in, whether it is protests within your community or protests within the school environment or even protests around the country. There are actually legitimate ways of putting across a grievance or maybe even saying thank you to what has happened. I mean, it's very important that it is peaceful because there have been words on the street about this pending protest that is due for 1st of August all the way till 10th. A whole lot of people are out talking about this protest, from activists to civil society organizations and even, you know, government, you know, personalities. Some are buying into it, some are, you know, taking themselves out of it, and some others as well are saying that this protest is needed for, you know, the government of the day to know and to feel the pulse of the people. So to whatever extent that you are trying to be part of it, I wish that it's all peaceful because that's very important. We don't want a situation where we retract back to what we used to have, the NSAS. We know that it started peacefully and then it dovetailed into chaos. So I'm sure that's the reason why governments are, you know, are a little bit skeptical about these protests, you know. So it's very important that everyone, you know, take this into cognizance before getting to the streets to do anything.
Yes, Charles, I believe what you said is key, it's important. However, I believe many Nigerians will question what you just said because I know during NSAS it was peaceful, you know, and they were all seated in a peaceful manner. And everybody, you know, if the cameras that covered it, it was very peaceful until they were attacked, you know. So people would ask, peaceful protests, there is still an attack, an ambush, kind of battle sort of protest. Maybe we should just try it, you know. So whether it's peaceful, we're actually soliciting or talking to the government, not begging them, that what dialogue should work. You know, people should actually feel that they hear them, they listen to what they're saying, you know. So, and for me, that should be first. But hey, whether it's peaceful, I want a peaceful country.
Right. Well, I don't know where you were during the NSAS campaign, but in some parts of the country, we know there were destructions. In ENUGU, for instance, there were actual destructions. Nobody shot at them in ENUGU. Nobody chased them in ENUGU. Oh. People went about destroying things in ENUGU state. So you can use that during the NSAS protests. During that NSAS protest.
No, I wasn't in Enugu. I was in another city.
Yeah, but again, the one you're probably talking about is the one in Lagos. In Lagos, yes, they were situated at the toll gates. Yes. And then, you know, there was this group of army that came and started shooting sporadically in the air. You know, there's this back and forth about it. But I'm just saying, basically, that whatever protest that's going to happen, let it be peaceful. Yes. Very, very important.
Very important, because that actually promotes a peaceful nation.
Right. We're headed for a short break. We'll be back afterwards for the headlines on our dailies this morning. Do stay with us.
It's important to know that places like Gombe, Kaduna, Abuja, Warri do say it's going to have a rainy day today. It's still the signature morning. Now we're diving in straight to the newspaper headlines. And first on our newspaper headline is the Daily Telegraph. And just above the mast, Nigerians' GDP likely to lose $122 billion in 1 year.
Max Air loses 4 tires aboard takeoff. That's quite scary.
Very. And the one that scares the most now is eating from dustbins, now luxury. Address cries of Nigerians, NLC tells Tinubu. And the rider says, I think, can we say it? We move on.
All right. We will deal with you like ghosts. ENUGU security agencies warn stay-at-home promoters.
And reps begin probe of adulterated fuel.
All right, that's it on the New Telegraph. We're moving over to the Daily Independence newspaper. On that newspaper, aviation fuel at 1,550 naira per litre holds back sector, pushes fares sky high.
And on hardship, NLC president advises Tinubu on how to avert proposed protests. I pray they listen.
That's on page 29, and I'm just wondering how it's going to look like. These guys are really faceless. They don't have a leader.
Yes.
You know, to say, okay, we're calling you for some sort of dialogue so that we can listen to your grievances and then act upon them. But it does look like they don't even have any leader at all.
And even when the government said that they already know their leaders, I think they're just trying to. But the truth is, like you said, these are people you don't know. So it's better to address whatever it is that would prohibit.
Do you think that the government knows the leaders? Because based on the statement released by Bayo Onanuga, who is presidential spokesperson,
yes, okay,
it does look like they don't know.
They don't, absolutely don't know, because you see them trying to grapple on anything to make it work. But like the NLC is advising on how to avert proposed protests. Take the country out of hardship. You can imagine what we read in the Telegraph. Eating from dustbin, now luxury. Wow.
It's crazy. Federal government, okay.
Federal government brokers peace as Lokbobiri meets Dangote, NMDPRA, NUPRC, and NMPCL. NMPCL, yes. That's on page 29.
Yeah, this issue has been in the front burner for some days now. Dangote, as rich as he is, as mighty as he is, one of the richest men on the planet, is complaining about Nigeria's business, environment. It's madness. I really don't understand what the situation is, but I just hope that they give him what he wants. I mean, we haven't had our refineries work in this country for God knows how long. And then there's someone who has built a refinery who would actually make our fuel prices to drop. And then you still have people who are frustrating him.
There is something he said some weeks ago, quoting him. He said, import dependence is equivalent to importing poverty, exporting jobs. He also said, no power, no growth, no prosperity. Another thing he added, no affordable financing, no growth, no prosperity, no industrialization without protection. He said these are the things that will bring insecurity, banditry, kidnapping, and abject poverty in the land.
Absolutely. Well, I just hope that that meeting would give them the opportunity to, take those particular spots that he's been complaining about, so that we can have some breathing space, really. All right, we're moving over to the Punch newspaper this morning. On the Punch, just above the mast, windfall tax. Federal government insists on sanctions for defaulting bank chiefs.
And on for a crisis, marketers project 700 billion naira monthly subsidy. The rider has it, the NNPC mom. As dealers insist government still paying subsidy. Reps probe crude shortage. Dangote eyes foreign markets for refinery products. Federal government meets Kyari Dangote over dispute.
Organized private sector opposes fresh interest rate hike.
And Nigeria records $1 billion international transfer inflows in 3 months.
Well, I don't know whether it's a good thing, but so if you have more inflows from diasporans, it means there are more people suffering in Nigeria. That's what it means.
This is not funny, Charles, even though we're laughing, but it ain't funny. Still on the Punch, oh, you can imagine. Hunger protests. NLC warns against clampdown.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that happen. NLC is asking the government to come around and discuss with these people. But I've also seen individuals threaten security agencies. I mean, if anything happens on the street when you go to protest, for crying out loud, the security agencies are the ones that are actually going to basically save you or protect you. So I wonder why you are threatening security agents. Some of them are saying that the security agencies must not be used to intimidate protesters. Some are also saying that we are going to make sure we fish out whoever, tries to touch anyone when they go out to protest. So I wonder if you are threatening a security agent or agencies on these issues. I wonder where you run to when something happens. What if fight breaks out? Why you
What's the underlying tone? What made the person threaten?
Well, based on the trajectory, you know how it goes. Some security agents would want to do some overbearing things. They just go about trying to clamp down on people, trying to do the bid of their masters. They tend to scare you away, shoot in the air, throw tear gas. So they are warning that if anything happens to any protester, they're going to fish out the security agent even to his hometown and make sure that they take away everybody. So that's a threat that some of those people were putting on.
Charles, I guess we will leave that for when we start reviewing. But there is one of the various headlines we have is immigration officer, 3 others arraigned for drug trafficking.
Mastermind of Abuja general's murder nabbed in Kano.
Igalo's candidacy upheld, Shaibu fined 1 million naira.
Okay, moving over to the Nation newspaper. On the Nation this morning, Edun, why banks should pay levy on forex windfall.
And moving over to the Guardian. The Guardian. Over 30,000 jobs lost to closure of manufacturing firms in 4 years.
Federal government, Dangote, NNPC meet, explore solutions to refinery and crude crisis.
Planned protests. NLC NANS. Others insist government must address hunger hardship.
GDP ranking. It's been 9 years of retrogression. Obi laments.
Moving over to Daily Trust. Minister intervenes in Dangote, NNPC, NMD, PRA, NUPRC brawl.
Well, it's actually a brawl. The Daily Times this morning, federal government assures of proper utilization of 6.2 trillion naira additional budgetary expenditure.
Address again, NLC to Tinubu, address public grievances amid looming national protest. The rider has it says, urges president to invite protest organizers for dialogue. Tinubu traditional religious leaders caution youths against planned protests. But who are they inviting? Organizers of faceless organizers. So
I hope when they invite them, they would not arrest them.
Like the guy they are invited down from the mast, he was to commit suicide, and they begged him, please come down, Nigeria is going to be better. As he got down, they arrested him. Oh God.
I'm wondering, look, somebody was ready to take away their lives. And then the best thing you could do is to arrest them. I mean, what are you arresting them for? Well, though it's a crime. It's a crime to attempt suicide.
Yes.
The suicide itself is not a crime.
Well, isn't it funny?
Yeah,
honestly, at this point, I'm not even laughing.
The thing is, you cannot arrest somebody who has committed suicide because you can't arrest a dead man. But the attempt...
We should try and arrest the dead man. You can, what's it called? Seize the body. Whatever that means. Well, reps to sanction agencies, coys over alleged $60 billion inflated cash calls.
Again, court dismisses Abacha family's 500 million naira suit against federal government over Abuja property.
And consumers shun bread pastries as prices continue to soar. That's on page 10.
Well, she's a lover of bread. I really don't know. How much is bread now?
You said I'm a lover. I prefer to bake myself, but
okay, but I mean, I've seen you eat bread these days.
Yes, yes, I do.
So how much is a loaf of bread now?
It depends. It actually
depends. What was the amount you bought the last one?
1/4. That's for like the coconut bread. I just like 4 bun or something like that.
Okay, no problem. Anyways, we're done with the headlines on the dailies. We are headed over to the reviews, and Mr. Chris Maduga has joined us. Good to have you. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Charles. And good morning, Choma.
Good morning.
Well, quite a handful of stories you have this morning to look at. I hope we have enough time.
We're hoping so. But let's just start off with the hardship and hunger
I was about
and the protest that is looming.
The looming protest is top on the agenda. It's top burner. And there are so many different stories from different newspapers. But the fact remains that Nigerians want to go on the street. And I heard when you're talking to Chioma, this is a country you don't even have a right to kill yourself. So it reminds me of a book written by Wole Soyinka. That book is called Opera Warriors. Opera Warriors is a drama where a village, there was so much hardship, and the old man said, I'll commit suicide. And they said, if you commit suicide, we'll kill you, we arrest you. He said, is it after or before? And he said, in a country, he has gotten to that stage that if I want to die, you stop me. You know, it's a serious issue, and we're just trying to put a human face to it, but Nigerians are suffering, and I keep saying it's gotten to that point. And now let's link it to what the NLC said, that it's now luxury even to eat from the dustbin. From which dustbin do we have dustbins again? When people are eating everything. I used an example where I've just cleaned up a room that we used to dump so many things, because in search of what to eat, we started clearing where we used to pack things. And there's some of things we felt that they are not eatable, because people consume everything. We want to go and dump it at the dump site near. If you park your car to bring a dustbin from your boot, you see how Nigerians will rush you? It what became to me, I shedded tears, and I said, has it gotten to this? You know, initially, it's if you put plastics and things like that, they will segregate these things and then take plastics. Now it's everything, even rags. Nigerians are salvaging rags to wear. You know, you wonder some of things, you think it's only mad people that go and scavenge. Ask Nigerians, and then it's serious. Who will even allow you? At every dustbin, now they have a union of dustbin people who keep the dustbins, and they are there. So it's a luxury to you to belong to a union, that because you just doesn't walk around and say you want to touch any dustbin. There are people already who are in charge, and you have to register. If you like, you become a member of NLC.
Oh.
You know, you have to register to be a member of a Nigerian Union of Dustbin Keepers and the markers, because what is left there is for them to keep surveillance cameras when people come to drop things, and that's sad and a very serious issue. What do we say? The federal government have so much on their hands, and instead of going through propaganda and using I accuse you accuse me to solve the problem, it's actually causing more trouble for us, because, like you said, invite people. And the thing is becoming, taking human face, even as they plan. There are some people who have come out to say, and they are putting off adverts on newspapers, on social handles, and they have security.
Even on TV.
When they have sued Facebook for $200 million, they don't know who people who are placing advert on them. They know how to track. There's no more like it used to be when you said they are fake. The people, this looming protests have already gotten a human face.
So is it about even suing them or addressing the issue? Because suing them, if you sue this person,
it's not about suing.
Another person,
it can never. If that is like I've said on this program, using Cameroon pepper to kill madness, it's a double wahala for dead body. Like you all said, they keep saying negotiate with them. The elders advise negotiate, talk to these people. So instead of using propaganda and start blaming, you blame Pat Tommy, you blame Peter Obi. If care is not taken, you blame even me, and look for Charles or Roma. You know, you go around blaming people. That's Somebody told me this is a country where there is a problem. You know, it's a great problem that will consume us. They were speaking of Igbo and collecting money, and somebody sit down, call himself Onanuga, and say he's PA to president of media and publicity or whatever he calls his name. Or is it to write a long note to president on people to blame? And he says he's doing work, and at the end of the month, he collects salary. And he thinks by doing this, pointing hands, that's how we solve the problem of the day of rage that is coming. How many days do we have to do it? If the Nigeria is counting down, then it's Mike Ejaga that is trending with his music, Go Go Gongo. Played one music, they say, he called his children, said the tortoise called his 3 children. How many things will something happen to you before you learn the lesson? The first one 3 times. He gave that one a big conk on the head and said, get away. When the second one said, it happened to me once, Daddy, I will learn my lesson. He hugged him and said, it happened to Nigeria before with NSAS. And we are now speaking of Igbo on this, blaming people. Instead of trying to solve this problem, I bet you, if what happened in recent past happen, and continue in the recent or remote future, Nigeria will not come out of it. So the best thing is not to keep, because blaming is even is prompting rage, and they say the day of rage. Somebody is preparing for the day he will show you that he's annoyed with to split that energy of rage, and you're now causing more. I mean, like somebody. You push them to the point of saying, okay, we are saying you did this. Yes. You are now wanting to dare us and say, what can you do? Mm-hmm. And some supporters of Peter Obi has gone to the newspapers and saying, arrest Peter Obi. I mean, Onanuga should arrange his men to go and arrest Peter Obi to stop the day of rage.
But Peter Obi
the man has not even reacted to his nonsense. He has never in his life associated with anything. Now, the funniest thing is that I don't want this to sound tribalistic. And God forbid that some people will show who is an activist and the leader of his own political side has come openly supporting Day of Rage. And nobody has talked about him. He's a very son of the soil, a good son that can be hugged and all he said. And you point hand across. Even some of our brothers and sisters across the divide have said, what is the fault of an Igbo man? I didn't come here to defend Igbo people. They didn't pay me to. I am a Nigerian, and I have always believed in one Nigeria. But when some things happen for too long, it begins to make it a question. Is this since 90 million Nigerians cannot be wrong? It used to be NTA, our cherished NTA tagline. He said 90 million Nigerians cannot be wrong. So join them to watch NTA.
Again, how much of protest really works? Because if you look at the trajectory of protests, let's go back to during Goodluck Jonathan's time in 2012, where they had the protest about the fuel price hike. Even though Goodluck Jonathan retracted, he didn't go back to the original amount, but there was a reduction.
And
that's one. No, hold on. Then we come down to the most recent, which was huge, NSAS. The reason for that NSAS was because of police brutality. Has that been solved?
it was SARS was cancelled.
SARS was cancelled.
If they have come back with it from the
no.
I mean,
if NSARS, then there's a police brutality. Have police brutality stopped?
Now, what would have, you only God knows where it would have gotten to if that thing did. Because it got to the point, if people who are really corrupt and satanic, that are bringing Nigeria a bad name, find themselves in police force, that they find you and look at you, you look like you are doing well, and they have a laptop going to work, and they say, this one, come down, they take you, force you to an ATM, clear all your accounts, or call your parents to, and if you don't do that, they notice a lot of cash on you and you are killed.
That still happens today.
I'm not saying it doesn't.
So that has reduced. That's
but it still
now,
happens.
if they do,
I mean, is it reduction or
the rate, what we say,
eradication?
the rate it may have, and these people were fighting that, we're not saying there will be no sin in this world. Only said, let our sin, let our goodness measure more, so that if we put it on the weight, let the goodness of Nigerians go this way, so that we can have face, at least face to face God, and say, God, our sins are not too many.
You know, Mr.
Please forgive
Maduka,
us.
on the protest, because I remember there is something that P2B recently answered, I think it may be called a reply. He said something about, rather than fabricating lies, you and your paymaster should listen to the cries of the poor who cannot afford medicine and who are uncertain about their next meal. He also went ahead to say, pay attention to the voices of reason from individuals and institutions that emphasize the plight of our citizens. The bottom line, he said, let us unite in building a nation where everyone can thrive. You know, these are amidst the many other things he would have said. So why are, saying this protest, no protest? What we are advocating is for a peaceful Nigeria, and I believe that we could get that done.
In a more democratic society, protest is a human right.
Yes.
You say you cannot beat a child and say, do not cry. It's double wahala. Then let the child cry out vent out and then even in nations of venting out the anger, certain things that are underlying that pent-up anger within the child you can see. Because the issue of Nigerians, you have anger that is now topmost, but that's not all that issue Nigeria has. He said even the issue of police brutality has not stopped. Injustice in Nigeria has not stopped. What do you call it? Discrimination and ethnicity and all those things have not stopped. Has Nigeria come to equity and equality with clean hands? Has it come to politics of where the winner takes it all and everybody waits until their own time? And some people do not have that kind of equity, a kind of background where you're giving all tribes in Nigeria that equity, not even equality. We are Nigerians, so that has given us equality. But they put all Nigerians in that step of equality. Yes. Some people might not smell being the president of Nigeria in all their life of being in Nigeria. So it's only equity that can help us all have that sense of being Nigerians.
Right. So the other issue is Dangote meeting with the federal government to basically thrash out all the issues that he's having with the departments of petroleum services and the NNPC. You have seen the interview that he has had over the past few days. I mean, for someone of that nature, of that magnitude, to be crying about his business, I mean, you wonder what an ordinary man who is down MNA Road, trying to fix one or two things is really crying about.
His Dangote's case is a rumble in the royal house. The rich has also begun to cry. I describe it as some love lost among the people that really handle the affairs of Nigeria. There is so many rumors about water, but I noticed that for Dangote to leave up, the northern part of Nigeria, to go to Lagos, to put up a refinery, state-of-the-art refinery, where he buried so much dollars, and then a Lagos that our President Tinubu, you know, was a former governor and resides there as Omoile.
Amonile.
Amonile. That's good. Thank you for correcting me. And then, at this point, this is happening. We are now, it is just smoke screen. We have not seen what happened. That's all I noticed, that there must be at the point where he lost, some love lost between him and the power that be in Lagos. But it will be sorted out over time. Now, what happens? We as that is now that Dangote is crying out loud.
But do you think it's between him and the powers that be in Lagos, or between him and some of the powers?
It's beyond, it may be between the power that control Lagos, because power that control anything outside Lagos also control Lagos. So it's an extension. So if that happens, and if I'm your guy and said Charles is coming to your house, when he comes, let him wait at the gate until I come. Or keep him at the gate and delay him. Did I hear you say, yes, sir? That means you also answer to me before you answer to Charles. Meaning somebody, you are taking orders from somewhere. And that is the issue. But whatever is happening here, Dangote has thrived over the years on business of monopoly. The Nigerian government has supported him. But at this point, it's just a waste of time, because you saw it coming. The best thing is to allow him a free entry into the market, let him sell, because this oil and gas
but it's not even a
is
monopoly.
our bloodline.
It's not even a monopoly,
Yes.
because I mean, there are other refineries that
know,
the government
but
has
they are not
refused
working.
to even fix.
And they were not
Whose
working.
fault is it? Is
Now
it Dangote's fault?
they are using now, because they've seen where this man is going, and they're now using, there are some statements they make. I think along the line of this program, we're going to bring experts who talk on oil and gas, because before I bite my tongue.
But there's an international angle to it. You could imagine someone who is an international investor watching what's going on. How do you think it would affect the person's input?
He said I was warned not to invest that much in Nigeria.
His friends are laughing at him.
He wept. Now, if we said Dangote wept, so you can imagine people like us what we do. Now, if he can put that, it's actually sad and it's disheartening for him doing this in Nigeria, and he believes that at this point, whatever he's doing, in as much as he was smiling home, he has done business. And it's at that point, after doing this massive investment, that the people are putting clogs at the wheel of his progress. It is not, let's be very frank. If you never wanted him to do that, why not stop it at the beginning?
So, Mr. Maduka, shouldn't this sprout a challenge in the minds or spirit of the government to renovate and, put our refineries, I mean the country's refineries, make it a state of the art as well? This is Dangote, an individual. Instead of fighting him, shouldn't it propel us to put ours in order?
I listened to a Nigerian, call him the common president. He visited that place, and he recorded a viral video that is making around Nigeria, what he saw at the front. And he was saying, what is there? 5 West African countries, he mentioned the names of the countries, put together, cannot bring out money to make such massive investment in the next 20 years. So it's not even about what Nigerians are using to do turnaround. That's one about sleaze, corruption. I call it satanic cultism in the oil and gas and sector. A lot of people do not want this kind of well-established state-of-the-art thing to, because it will expose their inadequacies. It exposes that they have been cheating us. If somebody with what you used to do turnaround maintenance in 5 years, build the state-of-the-art facility that is refining and selling oil and oil and gas product at cheaper price, and I want you import, and you now said you made some statement and you're fighting him and did this, well, all well and good.
I think, Charles, moving forward, we should look forward to inviting Dangote to the program.
Why not?
To speak,
he's speaking.
To speak out and also help us.
We also make effort to balance up, to invite the Minister of Petroleum of Nigeria, so you want to balance it too. So don't invite only one, and the spirit of objectivity, so that all 2 of them will come here and tell Nigerians what is happening in that area.
If they would oblige.
The diaspora, the inflow the money that comes from diaspora is the only lifeline to Nigerians. So we know that. If anything happened to that, so we should now. If you are organizing protests, please stop threats and killings of security people. They're also Nigerians, because I have used that proverb, our DJND program, where I say, if you are a man and you are fond of killing native doctors that prepare protective charms for you, what about those ones who send the negative one? You kill the malevolent native doctors that help you. What of the opposite? Those ones that, what's the opposite of malevolent?
I don't know.
So the security men, we keep killing them, and people eyebrow. If the what they call it, the mad people take over the street, everybody will stay at home. Thank God for online business, so everyone will trade in, but you buy Gary from online. But who will come and deliver it? Because the street would have been taken over by unknown and known gunmen. So the security people, please stop. Let's also protect them. They are Nigerians, and we need them. I have traveled so many times on the road, and the people are saying, too many policemen, I said, let them be there. It gives me some confidence that they are, whether they're doing anything or not. But if I see, even if every 5 minutes I see police army, yeah, I say, I'm a Nigerian, everybody say I'm Nigerian. But if you imagine when you are traveling on the road, you drive for 10 minutes, you didn't see either police or army, better go back home.
No,
Something
but
is wrong.
Okay, that means there is insecurity in the land, because beyond Nigeria, you go to other countries, you can drive for 45 kilometers.
Are you overemphasizing it? The insecurity in the land that started over 20 years. If they tell you the number of Nigerians has died out of insecurity, if you know the number, you will cry and mourn for Nigeria. So it's normal. We have come to live with it. So you better manage it. Let the security people fill the roads. Let them search my car 500 times. Let me get to my destination alive. Let's not stop being antagonistic to them. Let's not support people to fight them. We still need them.
Right. Mr. Chris, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your insights. It's always appreciated. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you. It's always my pleasure to be here talking about that. Hoping that the mouths that talk, like there's a signature TV, the mouth that talk is there. Only the ear that listen, we're not sure. So I hope you are there listening to us and take an action. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're back shortly for the next discussion. Stay with us.
A happy birthday to all the celebrants today, and to Cole, I guess as well. Happy birthday. And to you out there, if today's be your birthday or you know someone whose birthday is today, a very happy birthday to you. Moving on with, there's this rage. Is it rage? No. There's this common trend of Nigeria jabaring, permit the English word, it happens. And everybody just want to escape. We talked about the hardship earlier, and a lot of people feel this is uncomfortable. This country is no longer uncomfortable for them to stay, that they have a greener pasture elsewhere. Well, on that note, we have someone to help us treat the issue, tackle the issue in a better way. Mr. Wilson Uche. He is the CEO of ITOR and also the convener of Aviation Meets or Aviation Career. Mr. Uche, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You look like you want to jabba, or you've jabbed before.
Maybe you are going to explain to me how jabba people look like.
Okay. So on that note, I actually it now brings me to my first question. Can you please explain jabba syndrome?
Anyway, Jabba syndrome, or Jabba, is a line or a phrase coined by Nigerians when they say this person wants to Jabba. That means the person wants to leave that immediate environment, and not just leave. There's a way you live comfortably. But Jabba means that you are living forcefully. You didn't just make up your mind, you just have to leave because the situation calls for it.
So when did you discover when did you first notice this trend becoming prevalent in Nigeria?
Actually, the truth about it is that it's been in existence because, of course, Nigerian our economy kept deteriorating. You notice there was a time when parents would have to go to an uncle who came back from abroad and say, please, just this our son, one person. Because they believe that if that person leaves, the entire family is saved. So, but then it got to a point. I tell you the truth, there was this time during President Goodluck Jonathan's government, we saw a whole lot of diasporans, people who actually traveled, coming back. Because there was a ray of hope. A whole lot of things kept changing. In short, that time we have a huge investment from the diasporans. In short, at some point we were told that the diasporan contribution rose very high to the extent that it was almost competing with our GDP. Yes. At some point.
Under Goodluck Jonathan.
Under Goodluck Jonathan. And we saw a lot of, he actually brought in a lot of people from outside, like Nigerians who were doing very well. They came down to this place. You saw the likes of Okonjo-Iweala. We saw the likes of OBS Kwesili. All of them came back. In short, most of the people within his economic cycle, that's the team, were actually people from abroad. And they tried to do things right. But then, immediately after that, there was this switch, and a whole lot started happening.
From what year was this?
This should be from 2015 or thereabout.
Really?
That was, yes. That was
when the switch happened. Like the people coming back.
Immediately, Goodluck Jonathan lost the election.
Yes.
There was just something that happened. It triggered something. Anybody stands to disagree, but that is the truth. And then you see Nigerians, everybody became panic. Okay. Yes, there was this panic and all of that. And then the economy started changing. It was as if the economy was moving. That time, I think the economic indices was being quoted to a growth of about 5.something%. Even IMF quoted that Nigeria was among the fastest growing economy at that time.
Yeah. That's under Goodluck Jonathan.
Under Goodluck. I'm only explaining to you. So, but something just happened. And then we saw massive spending, as in spending like you. Of course, before the election, there was this impression that the man who was to come is a man, a no-nonsense man. So, of course, even the ones that even stole under President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, we saw them even bargaining to return their loot. But something just happened that we started seeing the people who were supposed to fight the looting, started looting back the looting, the loot.
But is it only economic reasons that's why Nigerians leave the country? Are there other reasons why they leave the country?
I tell you the truth, if the economy of Nigeria is working very fast, why would anybody want to go to a place where he will be enslaved or even be working? Some of them can't even work as nannies in Nigeria. But when they travel abroad, they go as far as working in the mosques.
Okay, so
Mosques?
Yes.
It's a lucrative job to work.
No, what I mean
in Nigeria.
What I mean, I'm not saying it to despise or to spite this thing. Okay. But you know, things that you
not naturally do.
They're here.
You
but
go
because
there to do
they go as far as when they go abroad, if they tell you terrible things Nigerians do to survive.
You mentioned, because if you check our international airport, the influx of people leaving in relativity to the people coming in, the ratio isn't good at all. Now, and you mentioned looting. Are there facts to really check this looting that happened?
Maybe we might not be able to, because there are agencies, government agencies, whose job is to investigate these matters. But of course, whatever we are saying are things that the common man knows about. Let me give you an instance. Why would a lawmaker in recent time in Plateau State buy one of the most expensive cars for the daughter who just graduated from secondary school? Who pays that lawmaker? Is it not our money that they used to pay him? So which other evidence do you need for looting? Because obviously, when you check the amount of money he's being paid and the car, his resources cannot afford it. That is why I feel that at some point, it's a pity that we are taking this route. The fact remains that there was high expectation. The essence of people trying to vote against President Goodluck Jonathan was that there are certain lootings that he didn't really tackle the way he was supposed to tackle. But the economy was moving fine. So everybody felt that Mr. Discipline, Mr. Integrity should come and take over, and then things are going to work better. Yeah. But it became worse. And as if it's a trend. I remember the words of Goodluck Jonathan. He said there's a way he put it, but I am not quoting him verbatim. He said, you will look back and wish that I was still the president. Well. And truly, if I look back and seeing the number of persons who have left this country, I tell you, only in UK, only going to UK, you saw that scandal where a Nigerian came out to say that Nigerians forge dependents to be able to have them come to UK. People were paying as much as 15 million to leave Nigeria. 15 million, we're talking about almost $10,000.
Yeah, I mean, you are also someone who is affiliated to one of the international airlines. That's the Ethiopian Airlines. Everybody knows you to be that individual to go to when you want to fly abroad, especially in ENUGU. But I wanted to find out from you, according to the statistics that you have, is it only about economic japa that is happening? Are there other reasons why Nigerians japa, and how much of the economic instability in Nigeria is making people leave the country?
All right. One aspect is economic reasons, but again, security reasons. That's another aspect. At some point, we'll notice that people are being kidnapped. Just as in anytime there was one that happened very close to me. I was just driving and I saw people running. And then I parked by the side because, of course, I need to secure myself. And the next thing I saw, a man who was actually bundled into his car, bundled into another car. And the car parked there for a long time before his people came and picked the car.
Where was this?
This thing happened around Achale Out.
In ENUGU?
Inside ENUGU. So the truth about it is that in as much as some of these things are being addressed by this present administration, because this thing happened around during that election. And of course, I was told that the man was kidnapped. So if these guys can come into the city
during the day,
this happened around between 6 and 7 in the evening. I think he was coming back from work and he wanted to buy something. So he went into the store to buy something, and then they picked him. They came with keke or something like that. They came, pick him, and then put him in another vehicle, and the car was just parked there. Wow. So, but that is not even what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that at some point, people's lives were being threatened. We started receiving calls. People would just call you and say, so person, please make transfers and all of that. If not, we are coming for you. It happened. Okay, look at what happened in Ladepo. Of course, we knew that the security agents tackled it. But before they were able to handle that matter in Lagos, they have been able to kidnap people. And people paid as far as 1 billion. Do you know how much? 1 billion just to be out of kidnappers then. So when such thing happens, what people do, those people who have the means, is to relocate their family.
So just
they relocate their family.
Just to express and put so that we don't say it, what are the things that happened in Ladipo?
Of course, the news is everywhere.
No, we may know, but just for
yes,
the viewer.
What actually happened was that I was told from the news, we got to know that a special squad there was this trend of kidnappings that happened. I think some people moved, they said they moved from a certain part of the country to Lagos, yes, to kidnap certain wealthy individuals, especially importers. They will just write to you and tell you, keep our money. We'll come and pick you. And then, as far as they will even fulfill it, on that day they will show up. They were so dreaded. So, but on a particular day, they said the commissioner of police had to set up a TAC team that actually tracked them and monitored them. And even from the news, they also said that someone was planted in their midst who kept giving an informant. So when they came to strike on that particular day, of course, they were caught, shot dead, and then I think one escaped with a bullet wound, and then they caught one alive. And even there's a speculation around it that one of a notable actor and a producer was also among the people who were killed. So you can see the trend growing. And then the other day, you could literally see while you are driving along the expressway, you just see everybody scampering for safety. And then the next thing we'll hear is that kidnappers have taken a whole lot of, sometimes 30. And I'm wondering, a complete luxury bus will be evacuated, and then prices they are negotiating. So apart from economic reasons, security reasons, then social influences. Of course, when you look around and you find out that Mama Nkechi's son came back and built upstairs, and then your mother will even be the one telling you, go and do what your mates are doing. So you could see the social pressure. So three things I mentioned. Then another thing is that people also travel. Let's not take it that it's only when people want to japa. Some people would want to travel because they want to further their education. So their career improvement and all of that.
So, you know, taking you from what you just said, you said some people might travel to further their education. Sure. And I know in Nigeria there are schools. So is it that we can't further our education here? Why travel out of the country to further your education? Are our schools dead or closed?
Actually, we now see a trend happening. It's quite, the whole thing is happening all around and is affecting all facets of this economy. Be it educational system, our educational system has gone so low to the extent that people pay their way through. You can imagine someone who is going through an undergraduate course and never showed up in school, only the day is graduated or she is graduating.
And the person is given a certificate?
Of course. A popular content creator came for this and also mentioned it. Say, I never sat for any this thing. And I got my certificate. I paid my way through. Whether paying in cash or paying in kind. A female content creator said it. I didn't say it. So the truth about it is that... Can
you mention name?
I wouldn't be able to mention name. But then it is all in the public. Then another thing that also she actually at some point came back and apologized and said that she didn't mean what she said. But the truth about it is that there is no slip of tongue.
There's no smoke without fire.
You know, there's no stopping this movement of people from one place to another.
And then, sorry, before you say something, now even some lecturers, now before you even after writing their course, would say that if you don't pay the course rep, because they usually use the course rep to do whatever they want to do. If you don't pay, I have intervened in a matter in one of the top schools in Enugu here, where somebody called me and said that the parents cannot afford such amount of money. And they said that their school is to be accredited. And the student ought to pay about almost 80,000 naira each. And I said, how many are you in that your course? And he said about 150 in that your department. He said about 150. I said 80,000 times 150. Do you know how much it is? They said they want to upgrade the lab because accreditors are coming to their school. Is it the responsibility of students to upgrade the lab? So those are the issues.
Right. I mean, it will not be entirely one form of discussions, especially as it concerns the negative sides of, you know, leaving the country. There may be some positives, because even in the newspapers this morning, we saw that diasporans have remitted within 3 months over $1 billion.
Yeah, sure.
So I was just saying, like, being cheeky about it, like, it means that there are more people suffering in Nigeria if diasporans are remitting that amount of money into the Nigerian coffers, because of course they are sending it to their sisters, their brothers, their sons and their daughters. So I'm just wondering, in the light of that, isn't it that an advantage of some sort? Yes, we could lose, you know, some good guys who are mentally okay when it comes to health, education and all of those, but wouldn't it be an advantage, you know, sending monies to help the economy of some sort?
I would disagree with you on that, because now when a country starts losing their best brains, because the truth about it is that you see a situation whereby a medical consultant, a doctor to the level of a consultant, decides to leave. In short, at some point we were told that we have a shortfall of medical consultants because most of them have relocated abroad. So when you do that, it's going to impact on our health system, because you are now going to have people who are less experienced to handle certain important matters. You see people dying, and then you see a situation whereby we also saw researchers in our research institute. Most of them they have actually relocated abroad. So if we no longer have an avenue for some people to actually apply what they have learned in school, to research, to see how best we tackle certain issues in our society, especially health-wise. Like we are having the food security shortage. There are people whose job is to figure out what do we do in order to go away from this food security challenge. But the fact remains that some of these good hands have relocated abroad. So when you start having what we call brain drain, the economy begins to suffer in every aspect. Because those people who are supposed to help build and also help train new persons, like the consultants I mentioned, they were supposed to help nurture new set of people who are going to take over from them. When we no longer have it, we now have inadequate supply of manpower in the system.
So, you mentioned brain drain. Can you marry brain drain and national development?
Yes, of course. Whether you like it or not, America thrives in using their best hands.
Well, I thought you were going to say American thrives in draining brain.
No. Of course, what they do is that they go around the world looking for the best brain. There was this story, I can't confirm the story, that I heard. Somebody actually did internet fraud, or this thing.
Yahoo.
And then FBI came to look for him. And they picked him, of course. At some point, his family was even also picked.
Yes.
Because they want to know what this guy knows. We need it. At some point, I see government officials saying, if they want to travel, let them travel now. We still have more people. No, nobody does it. I tell you, at some point in India, India has the highest supply of IT experts. Go and check it in the world. In America, top CEOs of blue chip companies, 80% are Indians of Indian origin. They might have become Americans, but you trace it. But this is a deliberate attempt by their government. They decided to upscale the trainings in their IT sector. And today, India feeds the entire world with IT experts. And that one is understood. If governments have a policy to train a certain individuals in order to send them abroad and then start making money, because of course when you go abroad you will send them money abroad, but this one is an unfortunate movement, an undecided movement. So you didn't plan it, and then when such thing happen, you can't really tell as much as people are going to remit.
Okay, I want you to jump on this. I will just quote him, a quote by Dangote. He said, import dependency is equivalent to importing poverty and exporting jobs.
Thank you very much. I also heard where one of the government officials said, okay, the plan for us to address this food insecurity issue is to import a certain amount of grains. And of course, we also set up a livestock ministry. And I'm like, excuse me, you can't keep rubbing balm on an open injury. You need to tackle this thing from the roots. What has the agricultural ministry? Because I tell you, there's a plan they are going to put in place and ensure that the farmers have gone back to their farm. Highest within a year. We should have a yield. These things are not rocket science. How long does it take grain to grow in Nigeria? At some point, we also know that at some point we are having the granite pyramid. Corns were everywhere. Yam to a surplus level. But when Agatu was attacked in Benue State, this is where they have the highest cultivation of yam. In short, we saw it in the video where a truckload of yam was burnt down. Don't you think that there is something fishy if they are attacking all the food basket of this country? Somebody is trying to create scarcity.
Somehow.
Somehow. And we are not seeing it from that angle. The only thing we are seeing is farmers' herders fight. It doesn't take a rock science to solve it. Before now, there is something they call grazing routes. Why can't they maintain those grazing routes? Or we advance what we are doing and then begin to have ranching as a solution to this.
All right. I mean, this is an interesting conversation. I want us to move over to some solutions now.
Yeah.
Is it solvable? Is it surmountable? Because I really don't know. Somebody makes up to 15, 20 million naira now. They're not thinking of investment. They're not thinking of, you know, putting something down at least, or maybe even building a shop or a house or something. They're thinking, how do I use this money and leave the country? Like, I'm wondering, if you, for instance, as someone who is a consultant, if you were to advise someone who has 15 million naira between leaving the country and investing in the country, which would you give the person and why?
Actually, let me start with this. At some point in my life, I decided to relocate. I actually stayed abroad. I relocated. But when I came in, my friends were asking me if you are going up or you are coming down. Of course, I know what I wanted. The truth was that I came back. I have had stints in tourism development in Sao Tome and Principe. And in the course of it, I now realize that a governor who is interested in tourism came into ENUGU. That's His Excellency Sullivan Chime. And I came back. I felt I have something to give into the society. No matter the fact that I am not going to earn as much as I was earning, the fact is that people are naturally patriotic if you give them reason to be patriotic.
Okay.
There's an adage that says, pat my back, I pat your own. Pat my back, I pat your own. The fact remains that if you show someone how much you care, if you don't show someone how much you care, that person doesn't care how much you have. That is the truth. So we must come to that point where every individual, no matter highly placed or lowly placed in this Nigeria, feels that sense of belonging. Because the issue here is that they only make ministers as a situation whereby they settle some of their cronies. You see the son of so senator, they just pick him just to settle the father. So nobody, the son of the non-senators will not feel any sense of belonging. So they don't owe Nigeria anything because Nigeria never contributed to their well-being.
So if somebody has 50 million naira and comes to meet you, how would you advise them?
The only thing I'm going to tell the person, the truth is that I can encourage the person as much as I can because I'm staying here. I tell you the truth, at some point I also thought about jackbarring.
Again?
Yes, because the truth is that when you are no longer appreciated within the environment where you are, what would you do? You go to where you are appreciated. But now, coming to his question, if someone is to, there are several businesses you can go into, but not to forget that there are certain instances that could discourage you. If somebody like Dangote, who has invested up to $1 billion, will say, I regret making that move. Is it the person with 15 million?
It's actually $20 billion.
No, I'm just giving you as much as. So you can imagine when our government has taken so lightly people's contribution, patriotic contribution. I'm not saying that everything they did was fine. I don't know the platform on which he negotiated. But the fact is that there are certain impressions you don't create to the people. I tell you, a whole lot of people lost it when they heard that man complaining. And then having a government agency coming to say that what you are producing in Nigeria is fake. No. There are things you don't say in the public.
So are you now?
So if I am to encourage somebody who has 15 million, I am going to leave that person, let that person not say that I'm the one that told him. Because if the business fails, the person is going to hold you responsible. I'm going to tell the person my options.
Which are?
The option is to invest in Nigeria, being a patriotic person I am. The second option is if you have a way to japa, you can japa, but don't say I told you. Then the third option is to weigh the two options. Maybe stay outside and be investing back in Nigeria.
No, because you mentioned a lot of things. You talked about insecurity.
Yes.
Which is, if 20 billion is insecure, your 15 million isn't gonna. In fact, when you lose it, it looks as if it won't even be reckoned with. Meanwhile, it could be all you have, right now. I want to believe you answered the question in some way, but if you are, I know you have more than 50 million, but I'm just saying, would you still invest knowing the amount of insecurity in Nigeria at the moment, speculated insecurity in Nigeria? Would you invest 1 million naira in Nigeria?
Actually, the only angle of investment I see thriving in Nigeria is real estate. People now buy lands. Sorry to say that, but then that is what it is. Why it's like that is because there looks like a trend moving towards acquiring landed property. And because it's growing, and then people in the diaspora are also remitting money. When they are remitting money, they're not saying, Mama, go and chop. They say, invest for me in property. Okay. So when you're able to get the money, and then someone else comes and feels that, of course, there are developmental projects going on, like we are seeing in ENUGU State. You see that the government is trying to open up the hinterlands. So maybe you were opportune to buy land around those areas where such developments are driving to. The rates or the value of such property increases. Because, of course, there are things that will make people start heading to that place. But secondly, I believe that there are consumables. Nigerians, in as much as everything is going very high, people still eat. People still wear clothes. You will not tell me that because the economy is not fine, you won't look as beautiful as you are. So you can as well invest on fast-moving goods. Every day, before I left my house, in order not to embarrass you, I brushed my teeth. Really? I freshened my breath. Yeah. I took my bath. I also had my creams that I had to put on. So all of those things are things that when you want to, but don't forget that we have a government nowadays who has also focused untaxing or taxable.
So
that can also discourage
now,
someone who would want to go into business.
In line with government, what measures do you think the government should employ to be able to address this Japa syndrome? What measures?
I think the government should pay more attention on human capital development. There is something my very great mentor, His Excellency P2B, said. He said there are investments you cannot lose, especially that of human capital development. Spend time on building people. I mentioned earlier India. And I tell you, India was able to go out. At some point, we were told that the poverty-stricken community are seen in places like India. You will mention India, China, and all of Bangladesh. But these countries have left being underdeveloped country. They are now developed country. So what did they do differently? What they did was that they cut wastage. They cut down on wastage. They also ensure that they invest on human capital.
Well, the government of the day will say they are doing it. After all, they are giving conditional cash transfers.
So what is conditional cash transfer to somebody who don't even have the ability to manage funds? When you give to them, let me tell you what they do. They go to spend it, squander it. Why? Because nemo dat quod non habet. Nobody can give what he does not have. You must train and nurture their mind to be able to. Someone who who doesn't have the capacity to handle 1,000 naira, and you are transferring 50,000 to that person. Obviously, the person is going to waste it. So what we are going to do is what Bangladesh did. They created cooperatives. You don't give people money directly. What you do is you give money to a cooperative who have made up their mind how they are going to spend the money. Then put an expert who is going to also monitor the way that disbursement
happens.
So you can imagine where the minister for something humanitarian management or whatever, but the only thing I see in that ministry is a cash out ministry. Where people transfer all the money that was transferred into private accounts. And then we are talking about 200 and something billion. We are talking about 600 billion. And then we are taking it as a kid glove. This was supposed to go into supporting the small scale industry, small, medium scale industries. So how do you expect such economy? So what we are going to do is to cut down on wastage. And also ensure that anybody that takes what does not belong to him is brought to book.
Okay.
How is that even possible? Because they're the ones who are even
there. It is definitely very impossible, because now when you see, look at what is happening in Kogi. We have a lot of allegations where EFCC wants to arrest somebody, an ex-governor, and is being protected by security agents. And even a governor, his own governor, his stooge, he kept there, came and picked him up. And then nobody has said anything about.
No, but the truth is, people might say that you're asking me to wash off the oil from my hand, the oil stain, and to shake you. But the same hand you want to shake me with is dirty with crude oil stain. So how does the washing, how does it happen?
Now, the truth about it is that at every given time in our life, change begins with leadership. If you set a good structure for that change to happen, everybody will have no option than to fall in place.
But there are people who would fight against that particular
change. Of course, it's going to happen, but then stick to it. Let me give you an instance. Late wonderful woman, Dr. Dora Akonyele, said that my sister died of fake drugs. I will not allow any other Nigerian die of fake drugs. This lady fought it. Nobody, because the drug cartel is seen as one of the most powerful cartels you can think of.
They wanted to assassinate her.
Yes, of course, at some point. But this lady fought it even to the last. I'm not going to say much, but see it, a determined heart. At some point, every drug that is sent to Nigeria, you can easily, that was where we can now have scratch this thing number, where if you buy drug, you verify it.
So, okay, so for you, I need you to like wrap up, because I can see you have a whole lot.
So much to say.
Can you wrap up your thoughts? Because I was about to ask you the question of if they invest on human power and insecurity is still on the high, how do people gain trust to Nigeria?
Let me tell you the truth.
In Nigeria, rather, I beg your pardon.
The insecurity is not caused from foreign. It's not caused by foreigners.
Yes,
they are within us. We know them. If you do your due diligence, let me give you an instance. Last week, I had an encounter with a security agent who slapped me 6 times. I'm still taking up that matter. I didn't fight him. But I give you an instance. When security agents who are supposed to, like we say, police is your friend, for you to be able to get to the root of certain matters, you need to be very close to the people. They give you a certain level of information.
Yes.
But when you have now arrogated certain powers to yourself and become unfriendly, the people who are supposed to give you the information will not give you. They will even risk you.
Sorry, so did you loot ENUGU budget? Why was this?
We will come to that because I am still doing my work.
Okay.
When I'm done with the work, maybe we'll have to tell the world what actually, because I think that to a large extent, we must begin to address certain issues. Yes. Now, when I mentioned, you said, how do we address insecurity? In human capital development, let me tell you, when people have a sense of belonging, they no longer see themselves as becoming part of crime. I tell you, there's a level of education you will acquire. You wouldn't see yourself carrying gun. I tell you, or go into crime. Right. But the fact remains that we will keep developing our young people. When our young people are not developed, they sought to go into what we call self-help. And self-help is what lands us into what we see as level of increase in insecurity.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, many thanks for your input, really. I mean, I think we'll just keep discussing about this Japa syndrome because it's something that is here with us and it's not go away anytime soon, even though we wish it does. I want to say a very big thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much.
Truly appreciate your input.
Thank you.
All right, we're back shortly after this short break. We're headed for a very, very important Vox Pop, and it's about Japa syndrome. Stay with us.
First of all, I would like to talk about the government. Like the way the government are ruling us is not, I don't understand. It's not actually right. There is bad government. The cost of living here is high, which will not blame anybody. If I'm opportune to leave this country, I will leave like without wasting time. Why? Yes, because the cost of living is high. Everything, prices of everything keep on increasing, which is not growing the country, and it is improper for everybody. So if the government can like put their head together, balance the cost of living for everybody and like organize this country, I think the range of people living in the country will reduce. For me as a student now, going to some federal universities, there is increase in school fees, which is not proper. Oh. Yes, and for the minimum wages, which they are also saying, I pray they should work on that too. Okay. Yes, so you won't blame anybody who is living in this country.
Nigeria is not a good country to be in. That's my honest opinion. Like the cost of living and all is really bad. It's killing people actually. Like some people can't actually like even to get like 3 square meals, people can't actually get it. And we as students, we're not enjoying, we're suffering. Even all these things like they say students are in a better position, we're not enjoying at all. Like we are suffering like increase of school fees. Sometimes we don't even tell our parents, like we that's why we have some like side hustles to do, so get money to finish up because like the price of school fees and things are increasing and they keep on billing us and all. So Nigeria is really not a good country to be in. If I had an opportunity, I will leave with immediate effects, not even wasting time. I feel studying abroad, like there's more of practicals than in Nigeria. And you don't really, okay, I would say like to go there, like actually like it costs you a fortune. But once you're there, I don't think you can actually like regret it in any way. So I feel studying abroad is better than studying in Nigeria.
So many things are hard. You know, the way things are going now in this country, even if I see chance now, I will run away. I run to another country, serious. Because things, our money has no value anymore. When you go to America, when you bring their dollars, you will see that our money is just like our 100 naira. Now cannot even buy small fufu that will feed this my baby self. So talk more of. So that's why people are running away because of hardship.
People travel to abroad to our back country. It's not that thing. So if you say government still they do this country normal as it's supposed to do. So people cannot travel to leave our whole country, travel to another place. If I see opportunity for as I stand here, I will leave. But as I youth now, I don't get joy. I don't get joy for government.
Wow, a lot is happening in this country, especially from the last regime till now. Okay, they have a lot of crash, something like food, cost of living. Okay, cost of living is bad. It's going higher every blessed day. Okay, then foodstuffs. Okay, and in short, we have bad economy. We have bad economy in this country right now. Things change upside down. Okay, instead of coming down, it's going higher every day. My dear, I'm leaving today. If I have the opportunity, I'll just call my children that I'm moving out to. Because what we are seeing every blessed day is too bad.
Nigerians are leaving Nigeria because of hardship that the country is suffering today. And that is why everybody is finding a way to leave the country.
Okay, because of the situation of the country, I think individuals are looking for greener pastures outside the country. So, and the government is not helping matters at all in this country. So, anyone that has the opportunity to go outside to, earn more for a living, will grab the opportunity.
This is still Signature Morning on Signature TV, and you know, we've had a looming problem. It's been terrible. Yeah, we heard it, voices on the street. I heard the woman who complained that 100 naira fufu, that's apple, can't feed her baby that she was back in. It's really a problem. And I guess some of them said if they had an opportunity to leave, Charles, they were going to leave immediately without even getting to their house to pack up.
In fact, according to statistics, out of 10 Nigerians, 8 persons that you ask questions about leaving the country would actually want to leave, you know. So we're going to talk about even this further. Let's bring in our guests. Mr. Ame Madaki is an oil and gas expert. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
You know, Nigerian oil and gas sector is one that has continually been in the front burner in terms of the discourse as relates to what we've been facing since 1960. In the light of what is going on right now, especially as it concerns Dangote's refinery coming on board, at least we can say that in the next few days, the very first oil from that particular refinery will be out. He mentioned between August 8th and 12th. I'm just wondering, what do you think is going on right now?
Well, thank you very much. You know, the Nigerian oil and gas sector has been a very intriguing business for quite some time, you know, and because most Nigerians don't really know what's going on in that sector, you know, those who are put in charge of running the affairs of the sector, you know, have been digging in and making the sector more and more opaque by the day. And that's why, even though Nigeria has a lot of oil and gas resources, the country has actually not taken the benefit of that resource over the years. You know, and it's very unfortunate, you know, because it's the same crude oil and gas that other countries that we reference, you know, the United Arab Emirates, you know, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, you know, the countries in the Middle East, even Russia, you know, and all of the oil and gas producing countries appear to be doing well apart from Nigeria. You know, and it's so difficult to understand how anybody can run an oil and gas industry at a loss. But NNPC has consistently posted losses. You know, so you'll be wondering where the money is going to. As the country posts losses in the oil and gas sector, the individuals who are operating the industry are getting richer and richer and buying private planes. So it must be that the government is not making money, and or rather that whatever money is made from the industry goes into private pockets rather than go into the coffers of the government. You know, and nobody seems to understand, you know, what's going on. So to narrow it down specifically to your question on the Dangote refinery, yes, it was great to have the Dangote refinery, 650,000 barrels a day, single train refinery, the largest single train refinery in the world, located in Nigeria. But I think that there was a challenge right from the beginning. You know, at the inception of that project, you know, the key thing that should have bothered the owners of the project, you know, the Dangote conglomerate, should have been where they will get the feedstock, you know, of the crude oil from to refine. Because, you know, Nigeria's production has continuously been going down, you know, all manner of excuses, crude oil theft, you know, failing equipment, aging pipelines and all that. But in the midst of all that, we have a potential to produce up to 4 million barrels a day, but we are barely producing 1.2 million barrels a day, out of which the international oil companies that are in joint venture with the federal government are entitled to, on the average, about 50% of that production. So if you take 600,000 barrels, which is equity crude for the IOCs, out of it, then the other 50% is what it becomes available as Nigeria's own share of the equity crude. And so out of that 600,000 barrels, there has been a lot of forward sales, because we keep borrowing money on and on and on. We don't know what we do with the money. But every single time they keep borrowing money on oil production. So, as it is right now, the country doesn't even have any crude oil to sell to anybody because they have sold most of it up front and collected the money, on business terms that are very laughable. How people could put their signatures to such agreements which sold off Nigeria's crude up front, and collected peanuts for it, and they'll be still paying, and they'll keep paying for it, on and on and on. We collected $3 billion, from Afro-Exim Bank, to pay back $12 billion over a period of time. Nobody borrows money on those kind of terms. But again, so now there's no crude to give to supply to Dangote, and everybody is crying. You can't ask the international oil companies to cede their own equity crude and give it to Dangote, because that's equity crude that they have already worked for, and it's part of what they are entitled to take because they are in a joint venture with the government. So what I would have expected Dangote to do upfront was to think of where the crude was going to come from and not make a big issue out of it, as he's trying to do at the moment.
So you're saying he's making a big issue out of it. This is nothing to do with the government trying to frustrate him.
No, definitely not. It was poor planning on his part from the beginning. If I was going to set up a 650,000 barrels a day refinery, I would definitely worry more about where the feedstock will come from. And it was very easy for him. If the refinery is worth the $20 billion he claims that it is, it should have been easy for him to spend a small fraction of that acquiring oil fields that would then produce the crude that he would refine. Imagine, just to give you an example, Shell, with all its footprint across the Niger Delta, is selling all of its onshore and shallow offshore assets. The best bid they have gotten for it, from Renaissance is $1.4 billion US. If Dangote is setting up a $20 billion refinery, it should have been easy for Dangote to make a bid for the Shell onshore and shallow offshore assets, which, if they took entire control of it, would have been more than enough if they ramp up production to be able to supply, the feedstock needed to keep his refinery working 24/7. So all of this noise about we can't get crude, they're trying to sabotage us, we're the first to set up a refinery, even though many people were licensed. All those are monopolistic conversations. In the real world of business, it is dog eat dog, shark eat shark. You get the point? So if you want to make money, you have to keep your eye on where the profit is going to come from. Not expecting somebody to throw a feeding bottle at you and you'll be sucking at it all the time, just to make money, to make easy money. I think that this is the first time Dangote is about to make hard money by working for it. Okay. So instead of crying like a baby, he should just sit up and do what is right, by, debottlenecking all the challenges around his business. And now I think it's too late, because the investment is already on ground. And I think that whoever put the business plan in place from the beginning without clearly identifying where the feedstock, for the refinery will come from in a seamless manner, honestly ought to be called back to question.
Okay.
And whatever consultancy
Chief
fees
Madaki
should be responded.
Chief Madaki, I hear you, but we also, so you're saying is not as a result of bad blood from the government. So what do you think effects on existing local refineries and small players? What do you think the effect of what Dangote refinery brings to these people?
Well, yeah, generally, as they say, when something is happening to your neighbor, you should learn your lesson. So what you're saying, in fact, is that people like Bua and the other modular refineries that are about to come up will now be a bit wary and saying, well, if it's happening to Dangote the giant, who are we? I don't think it's going to operate exactly that way, because everybody has his own unique business plan. To start with, I think the location of Dangote refinery was wrong from the beginning. You can't, there's hardly any oil production going on in Lagos. And then you go and locate such a massive refinery in faraway Lagos, where you have to be worrying about the logistics of trucking, or piping or barging crude oil, the crude to the place. You get the point? It would have been better located in the Niger Delta, but I can understand his reputation at that time. Maybe because of the instability in the Niger Delta and the fact that, things can erupt rather quickly. He wanted a safe haven where he could put his investment with the least risks. But these things don't work that way. You know what I mean? There's no way, even in Palestine, with all the bombs dropping, I'm sure people are still investing there. You have to just make your investment analysis properly and then and position your business, in a place where you can get the maximum advantage. I really don't think it will dampen the results of other people who want to invest in the refinery business. Refining is good, it's an international business, and again, if you have a refinery, you should be able to buy crude from anywhere. So all this talk about we are now importing crude oil from other countries is not a big deal. Provided the price at which it lands in the refinery makes sense and they can refine profitably. The business is still a lucrative business. And I think that what ought to happen, is a situation where the government regulator, that is the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, should put their feet down and properly regulate that industry. I think it was grossly irresponsible for Dangote and his Indian managing director to make the sort of blatant allegations they made against the regulator.
How so?
They are subject to. You don't open your mouth and say that the regulator is licensing marketers to bring in adulterated diesel and other products without being able to prove it. Now they're on the hot spot, and everybody has turned the heat on them. It was a very anti-competitive comment. It was a comment that was completely unnecessary at the time it was made, and it could have actually led to a conflagration in the country and some complicated lawsuits, class lawsuits. Because the citizen can actually go to court relying on that comment to say that the government deliberately wants to kill them, by spreading cancer. And those kind of cases will succeed, because nobody knows what the impact will be 10, 20, 30 years from now. If carcinogenic, petroleum products are imported with the active collusion of a government regulator, that's the extent of the severity of that allegation. And I think that, I've said it in a few fora that, in a country where the laws operate properly, that managing director should have been on the plane going outside of the country.
Okay. So, Chief Madaki, I hear you you're saying that Dangote calculated $20 billion and, didn't plan well. Now, what's the impact of Dangote's operation on fuel subsidy program?
Well, I don't think there's any fuel subsidy in this country. It's a scam. We cannot say we are subsidizing anything right now. That money is entering people's private pockets. And I will tell you why. The cost of production of a barrel of crude is so far different from the cost, the market price of crude. If you are an oil-producing country as we are, we have no business indexing the price of our products at the pump on the international price of crude. It's just like saying that somebody who is farming yams in Nigeria will be pricing the yam he gives to his wife to cook for his family on the strength of the price of yam in New York or in London. If you do that, you will not be able to feed your family. So what we should be doing is that the portion of crude oil that is used for local consumption should be priced at the cost at the wellhead. And no matter how inefficiently we produce crude, and we are very inefficient here, I can assure you, but no matter how inefficiently we produce crude, the cost at the pump, at the wellhead should not be more than $10. No matter how hard we try to pad the price. You get the point? So we produce at $10, the market is prepared to pay close to $100, sometimes more than $100 for the same product. It's supposed to be an upside. But Nigeria is the only country where when the price of crude oil goes up, everybody starts crying that the price of the product at the pump will also go up in tandem. Why should it be so? When we produce the crude here, it's just like we produce crude water, and then, because the process of producing crude oil and crude water is actually the same. It's the same drilling down, and then you reach the aquifer for water. You know that the crude oil is a bit deeper underground, than where you reach, for water. You get the point. So why would somebody who is bringing water out from his borehole, be pricing it at the international price for water, if there is such a price? So it's very shameful economics, and I can't even understand why we allow this kind of economics to happen. You get the point. In a country where people are supposed to be educated.
Right.
And annoyingly, the president goes and reappoints the entire board of NMPC recently. As if, yes, you guys are doing a fantastic job. Doing a fantastic job in a country where they were posting losses on a daily basis, when other countries are taking advantage of the increasing price of crude oil, and then we're not making any money and we're borrowing. In another short, period, this country will be defaulting on loans because what we earn is far less than what we are using to service our debt. So how are we going to survive as a country going forward? That's why everybody's running away.
All right.
All young people want to leave the country right now. And I think it's very shameful, actually.
Yeah, Mr. Madaki, I really want to ask you this because a whole lot of talk about Dangote Refinery bringing some sanity into the system. Do you think that Dangote's refineries would, in one way than one, make the government become serious about the 4 refineries that is under its coffers?
Well, for too long, those refineries have either been refurbished or are in the process of being refurbished. Every minister of petroleum that comes, sets a new target for when the refineries will work. We have been rolling around the politics of getting the refinery to function, as if refining crude oil is rocket science. I find it extremely shameful that for so many years we are still talking around whether those 4 refineries, 2 in Port Harcourt, 1 in Warri, and 1 in Kaduna will ever function. As far as I'm concerned, from a technology perspective, we are probably better off scrapping those refineries and building new ones. Because they have never functioned. They are always being turned around, only to be turned around again. You get the point? Yes, it was good that Dangote put in place a 650,000 barrels a day refinery, and it's functioning. But the impact of Dangote's products on the Nigerian market is yet to be felt properly. For many reasons. First of all, one of the advantages of setting up a refinery is actually the employment generation that is supposed to come from the setting up of such a massive project. But you and I know that most of the people who work in the Dangote refinery are Indians. Maybe because the managing director of the company is an Indian, and he brought a lot of his own people to come and work. I'm aware, from figures that have been made available, that up to 11,000 Indians are working in the Dangote refinery. But the Nigerians that are working there are just about 4,000 or 5,000 people. If you even add the casual hands, that's not right. Because at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, these 4 refineries, Kaduna and 1 in Warri, have a lot of staff who already understand the refining process. Why wouldn't Dangote employ a lot of those people who are redundant right now and are just earning salaries? That is for those who have not been fired, are earning salaries for doing nothing. They should just move them there, giving them the best possible training, and then transfer technology in a way that our people will then even hone in their skills even more, and then train more of the young chemical engineers, petroleum engineers who are around now cannot even find any job in the industry, because most of the IOCs are quitting and downsizing or divesting completely. These are the kind of multiplier effects one would have expected to see from a Dangote refinery, but I'm not seeing it. And nobody, if any other person is seeing it, by all means, I want to see, I want to be told. I heard, that part of the reason why they employ so many Indians is that, they say that Nigerians are not reliable and they are not serious at the place of work and they are not honest. But that's very shameful. I hope that didn't come as an official comment from from Dangote as a company, because that would be totally laughable. I don't see how anybody should run down his own countrymen just because You know, he wants to prove a point. I don't think the Indians are more honest than Nigerians any day. You know, so yes, it's good to see the local content part of the project. It's good to also see, you know, whether there will be multiplier effects in the Nigerian economy from the Dangote refinery. But honestly, from the way I see it right now, you know, the impact will be extremely minimal. We are still importing, you know, PMS, and Dangote has been producing PMS. It's just that you have not put it on the Nigerian market. And I don't think that's fair. You get the point. Because,
Right.
you know,
Let's talk about modular refineries.
Sorry?
Let's talk about modular refineries, the ones that we know that BUA is, you know, getting into, and some other persons are also looking to invest in that direction. Now Dangote's, you know, refinery is going to be on board pretty soon, especially now that we know that there are meetings to tick the I's and dot the T's. You know, I'm just thinking, if we have more refineries, more modular refineries, do you think it will solve the problem of at least bringing the prices of the fuel down?
No, I don't think so. Because first of all, they will still have problem of feedstock. There's no crude. So unless they deal with the issue of crude supply, you know, the challenge will still be there. You build a refinery and you do not have the crude oil to refine, then you have a problem. Many of them do not have the muscle required to import crude from other countries because the logistics are a bit complicated. So yes, it's good to have refineries. You know, for instance, a country like Singapore does not produce a single barrel of crude oil, but they have over 50 refineries in Singapore.
Wow.
But they have also been able to deal with the issue of the supply of products. They buy cheap from us, from countries like Nigeria and other countries. You know, you buy crude oil cheap, you know, and then you refine, and then you make several times, you know, the money that you spent on the crude. But those are countries where they got the economics of their production properly. You get the point, and that the government is regulating and you know, doing what is effective, you know, at that policy formulation level. But in Nigeria, anything goes. There are no consequences for poor performance or complete lack of performance. You know, everybody is just gallivanting from point to point, you know, and then we don't see anything, and nobody gets punished for even defrauding the country, you know, from decisions they took, you know, from out of which the country lost money.
Okay, I want to ask you, sir. Hello, sir. So I would like to ask you, Madaki, implications of a broader future of Nigeria's oil and gas industry. What are the implications on a broader horizon?
Well, I think that the industry will right size. With the IOCs exiting, there will be more of local content, Nigerian content, because most of the people who are behind the consortia, you know, bidding for the stakes of the IOCs, like the Shell, the Total Energies of this world, the people who are exiting, most of them are people who already acquired skills in running the industry from the IOCs. So I see a future that is bright. I see a future that is now going to be more realistic and with better regulation. And in fact, with NNPC being removed completely from perceiving itself as a regulator rather than an operator, we are going to get to a point where the industry should become profitable. But to be able to do that, we have to have a government that knows exactly what is going on. Right now, the industry is being run by politicians. You get the point? Who are not technocrats in this area and who do not really understand the nitty-gritty. It's one thing to be a minister of petroleum, you know, but it's quite another to know what's going on in the industry. And quite frankly, if you look at the constitution of that industry in terms of management right now, you know, you do not have the sort of quality knowledge that is required to drive change.
So what do you advise? What do you advise? What's your advice?
Yeah, what I advise is that, you know, I think the president has worked in an oil and gas company before, Mobil. So I expect that he should translate that experience he gained from there, you know, into the way the industry, into taking more interest in the way the industry is run. Incidentally, he's on record, the Minister of Petroleum, but we haven't seen anything that he has done in that regard. You know, we haven't seen the benefit of his experience having worked in Mobil, you know, in the way the industry is managed right now. You know, so if we see a more structured approach towards the running of the industry, putting square pegs in square holes, and you know, and ensuring that those who have the right skills, and there are many of them in the country, you know, are the ones actually running the industry, you know, then we will begin to see some benefit. Otherwise, we may as well start thinking more of making money from agriculture, you know, from solid minerals and so on, because I actually think that the emphasis on crude oil, you know, and gas is misplaced. You know, because we're not making money from there. The industry is a loss-making industry right now to the country. You know, and NNPC has been posting losses consistently for years. So why will you keep, you know, such a behemoth when you actually disintegrate it, you know, and let everybody, you know, go their different ways, you know, and then you know that you don't have, you know, a business. But right now, you know, that business is just a facade. There's no money being made from it, and it's totally shameful.
All right, sir.
You know, the outlook, you know, the outlook will brighten when the government takes more charge of the way, you know, the industry is run. But I think because the government borrows money and there's easy money to spend, you know, they are not really trying to sweat the assets and ensure that what we have produces for us what it should produce. I think that's why we are still where we are today.
Wow. Mr. Ahmed Madaki, many thanks for your input today. We truly, really appreciate your input, even though for me, most of it were bleak reality of our oil and gas sector. Many thanks, sir.
Yeah, we don't have a choice. You know, we have to say it. You know, there's no point sugarcoating this thing, you know, and creating the impression that all is well when we all know that all is not well. You know, so thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I wish Signature TV the very best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you. We're back shortly after this break. Do stay with us.
First of all, I would like to talk about the government. Like the way the government are ruling us is not, I don't understand. It's not actually right. There is bad government. The cost of living here is high, which you will not blame anybody. If I'm opportune to leave this country, I will leave like without wasting time.
Why?
Yes, because the cost of living is high. Everything, prices of everything keep on increasing, which is not growing the country, and it is improper for everybody. So if the government can like put their head together, balance the cost of living for everybody, and like organize this country, I think the range of people living in the country will reduce. For me as a student now, going to some federal universities, there is increase in school fees, which is not proper.
Oh.
Yes, and for the minimum wages, which is also saying, I pray they should work on that too.
Okay.
Yes, the hair. So you won't blame anybody who is living in this country.
Nigeria is not a good country to be in. That's my honest opinion. Like the cost of living and all is really bad. It's killing people actually. Like some people can't actually even to get 3 square meals. People can't actually get it. And we as students, we're not enjoying. We're suffering. Leave all these things they say students are in a better position. We're not enjoying at all. We are suffering increase of school fees. Sometimes we don't even tell our parents. We that's why we have some side hustles to do to also get money to finish up, because the price of school fees and things are increasing, and they keep on billing us and all. So Nigeria is really not a good country to be in. If I had an opportunity, I will leave with immediate effect, not even wasting time. I feel studying abroad there's more of practicals than in Nigeria, and you don't really I would say to go there actually it costs you a fortune, but once you're there I don't think you can actually regret it in any way. So I feel studying abroad is better than studying in Nigeria.
So many things are hard, the way things are going now in this country. Even if I see chance now I will run away. I run to another country. Serious, because our money has no value anymore. When you go to America, when you bring their dollars, you will see that our money is just like our 100 naira now cannot even buy small fufu that will feed this my baby self. So talk more of. So that's why people are running away, because of hardship.
People travel to abroad to our back country. It's not that thing. So if you say government still they do this country normal as it's supposed to do. So people cannot travel to leave our whole country, travel to another place. If I see opportunity for as I stand here, I will leave. But as I youth now, I don't get joy. I don't get joy for government.
Wow, a lot is happening in this country, especially from the last regime till now. Okay, they have a lot of crash. Something like food, cost of living. Okay, cost of living is bad. It's going higher every blessed day. Okay, then foodstuffs. Okay, and in short, we have bad economy. We have bad economy in this country right now. Things change upside down. Okay, instead of coming down, it's going higher every day. My dear, I'm leaving today. If I have the opportunity, I will just call my children that I'm moving out. Because what we are seeing every blessed day is too bad.
Nigerians are leaving Nigeria because of hardship that the country is suffering today. And that is why everybody is finding a way to leave the country.
Okay, because of the situation of the country, I think individuals are looking for greener pastures outside the country. So, and the government is not helping matters at all in this country. So, anyone that has the opportunity to go outside to, earn more for a living, will grab the opportunity.
My name is Joshua Orizogo, and this is the Internet Watch. Less than 42 hours of Joe Biden dropping out of the presidential election, Kamala Harris is calling out Trump on his true colors. Well, I thought Trump was white though, but what do I know? Kamala Harris, in her capacity as vice president and former prosecutor, addressed her experience in prosecuting various types of offenders. She highlighted her efforts against predators who abused women, fraudsters who defrauded consumers, and cheaters who broke rules for personal gain. Harris drew a parallel between these offenders and Donald Trump, indicating a familiarity with his type. This statement was made during a campaign event, suggesting a strategic positioning of her legal background against Trump's character as part of her campaign strategy. I'm not going to talk about Harris because there are some things I've been reading online that I'm just going to not go there. Interesting time to be alive, yeah? All the Gen Z watching me now who understand what's going on. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Forgive my laughs. That's on the lighter note, but comments on this topic were not light. Let's read them together. So I have jumped back to reality saying Trump will be prosecuted by November 5th and convicted by a jury of his peers of American voters. Next, I have what a breath of fresh air we've been needing for a long time. Oh, really? So, okay, I'm sure this is a Harris supporter after the statement she made during the campaign. Trump is freaking out right now. He's no longer running for re-election. He's running to stay out of prison because, you know, Harris will lock Trump up. We don't know that yet. You're speculating. Charlie is saying Trump is outclassed and outwitted. When it comes to Kamala Harris, he will never debate her. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's not like I'm supporting Trump or I'm supporting Harris. I'm just saying that don't worry. When the time comes and we see it, if it doesn't happen, then we know. Kamala is going to crush Trump. Okay, in your words, not mine. Angie is saying, didn't she jail thousands of black men for weed for life? A question mark there. That was a question mark. So I'm going to go to the next interesting thing. Of course, if you've been on Twitter, if you've been on IG, you've been seeing our dearly beloved Aliko Dangote, who has been trending for the past few days. And this is just another reason why he has been trending. So Aliko Dangote, a prominent Nigerian businessman, has recently voiced his concern regarding the Nigerian oil and gas sector. He accused some personnel from the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, the NNPC, and oil traders of setting up a blending plant in Malta, where they allegedly import low-quality products with fake certificates. Dangote expressed his readiness to confront these issues head-on, despite the challenges. Well, this situation has sparked a wide range of reactions on social media, with many expressing surprise as Dangote has spokenness and speculating on the potential implications for Nigerians' business environment. Dangote, they say, has become a reporter and a journalist. Like they drop podcasts on a daily now. Reactions from various parts of the country will leave you amazed. I'm going to go to the comment section right now. And first on our comment, I have Adenika. He's saying, I have never heard or seen Dangote talk this much. Something is really wrong. Like if you know Dangote, you will know, of course, that this man does not even know how to talk that much. It's stressful for him. Chief is saying, waiting una really do Dangote way just they explain up and down. Because this guy has released back to back. Them say the way Dangote they complain, they do podcast, go so invite them. Like come and express yourself. Just come and do some 30-minute podcast. Dangote has the money to fight federal government, but he will not. Federal government have the power to make life miserable for 4 to 8 years of Dangote's life, but they will also not. My prayer, my hope, my desire. Everyone should just think Nigeria first. Well, we are praying that they do. Honestly, we are praying that they do. Did Dangote record the whole press conference and he's just releasing it track by track every day? I mean, every day my guy, they enter studio, go well. I'm concerned. Dangote, we're really concerned about you. What's going on? Dangote might be fighting for us all indirectly. Let's support him. You know, let's support him. I'm going to support him. Am I going to support him? Are you going to support him? I don't know. I don't know. But we're praying for you, Dangote. Our prayers and hearts are for you. And lastly, on today's episode, before you travel using any aircrafts, you know how to check your, you know how you check your car tires, ba? How you check and make sure that everything is there. Biko, Ejo, Dan and La. Check your aeroplane tires. Check it. Go close to it before you take off. Hit the leg of the tire. Use it to use it very well. So the MAX aircrafts carrying 119 passengers and 6 crew members was cleared for takeoff before its first rear gear tires burst, while the remaining 2 also went the way of the initial one while attempting to taxi off the aircraft from the runway. Honestly, scary times. I know you've seen this, but I just had to bring it up. Let me take it to the comment section. Just sharp before I leave here this morning. Comment section, please. And on the comment, I have Mr. Chukudi saying, Omo, Nigeria go want you, but no fear, no lose guard. AKA saying, the Fed should have a board that inspects all these flights before takeoff. The last time was Dana Air crashing during takeoff. Is it until they crash and lose lives before they do the right thing? Like, why? Why is this still happening? On today's episode of Things You Only See in Nigeria, how is this even possible? Not 1, but 4 tires. Where did you guys buy the tire from, Biko? Neyi is saying, I won't even be surprised if the agency in charge of checking the conditions of the airplanes are already compromised. Desmond is saying, which country is this? My brother, is your country, is Nigeria. The country that you and I both reside in. The one that has been having basketballs. And lastly, on my comment section, I have, who is going to jack the plane? You know, when your car tire don't burst and you guys jack it, you have to jack it, like, push it up. Well, better check the tire out to be sure. I'm just saying, because I care about you. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. My name still remains Joshua Ritogun, and today is Tuesday already. But then, come close. Stay jiggy.
It's going to be sunny in Lagos, Owerri, Kano, Sokoto, yes, as well, Maiduguri and Kaduna. It's going to be sunny and a little bit of rain, expecting it today, Tuesday, the 23rd of July, 2024. And moving on, we're trying to, in a bid to solve some of Nigeria's problem. What is the best way to solve Nigerian issues? What is the best way? Is it protest or dialogue? And one would think, one would actually say it is puerile for government to blame anybody, you know, to transfer blame on whoever wants to organize protest, because these are what people, individuals are feeling. With us to expatiate and throw better light on this issue is Barrister Victor Giwa. He is a legal practitioner, and we hope at the end of this we will know which is the best way to solve Nigeria's problem. You know, protest it's been a call that we've been having for a long time now. You know, there was the case of NSAS in 2020, and some people might say, what did it achieve? Some might disagree and say, of course, our voices were heard. You know, in some way. There was also a protest in Kenya, and places like Argentina also witnessed protests because of hardship and bad governance. Moving forward, we're trying to, as Nigerians, trying to know what is the best way to achieve, you know, to solve our problems. What is we've been dialoguing, you know, we've been talking. What is the best way, Charles, you know?
Yeah, speaking of best ways, I really don't know if there are actually best ways for things to go, if, you know, if you ask my opinion. I just feel that more than just talking about best way, allow people to vent if they want to vent. Something that's as easy or as little as even putting out a tweet or putting out a message calling for some sort of right ways to do things, I think it's also a protest. You mustn't necessarily go out to show yourself on the streets and maybe take placards around town or even destroy properties, because again, some persons just feel that protest, for you to protest, you must have to go out and maybe destroy you know, the country's properties, or even constitute nuisance on the streets. I mean, putting out messages on Twitter, Facebook, whatever message or whatever platform that you use, stating that you are really dissatisfied about what's going on in the country is also a measure of, you know, protesting. And then talking about dialogue, I mean, you can't say maybe dialogue is better than protest. Sometimes protest can lead to dialogue. Sometimes also dialogues can also lead to protest. So it's like, okay, now that the government isn't listening to how hungry Nigerians are, some of them are saying, you know what, let's just, you know, get on the streets and then make a statement and say, look, government, you have to listen to what we're saying. There are actually the list of things that protesters have said that the government should meet for things to go back to normal.
Charles, well, I think it's the word protest has been misinterpreted. You know, protest means to make a firm, you know, objection, to just say, I don't agree to this. It's not distraction. It's another angle people just choose to, it's not even an angle, it's just what people employ. And sometimes they could be tagged as saboteurs, you know, to the effect, to the cause of the protest. Because if you ask me, an Axe dictionary is to make a strong objection. I don't like the way you're doing things. I didn't like the way you served me food. I didn't like the way I cooked for you. You know, just affirming that whatever it is this person is about isn't what you think you're supposed to get, you know. So protest is just like what we have in the government, in legislative house, where there is the ayes have it. If you're in support, say aye or say nay, you know. But most of the time, it's being hijacked and people misinterpret it.
Yeah, I mean, protest in itself is a legitimate way of calling the attention of government to issues, and it's not necessarily government.
Yes.
It could be anybody at all. It could be maybe in school, even at home. There are protests. Kids protest against the kinds of food that they eat.
Yes.
I mean, they want to eat a certain food, and the parents are saying, you know what, this is the kind of food that's, you know. that is available. So it's in our constitution that you can protest. I mean, it is allowed for you to protest, but where it becomes a problem is when it dovetails into something else, when it becomes violent, when it becomes destructive. Even though some people would argue that the people who cause the destructiveness are those who want to do a counter-protest. Remember the NSAS. There are people who were out and supporting police, in that manner. So you want to be careful in the way and manner you go about the protest in case you are looking to protest. So whether it's dialogue or protest, one somewhat leads to the other. If you don't protest, there won't be a call for dialogue. And if you do not talk about some of these issues and you don't agree on the table of discussion, then people will head onto the street to, reiterate their mindset about how dissatisfied they are with the policies and programs of government. I mean, it's been more than a year since this government took over office. And by now, some persons would say that we're supposed to be seeing some signs of good things to come. But it does seem like we're going backwards. I mean, some persons in their life would say that they would not want a government that is just like the last administration, where people also, suffered in terms of, prices of goods and services. But right now, some people are saying, I mean, it looks like Buhari's government is even better than what we're having now, because they could purchase Gari for at least 1,000 naira. I'm talking about a penta of Gari for 1,000 naira. They could even purchase a penta of beans for at least 2,500. But right now, those things are triple. A penta of Gari right now is over 3,000 naira. A penta of beans right now is over 6,000 naira. I'm saying this because I know. I also go to the market. So you can imagine that double price speak, as it relates to the last administration. So you wonder.
I actually learned yesterday that pigeon peas, that's the one we call fio in the eastern part, or abumbo by some people, is 12,000 naira.
It is.
As of last year, it was, what's it called? A pint of beans was 2,000, 3,000. You could, but now you can't even 9,000 to be able to purchase just a painter, not a bag. Last year I wanted to get some for I wanted to get a bag, and it was 60 something, But now, what you hear, you think
it's
twice.
Mind-blowing.
Like,
it's mind blowing.
It is. So, government, I think our disposition towards the word protest. When people actually feel you're not going to fight them for their right, I think they would have a way to caution, they will have a way to go about it the right way. But when they feel, oh, as I'm protesting, they're about to attack me, they also prepare for your attack, like a counter attack.
Yeah, I hope that this protest is not in any way influenced by what's happening in Kenya. Kenya's protest is, totally different from what we're facing in, Nigeria. The protests in Kenya is about the so-called financial bill that was imposed by IMF on Kenya, and Kenyan government thought to transfer this amount to the people. And given that they'll be paying more for some services that they shouldn't be paying for, they went on the street. And I thought that the government reacted so late, so much so that we had over 30 persons passing on because of that protest. If they had acted quickly, at least they would have said, okay, fine, this government is listening, and they would want to, in some way or another, listen to the government. But right now, it looks like it is too late to call, and every single day, the people in Kenya, the Gen Zs in Kenya, are actually on the streets doing crazy stuff.
We have Barrister Victor Giwa to do this, help do justice to this with us. Barrister Giwa, good morning. Good morning. Can you hear
good morning.
us?
Yes,
okay.
I can.
So this issue of people are complaining of bad governance and so many other issues that have trickled out from it. So the best way, what do you think is the best way to solve Nigeria's problem?
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Nigerians. Well, your question is very clear. what is the best way to solve Nigerians' problems. For a government that listens is dialogue. For a government that is sensitive is dialogue. For a government that is proactive is dialogue. For a government that connects with the people, it is dialogue. But for a government that is insensitive to the people, a government that seems to be disconnected from the people, a government that is full of bureaucracy, the proper way to draw the attention of government to the yearnings and the issues concerning the people is through protest. So in Nigeria right now, protest is one of the viable tools to push the government to listen. And of course, we understand that just with the incident that just happened some few days ago. The NLC and the government just agreed at a 770,000 naira as what they call minimum wage for the workers. This is after about 1 to 2 days protest and a long period of engagement with government and threat of even more protest. So from what we have seen so far, government, especially governments in Africa, African governments, they seem to be a bit far from the people. They seem to be disconnected from the people. They seem to have gotten a barricade. If they get into government, they barricade themselves against the people. They put a shell. They insulate themselves from the people such that they no longer listen to the people or they no longer hear from the people. So they do what they want to do. They do what they feel they should do. They do what they think they should do without understanding the fact that your government, especially democracy, is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So they think about democracy when they want to get to power. When they want to get to power, when they are vying for offices, when they are going for election, they quote Abraham Lincoln. Oh, democracy is the government of the people by the people. Oh, the people are the paramount. The people are sovereign. The people are the most important. The people are the most important ingredients in democracy. But when they now get into power, they forgot democracy. They forgot the fact that democracy is all about the people. They now see themselves as now government is about them. And that is where they have the disconnect.
All right, Barrister, you mentioned that protest is one that is for government that actually doesn't listen. Just like you have also mentioned that some African governments don't really listen to the people. Would you say it's because of the fact that the people haven't really pushed further about their rights, so much so that the government doesn't listen? Because in other climes, it just takes 1 day protest, 2 days protest for some things to, happen. Sometimes it doesn't even happen just for people to just say it or mouth it. Governments, becomes, it becomes very hard for the government to even move, But the question is, why is it difficult for African leaders to listen to the people whose mandate that they seek to be where they are?
Now, the reason why African leaders don't listen to people is because the leaders themselves have weaponized poverty. It's because of illiteracy. It's because of lack of good governance. So what the African leaders have successfully done is they made it such a way that the people they lead don't have a voice when they get to power. African leaders have seen the people as a vehicle to get into power, but on getting to power, they are disconnected from the vehicle. And that is the mindset of African leaders. So one of the ways and one of the reasons why in Africa, it seems that the leaders don't listen to the people is because they have just seen the people as just a vehicle. Oh, just move me to power. And by the time you get to power, you drop me there. Then I will continue to do my thing. And the reason is because the institutions are weak. They deliberately weakens the institution. They deliberately impoverish the people. And when you are poor, when the people are poor, the leaders become the king. They determine what they eat, they determine how they eat it, and determine when they will eat it. And so there is no other means of controlling the minds of the people through weaponizing poverty and through economic weaponry. So, and that is what is happening to a lot of African states, where if you need job, you need to go get government. Government, as of today, is still the largest employers of labor. Government, as of today, is still the fastest way of enriching yourself, of getting wealth. Government, as of today, people in government as of today are the wealthiest around. Government, as of today, if you are working in government, you have access to facilities that the common man does not have. I will give you an example. If you are in Nigeria or in any of these African countries, if you are in government, they give you a car, they give you security, they pay for your newspaper, you have newspaper allowance, you have what we call security vote, you have domestic staff, you have free medical medical care or whatever. Doctors are within your whips and caprices. So at the end of the day, everything you want is within your reach. So you don't care what other persons are feeling. You can go for your medical tourism. You can travel abroad. They will even give you allowances for you to travel abroad. Whether you have impoverished, whether you have frustrated institutions, whether you have even
Barrister,
you have even damaged the medical institutions.
Barrister, what do you say to government's response to protests that includes repression and human rights violation?
Well, normally the issue of protest is a fundamental right under Section 46 of the Constitution. Is the fundamental right of every citizen of a country. You have the right to protest. You have the right to go to street. You have the right to, express yourself. Protest is a form of expression, and so nobody can take it away from any person. It's our fundamental right. It is human right. Let me use the word human right because it is what you do because you are human. Now, government should not repress the people. Government should not harm down the people because they want to go for protest. Any government that does so is acting unconstitutionally. Any government that does so is anti-people. Any government that does so is not what the votes of the people. Any government that does so shows that it is insensitive, that it has a dictatorial tendencies, and it has no support, or it has lost the support of the people. Because one of the ways the people can express themselves to you too, as government, is by protest. It is when they protest, you hear what they are saying. It is when they protest, they tell you their grievances. It is when they protest, they express themselves. It is when they protest, they can tell you what they are feeling. So sometimes protest is a way of feeling directly from the people. And you saw what happened in Kenya. After the protest against the financial bill, the president came out to say, I have heard you loudly. I have heard you. I have heard what you are saying. Sometimes you need protest for the government to listen because they are confined within their rooms. All their aides, all their security people barricade them from hearing the people. There was a time one of our leaders, he was asked one day that what is the cost of one of our governors, they were asking him where they plant yam, and he pointed to the tree. I was told that is it not all those what they need? They let us encourage people to plant yam so that like what we are having now, we can be able to pluck them. So the governor did not know that yams don't grow from the trees. They are under the ground. So that is how disconnected they are, even from the people, from a state that is an agrarian state. So this is some of the issues that are befalling us as a nation, where government is disconnected from the people.
Barrister, many thanks for your contribution. We do appreciate, we are grateful for your input on today's program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay. Right now we want to hear some voices on the streets. Before now we got to ask the people, what is their take? And we need you to listen. Just watch it.
For me, dialogue will be the best way. But if dialogue did not come, that means protest will move on. If Mr. President will understand when we come together to dialogue the issue facing the Nigerian today, it will be better. But if not, Nigerians they are just ready.
Welcome to Entertainment News, and I'm still your baby girl, Queenette Mokunta. As usual, we bring you interesting stories from the entertainment industries. Our first story today is Chibike Josh Alfred, popularly known as Josh Too Funny, has spoken on the competition in the Nigerian comedy and content creating industry. Josh Too Funny, however, said he has no competition in comedy industry, stressing that his skits are interpreted in foreign languages in Europe and Asia. He said those claiming that there is no competition in the content creating industry are only sugarcoating. He also frowned at the action of some of his colleagues who copy his trend and styles without crediting him. Up next, our baby girl, Ariana Grande, had endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic Party's candidate for the presidential election.
This comes after President Joe Biden stepped down on the Democratic Party's candidate on Sunday and endorsed his vice, Harris, as the party's flag bearer. Sharing a picture of the president and his vice via her Instagram story, Grande called on her followers to register to vote for the Democratic Party. President Trump has said Kamala Harris would be easier to defeat in the November poll than Biden. And finally, our story, Cardi B has backed Vice President Kamala Harris. I mean, this is women supporting women, I must say, to be the Democratic Party candidate for the United States presidential election. Cardi B, who had earlier suggested that Harris should be the Democratic Party's candidate after President Joe Biden's debate with the Republican Party candidate, Donald Trump, welcomed the news of Biden stepping down and endorsing Harris with excitement. President Joe Biden stepped down as the Democratic Party candidate on Sunday and endorsed his vice, Kamala Harris, as the party's flag bearer. Cardi B has said in the month of May that she won't be voting in the November poll if the two major candidates remain incumbents, President Joe Biden for the Democratic Party and his predecessor, Donald Trump of the Republican Party. She explained that she's used to see Trump as a dire threat, but under Biden, she felt layers and layers of disappointment from what she sees as the most domestic and foreign mismanagement. Well, that's all we have for you in the entertainment news this morning. Please don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms and click the subscribe button. I remain your baby girl, Queen It. Welcome to Bye.
Well, with the flurry of support that Kamala Harris has received in the last few days, I mean, I'm not sure that the Democratic Party would make any mistakes not having her to flag the flag of the Dems come November. So fingers crossed. And of course, to all of the artists who have endorsed her as well. There are even more endorsements across board. It will be an interesting election. It's one I'm going to actually look forward to. Thank you so much for being part of our show this morning. We're back tomorrow, same time, same station. My name is Charles.
And I'm Chomalina John.
Hello and welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. We are reaching you from our ENUGU studios. And this evening, we are going to have a robust conversation on a very rare topic, an uncommon topic, if you will. Ada Education Foundation and the future of Nsukka Cultural Zone. Of course, you know that in ENUGU State, there's a distinct cultural group known as the Nsukka Cultural Group. Just to provide a background, the Nsukka Cultural Zone refers to a part of ENUGU State occupying contiguous land areas located to the north of Igbo land, southeast Nigeria. The zone is blessed with one particular dialect of the Igbo language with at least 20 varieties. It is made up of 7 local government areas: viz. Igboeze North, Igboeze South, Udenu, Nsukka, Ozowani, Igbo Etiti, and of course Isuzo. But as a senatorial zone, it is short of one local government area, and that is the Isuzo, which has remained a source of uncommon political controversies and intrigues. This is a story for another day. The cultural zone has an impressive landmass and an estimated population of about 52% of the total population of Enugu State. It has produced a deputy governor, a speaker, and 2 governors. Also, a former President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, a former national chairman of the PDP, and of course, a former chairman of the PDP in the state. He had produced ministers and many top business, political, and corporate leaders. The current chairman of Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council is from the zone, and is also the chairman of Southeast Traditional Rulers Council. The chief of naval staff is from the zone, and I do hope that they also have a deputy commissioner of police.
Deputy Inspector General
Deputy
of
Inspector General of Police. The famous University of Nigeria is also in the zone.
Deputy Governor of the state.
And currently the Deputy Governor of the state. In spite and despite all the above, the zone believes, rightly or wrongly, that it has received the short end of the stick from governors in Enugu State. It's still a matter to be discussed. In the studio with me this evening to speak to an uncommon effort to reposition the zone for an enduring and sustainable path to development, and if you like, total emancipation. I have, seated to my left, Honorable Chinedunu, who is the founder and chairman of the Board of Trustees of Ada Education Foundation. Honorable Chinedu, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, listeners.
And to my right, in one shot, Amechi Ugwele, head documentation, Ada Education Foundation, Secretariat. One shot, good evening.
Good evening, and welcome to the show.
So, gentlemen, welcome to Signature Television, and welcome to Uncommon Conversation.
Thank you.
My name is Uchenna Cyril Anyoke, and I'm your host. Chinedu, let me start with you.
Okay.
Why Ada Education Foundation at this time?
Well, Ada Education Foundation is an initiative designed for us to maximally benefit from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka that is sited in our place and other institutions of higher learning, and to make a robust attempt to accelerate human capacity building in our senatorial zone. That is the whole essence of the Ada Education Foundation.
Okay, to accelerate educational development
and human capacity building.
Now, when was this foundation founded?
I just got the certificate of incorporation of that certificate, that foundation today.
Today?
Today.
Let's briefly look at, by now I'm sure you have the organizations running.
Yes.
Let's start with the Board of Trustees. Who are the members of the Board of Trustees?
The Board of Trustees of the Ada Education Foundation include the following. The Catholic Bishop of Nsukka Diocese, His Lordship Professor Igwebike Ona. His Lordship, the Anglican Bishop of Nsukka Diocese, also. Abu. We have Mr. Wilson. We have also the chairman of ENUGU State Traditional Rulers Council and our brother Festus Oshaba Ferotex. These are members of the Board of Trustees. I'm actually the chairman of the board. In terms of the entire governance structure of the foundation, we have 7 professors drawn from the 7 local governments that make up the cultural zone as the advisory committee, headed by Professor O.C. Okanya. They constitute the body that advises us on the dynamics and the runnings of the foundation. We have a secretariat populated by 2 persons each from the 7 local governments that make up the cultural zone. Then we have the ambassadors. The ambassadors are the contributors to that education foundation. We also have our beneficiaries and various rules assigned to them. We have a unit in the foundation that is dedicated for vocation and vocational training. We also have another unit for mentorship, because we found out that the upcoming young ones these days, some of them do not actually know what they want. So we want to begin to imbue in them the courage to dare and let them appreciate that there's nothing wrong in positive thinking, so that they will get to where ordinarily left alone they might not get there. So we're bringing all our beneficiaries as mentees under a group of mentors that we've selected.
Okay, before I delve into some very important issues, I want to clear something.
Okay.
And it would be interesting if you actually clear this. And I was asking my friend Whatshot. I know for sure that 2 of you have different political interests and inclinations. And so I'm surprised seeing 2 of you working together. So what informed this coalition? Is it a rainbow coalition?
Well, thank you very much. This is very, very, very important question, and that requires a very clear answer, which is at the bedrock of what is motivating this foundation, which transcends every other pedestrian considerations, partisanship, and other things that actually set us back, to show that when the matter comes to the head, Adada is one. There are issues, of course, yes, definitely. When you talk about politics, there's even no time that we would expect everybody to belong to one party. It doesn't even augur well for us that we put all of our eggs in one basket, considering what Nigeria is like today. Because there is no party that you would say, yes, that it is guaranteed that if you're there, that is where you will get it all. So I remember what Ezulu said in Hour of God, that the reason why he sent Oduche to the new religion is to make sure that the diversity that he's witnessing evolving in his society also gets to his own homestead. That the hallmark of a great home is the ability to have somebody that could dance to any tune that is brought into the homestead, that he wants to do that. So we don't even talk about politics. We don't even think about politics. We are talking strictly about education. And it is because the founder of this foundation is somebody who has invested so much privately in capacity building in that direction. He's somebody who has come to understand that managing the scarce resources that we have in education very well is very, very, very important in producing results. That there is a nexus between, you know, the resources you have and the utilization to maximally get results in terms of education. Having also understood the importance of education in every community, in every civilization. So for as far as I'm concerned, what is bringing us together under this context is more important than any other thing that could have actually set us apart. So the moment he muted the idea to me, it was a go. I didn't think about politics. In fact, I don't think there is any table in Nsukka Cultural Zone that could accommodate people with diverse political, economic, social, and whatever, you got, more than this. And it is because education is education. Okay. Even if you are reading political science, it is education. If you are reading, like BDP has a school where they study democracy, it's education. So whichever one you want, you go there, will facilitate that you have access to it and study and bring back to us so that any day there is a dance that is brought to Nsukka Cultural Zone, we should have people who are empowered, capacitated to understand the tune and dance to the tune.
Okay, thank you very much.
In addition to what
yes,
what he said,
I want to ask you to speak to that.
The truth is that we are discussing development.
Yes.
And when I introduced the Adada Education Foundation, I told you that it's a sub-national initiative to accelerate capacity building in that zone. Therefore, we do not know parties. We have bipartisan relationship as far as this foundation is concerned. We have consulted widely. The immediate past governor of ENUGU State, who is a PDP, we consulted him. We are in touch with our senator, who is of Labour Party. We are in touch with the deputy governor of PDP. So we are not interested in party leanings. We want to work together as a group. Can you come
let me ask you. There must be a motivating factor beyond just to have people educated. In my intro, I talked about the Nsukka Cultural Zone, thinking and believing, rightly or wrongly, that they received the short end of the stick in Enugu State. Could that be a motivating factor?
No. The motivating factor is that it's a problem or a challenge, not only in our zone, but across the country. Our youths today are no longer interested in going to school. Even though we have University of Nigeria and Nsukka within our area, a lot of people are choosing to do other things. They are in fast lanes. But as a people whose culture abhors such things, we decided to say, gentlemen, we need to arrest these budding youths and put them back to the right direction. And that is why we're coming with this foundation that will give scholarship and incentives. Of course, part of what we're going to do almost immediately, all of our sons and daughters that have first class and comfortable 2-1, we'll mop them up and send them overseas for their master's program. So those of our people who say that education is not important, will see that without parents of those who had first class contributing a dime that are already overseas, that will let them know truly that education is important. Of course, you know that the entire globe, all economies that are doing well are knowledge-driven economies. So we want to prepare our people to be able to compete favorably, not only in national scene, but in global scene. We are thinking locally, wanting to act global.
Okay, Amechi, you are head of documentation, and that's quite a heavy load. That means it falls on you to put together people from Nsukka Cultural Zone, from different parts of the country, wherever they are, who perhaps have achieved but are unknown.
Yeah.
This task is Herculean. How are you handling that?
Well, it's challenging but very interesting in the sense that it will make me to know our people, our place the way I never did before. Sometimes people think that, a task is a burden. But there are some tasks that actually expose you and elevate you to certain positions and even privileges that are very positive. Like this, I now have the authority and the drive and the inspiration to track and follow our people wherever they are, to track and follow institutions and possibly where people could explore knowledge, and then we report. When these people are, because we want to scatter them all over the globe, there is no limit. The inspiration is huge. The ambition is enormous. We want to scatter them, throw our seeds all over the globe, and we believe that they will fall at the right places. All the lines will fall accordingly as desired. And we will track these people, follow them. Wherever our people are, we want them to be entrenched. And like he said, you see, it's not just going to school. We've come to understand that anything we are going to do, we must vocationalize it. So that as you are going to school, because part of the reasons why people are beginning to develop this strong aversion for education is because of the low incentive, the low reward, the low output that you see with somebody who has spent so much resources and time going to school in Nigeria. But as we are talking with you now, what we want to do is that we want to make opportunity, providence, and privilege to come together. If you are in America, it is our ambition and our intention that you are exposed to the best of education there and the best of opportunities there. Like as you are going to school, we'll begin to plan that if you are in ICT, you know about Cisco, you know about Google, you know about Microsoft, and how to be part of the activities and engagement and certification, so that wherever you are armed to actually function. We are talking about functional education. We are talking about knowledge that, of course, will be productive. It's not just that you go to school. No. And let me tell you, it is going to be all-embracing and very comprehensive. Because as we are doing it, we are investing on this to rub off on our community and then to actually extend our influence and play globally. So that wherever our people are, we will have people who are exposed, who are following the knowledge and who are following the development of these places, and who also know about our place and how both could marry to give us an edge. Of course, yes, like he said, you talked about we believe we hold the short end of the stick. The truth is that what drives ambition is that continuous belief that you could have more. Whether wrongly or rightly, yes, we believe that we should have more. Leave politics aside, but we believe that at least with our own hands and within our own resources that we pull together, we can actually expose our people to the best of educational opportunities across the world. The world is knowledge driven. Look at this studio. If you don't know it, you cannot do it. If you want to be a cameraman, if you want to be an anchor, if you want to be a technician, if you want to work, on their ICT department, you must know it. And when we talk about education, we are not talking about just going to sit down and be speaking grammar. No, you are going to work with your brain, you are going to work with your hand, we are going to see it, we are going to know it, and we are going to be able to replicate what you see. So it's an educational engagement that will take total consideration of vocations. Like, yes, if you want to be a vulcanizer, that is your drive. We will train you. Learning it is part of the education we're talking about. But we'll make sure that you become the best vulcanizer in town.
Let me just take that off your lips and come to Chinedu. You see, when I had a conversation with you before this program, you said other education foundation. And what Betty started, what I'm going to ask you. What of the artisans? What of those who are not in school? What are those who are skilled manpower? How do they benefit from this? Otherwise, if they are not in the picture, perhaps you could be discriminating against your own people.
Yeah. The Education Foundation has a component designed for skill acquisition, for vocational training. What we intend to do is to make sure that it's not only those that are eager to go to school that we are going to empower. There are a number of our people that have gone to learn one trade or the other, who are roaming the streets at home, not doing anything yet. Our intention is to do a refresher course or training for them within the areas they have trained, get their certificate, and instead of giving them money, we'll get basic tools for their takeoff and give to them. so that they will start doing something. As we speak, there are some of our people who are good arc welders, but they cannot get jobs in Shell and other companies.
Okay.
We have designed a curriculum, certificate courses in arc welding, software engineering, and others for them to be certificated. They already have the know-how, but because they are not certificated, we are going to get those certificates for them. We have approached National Board for Technical Education to certify the center we have designed for skill acquisition. So we're not leaving anybody. We want all to be part of the
So you're talking about those who have traditional skills,
yes,
and those who have formal education.
All right.
Now, in the course of your enumeration of the Board of Trustees, one particular segment of society appear to, you didn't mention them, and they're quite important, and these are traditional rulers.
Maybe you didn't listen to me well.
Maybe you didn't speak well.
A member of the Board of Trustees currently is the chairman, ENUGU State Traditional Rulers Council, and also the chairman of Southeast Traditional Rulers Council, the Igwe of Edemani.
To what extent have they bought into this program?
Of course, he is completely involved from conception till date. Ogadagidi is one of us. Two others are representing the business community. That is Festus Oshaba, Ferrotex Nigerian Limited, and our brother Wilson. Wilson is the biggest employer of labor in our cultural zone today, that has over approximately between 10 to 12,000 persons working for him daily.
What does he do?
Palm kernel oil.
Palm kernel
oil.
Solive.
Extraction, refining of oil. Solive oil.
Where is it based?
Bestie noodles.
Nasukanka.
Yeah, Nasukanka. We are thinking home gradually.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's part of us. Of course, you know that the two bishops, both Catholic and Anglican, are part of it. I'm also there. So all tendencies are in the Board of Trustees.
Okay. Prior to the emergence of Ada Education Foundation, there have been other organizations in Nsukka that seem to project the identity development in Nsukka, politically, religiously, and culturally. What makes Ada Education Foundation different?
Well, maybe you are discussing social groupings, or religious bodies, or even those that belong to political parties. Ours is clearly education knowledge-based, and it is clearly in the name. It's Education Foundation. There are multiplicity of other organizations. There's Ada General Assembly, there's Ada various other foundations, but ours is purely for education, empowerment, and skill acquisition.
Okay, what short? I'm sure this kind of program, there's no way you could start it, run it to a level without some hiccups, without some naysayers. How much of that did you see?
Oh, well, you know, we knew from the beginning. Nsukka area happens to be one of the places that currently you could encounter a lot of people with political sophistication, and people who are also dealing with political issues that have made a lot of people to be wary of certain things. So, like you said, he himself is a chieftain of the PDP. And myself, of course, I have my own political persuasions. You know, so when he muted the idea and some of us bought into it, some actually said, oh, this is a PDP initiative. But when people like us, you know, hung on and became very vocal, very determined, and said, no, we know what he's doing. We are bought into that, and we are willing to give it a shot, you know. So people now began to wait and see whether it will go the way of the others. But they now saw that there has not been any organization, there has not been any initiative in Nsukka that has gone the extent this has gone towards bringing people from various leanings together. And look, there's nobody who doesn't want to go to school. There's nobody who doesn't want his own person to go to school, to learn, or to be armed, equipped with one skill or the other. So people said, well, if these people are really talking about education, then it transcends politics. And now let me tell you one interesting thing that maybe we are going to come to. Some people said, oh, some people just want to throw money and buy everybody, and then some people will say they have brought billions, they are sponsoring everybody in going to school. He had an answer to that. He said, no, let me tell you, everybody is an equal stakeholder in this. And how are we going to do it? We will say there will be an annual contribution every year. Because we have an app. You go there.
Yes, that may just have to wait.
Okay, because
but I'm going to come to how do you intend to raise funds.
Okay, now let me just say,
without going to the basics.
Okay, now let me just say that number one is we are very careful to design it in such a way that there will be equal sense of belonging,
nobody's going to hijack
equal
it.
sense of participation, equal contribution, and equal commitments. That's just the thing. Okay. So that if all of us are here, it is designed in such a way that we will play our part and go home. And I will have no reason to believe that I'm using this thing against you people, because your stake is as equal as mine.
Okay, okay. Chinedu, this is a very, in Africa, in Nigeria, one of the commonest causes of disputes, conflict, is finance. Not only about how to raise the finance, but about how to manage their finance, and then accountability. You must put this in perspective. So in your calculation, how would this come to normalcy?
Okay, what we have done, as I speak to you, an app is being developed. With that app, once you are a contributor, once you contribute to the fund, a link will be sent to you. Because it is those that fund organizations that are entitled to know what happens in their finances. Once you contribute, a link will be sent to you, you download it, it will be in your phone. Whatever happens in that account, even when others pay in, you see the name, the account where the person is paid. When we start spending money, you also see it there. So at the end of the year, you can sit back in your own house and reconcile the account. You know the amount paid in and the amount that is expended. So it is there. The accounting system is self-accounting for all people that are contributing in it. So with that, nobody will even ask me or any other board member to come and account for them, because all funders have access to the accounts.
Okay, it looks simple, but it could still be complex.
Let me add.
Wow. Yes.
Just let me add. Just as you are paying, you are now privileged to see everything. This is the number of students we have. This is the number of schools they are attending. This is the obligations to these schools. And then this has been paid. This is remaining. This is what we have. You will see it. Just like in the banks, as you are posting, you are seeing the credit, you are seeing the debit. There is no time anybody will say, okay, come and do accounts for us. It's instantaneous, spontaneous, and just online, real time. As you go, you see it. So, like you said, yes, people have used this kind of things. We are doing public things to do some other things. But the real intention is to send our people in fact, to bring them together with opportunities, the best opportunities in the world. Because we know where we are coming from. We know
where you are going, you may not know.
Yes, where we are going. So we are taking a shot at the moon. If we go beyond the moon to go to the stars, fine. Okay? But we want to launch our people out there. And in doing so, we know that we need their buy-in and we need the retention of our people's participation. And one thing is to run a credible organization. Credible organization that is based on transparency, based in the best practices, corporate governance that everybody sees. You don't even need to ask any question. It's all there for you. But if you ask any question at any time, the Secretariat is prepared to make available to you all of your requests. Even the students will be accessible to you. Everybody in Nsukka Cultural Zone, we are talking about artisans, artists, creative people, politicians, business people, elites, the ordinary person. Everybody is part of it. You are part of it, and to the extent that you can ask question to him, to any of us, and get all of your answers, even if you can't get it there. You know, some people are not tech savvy.
Okay.
So for those who cannot follow what is there, the Secretariat is available 24 hours to address any of your concerns.
Okay. Honorable Chinedu.
Yes.
Ideas are like seeds. You plant them, they germinate. If you don't water them, they may die. How do you intend to keep this idea alive?
Yeah, the truth is that it's true. It's said that ideas rule the world. What we are doing now has gone beyond the realms of ideas. We've gotten a number of our people that are subscribed to this. Part of the sustainability design is that, for instance, assuming we have 500 beneficiaries that are attending a particular university in Nigeria, and we have their fees, because we are dealing directly with the university, we just send the names of all these people that we are going to pay their fees. Before payment of that fees, the money we'll have will be invested either in treasury bills or whatever it is, towards the period of exams of the we can now pay their fees. There are other dynamics we've created to make sure that we'll be able to get funds to sustain this. And the moment, which is a commitment we've made to our people, that the entire thing will be transparent and people begins to benefit, even those who benefit will be the people, the ambassadors of this foundation that will begin to speak more of the foundation. And we've made a commitment to our people that we are going to be as transparent as possible so that our people will continue to buy into it. Besides, what is expected of any of our people to, in terms of financial contribution is mega.
Okay, there's one issue we're not going to gloss over, and that is criteria. How do you determine who gets qualified to have this?
Our intention,
yes,
number one, you are going to have to be from your ward, through your traditional ruler and your ward representative, including your local government. You are going to get letters of identification from them. And then if you are admitted in the University of Nigeria, you get your admission letter. Once you get your admission letter and you are selected, we'll now begin to deal with it.
Is that this selection process I'm interested?
Yes.
Is it everybody who gets admission that gets this? What qualifies somebody to get this? Is this every soccer person who gets admission that gets this benefit?
The first set of people who are targeting are those of them who have first class.
Okay. Now
it doesn't matter the university where you
are defining that now.
Once you have first class, you are qualified for our overseas training.
Overseas. And if you have a 2-1?
We'll come down that way because we are going to collate their transcripts.
Okay.
We'll start from first class.
Okay.
We'll continue to come down. So that even when you are not selected, you look at the table and see where you rightly belong. So it's not whether Mr. A likes you or Mr. V doesn't like you. Then when we come back to those of us who are going to benefit locally.
Yes.
Even though as it is today, that even if you study any course, you can be whatever. Yeah. But there are still these disciplines that we are going to give some measure of attention to.
That discrimination.
Well, if you like, call it that way. But there's some measure of attention will be given to some disciplines.
But times have shown.
Issues like ICT.
Times have shown.
That
it's no longer that because you studied engineering. They become.
No, it's true. I'm
giving an example.
mentioning engineering. I've not
that
mentioned
you become more important than the man who studied music. It doesn't fall anywhere.
No. Let me tell you. Okay, yes. But let me just say this.
Yes.
You see, there are some dynamics that always be at play. Of course, everybody cannot be a mathematician. Everybody cannot be an engineer. There will always be a kind of balancing. And we know, of course, there are some disciplines that are needed in the community. Even community service, for community service, We know that. But of course, we are not unaware that there are some areas that we would want. For instance, today, it is a deliberate government policy to support girl child in science, STEM. You understand? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Okay? So, because we know the kind of economy we run, we know the kind of academic environment we have. But if we have somebody who could be Microsoft certified, Google certified in ICT, for instance, we went in the course of our activities in Adada, we were privileged to learn that a leading ICT based company in Nigeria, in fact, telecommunication company, needed people with minimal ICT knowledge. They couldn't see who to employ. He told you about arc welding. These are places that we know that if you give priority and people are there, they can become immediate players and begin to contribute to the economy of the zone. If they begin to remit, remittance. If remittance, so for instance, if you have people working in the oil sector in the Niger Delta, they begin to bring in money. You have people who are with the ICT firms, people who are working with the communication, telecommunication firms and all that. Yes. And then we also have people who could be at home, all right? The organizers. And we know that there will still be some categories of people who want to learn from the person that we trained with all the equipments. Even if the person didn't pass through our auspices, then maybe because he has established in the community, we know that some people may be interested in him. So the point is that, yes, in Nigeria, the reality is that there are some courses, there are some disciplines that are hot cakes.
Okay, what you're saying that there'll be emphasis on some.
Yes, it's not everybody is everybody is available for everybody, but we know where we are deficient. We are talking about a place, a sub-region, a subcultural zone. We know if you come to Nsukka Cultural Zone and say, how far have we gone with doctors, lawyers, engineers, musicians, actors, and all of that?
Teachers, etc.
Teachers, and we know our status there, and we want to balance. We want to juggle things up. All those areas that we are lacking people, we adjust. Some areas that we need more people, we adjust.
Okay.
It's not structured to follow a particular pattern.
That's understood. You say you just got the
certificate of incorporation today.
Okay. Is there any preparations to bring this Adada Education Foundation to the public?
Sure.
Beyond,
Yeah.
How soon would that happen?
We are going to unveil Adada Education Foundation on the 26th of September this year.
Definite?
Definite.
Okay.
That is going to happen at the Princess Alexandra Auditorium, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. We have designed the program that His Lordship, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Hassan Kuka, is going to chair the event. Other notable Nigerians are going to be there. Professor Ositobu is the distinguished lecturer that day. So we expect also that very likely I'm going to unveil one of my books, which is designed to speak to the audience and to clearly show the direction for this foundation, where, of course, Iko Tuenye, we transited from Iko Tuenye to Igwebike.
Transition from
Iko Tuenye to Igwebike. That means, in essence, I'm tracing what I, Chinedu, and other individuals had previously done in support individually for education. Linking it up now to now that we are making an attempt for a collective to now fund education in a place, which is Iko Tuenye. So
I like this, a transition from Iko Tuenye
to Igwebike.
Actually, our time is actually
It's up.
Running up small, but I'm going to ask one pertinent question. And that question has to do, where do you expect this foundation to be? And where do you expect the Nsukka Cultural Zone to be in the next 5-10 years if this foundation is properly implemented? What is the future? So that's actually the issue. What's the future?
Our expectations is that in the next 5 years, we will have set up at least 500 families, 250 families at home, 250 families overseas, to increase the diaspora remittances from those people to our place. To also train not less than 1,000 of our own people in the first 2 years in different trades. As I speak to you now, we are working out the details with the Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where we've proposed to set up Ada Education Foundation Resource and Research Center. We want to fund it, provide everything, internet, for the place to run 24/7. By the time we finish setting up that place, students of the University of Nigeria will compete to be using there because we are going to have 2 for electricity and 2 for internet. And it is our intention to hook up to other organizations that will provide data for us.
Very briefly,
resources for us.
Do you have a secretariat now?
Yes.
Where?
Inside the local government secretariat in Nsukka. It's a temporary, it's a take-off secretariat.
Okay, I'm going to be asking you what may look like your final question, but it's going to be a little bit trickish.
Okay.
Look back at Nsukka Cultural Zone in the past several months. Just take 30 seconds. Tell me one uncommon disadvantage that people have had, then in terms of governance, then in terms of development, that you look back and say, look, this is not good for our people. That is generic to our people.
Okay. Nsukka is a place that we've had a lot of expectations. Some were met and some were not met. When we talk about development, of course, we've made some leaps. We've registered some things. We have some new schools. The medical
I'm talking about the one that pains you guys most.
Okay, then I'm coming.
No, we don't have time for.
Okay, we've had some schools, new schools. Don't forget that we've been playing with only the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And if you ask me, what is actually what I would have wished that Nsukka had, yeah, that road. If we could have had a dualized Opi-Ugogo Nsukka road, that would have been better for us.
That's one uncommon thing. Chinedu,
yes.
I'm going to ask you both, negative or positive. One uncommon thing that you have thought should have done before now for your people, and what has been done?
Well, for the past 60 years, it's only University of Nigeria Nsukka that's been there.
Okay.
But His Excellency Ifeanyi gave us another university. It's a positive, uncommon thing.
That's the Sumas.
Yes, the Sumas. He is the founder of that institution.
And then the reverse side.
Reverse side, what his inability to give us a vice chancellor.
Give you a vice chancellor.
Is a sore point. Is a sore point.
Is he the senator of the university?
No. Listen, we've had various governors. Sullivan made a vice chancellor. Chimaroke made a vice chancellor. We expected that he too should make a vice chancellor. I mean, take it or leave it.
But he gave you one at Sumas.
Take it or leave it. That's what it is for me.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Our guests have been Workshop Amechi Ugule, who is the head documentation of Ada Education Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And of course, Chinedu Honorable.
Thank you.
Who is the founder and chairman, board of trustees of the Ada Education Foundation. I'm sure those who are watching us must have benefited a lot, or have gained a lot from this interaction. We look forward to September the 26th.
Yes.
And I do hope that those of us who are the media here will be part of that, will be active partners.
Certainly.
There's no way Signature TV will not be active partners.
Certainly.
Of course, on that note, I want to thank you guys. I do hope that when next we have the opportunity to invite you on some other issues, not just about Other Education Foundation, that you've find time to be here. So thank you very much.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you for watching.
There is a new fad in town. Marriage, not for me. I just want to have a baby and live my life. But whose baby will that child be? First, what is forcing this fad on the Nigerian society? Just like same-sex marriage, which the West is pushing on the world, single motherhood is migrating from New York to Nene, and the culprit for this new fad? Pursuit of career and the good life it brings, and the pressure on polygamy. So, no girl today wants to hear of being a second or a third wife, even when the prospect of a respectable and stable married life is sure, and my man is nowhere to be found.
If they feel fulfilled, respected and honored in the responsibility of actually taking care of children and bringing up an individual, more women will be willing to actually take that responsibility. Unlike, because you know, it's not a honor thing. Hey, you're a housewife, or you are only, it's not a honor thing. So a lot of them just wants to go for the career, go for all the other things, struggling with the men, because they feel that that's where the prestige is, as against, if I have brought up a very good child, my prestige is in that child, because, you know, my honor is placed on that child.
To whom does the child of a single parent belong, since he or she does not have an institutional father? The child answers the name of our mother's father, but is he really his child? The question opens a bigger issue, even in a formal and legitimate family. Between the man and the woman, who owns the child?
From different passages to the Bible, a mention of children in the Bible is hundreds of times. And a number of times children were mentioned in the Bible is actually associated with their father. But there are a lot of instances also shows that ownership is attributed to the mother when it comes to bearing the child. They said Sarah did not give birth to a child, and so she was worried about this. But we could also understand that even Sarah herself was saying that she will want to bear a child for Abraham. Herself being a mother was actually concerned about giving a child for her husband. So by what she is saying, even as a woman, she's attributing the ownership to the husband. So there are a lot of instances in the Bible, you see a woman crying for a child. But at the end of the day, you will hear the same woman saying, I want to give birth to a child for the man.
Islamically, the woman, she's having the upper hand because the father rank is around number 5 when we talk about the arrangement of those that can take care of the child in a state whereby there is problem between the husband and the wife. So the first person is the wife, which is the mother, except if that mother is not responsible enough to take care of that child, thinking that the child should be given to her, maybe something bad or negative may happen in the upbringing of this child.
And so the children are ascribed to the man, and the religions decree so. Outside of religion, our patriarchal society gives the children to the man. And so there is a Barack Obama, a Winston Churchill, a Vladimir Putin, and a Muhammad Buhari. But in reality, does the man own the child? and in contributing to the makeup of any human being, does the father play so much role as to be ascribed the ownership of the child?
A child that is not good is for the mother. So the mother owns a child that is not good, but the father owns a child that is good. But the question people would ask is, who trains a good child and who trains a bad child? Who? It's the mother. So the father is just taking and identifying with something that has been trained by a woman as his own, like you said, by mouth.
It is taken for granted that a person's genealogy should be drawn along the father line. And so, A begat B, and B begat C, all father lines. There is, however, evidence, both psychologically and medically, that though the physiological makeup of a person is 50-50 between father and mother, the emotional makeup of every individual derives more from the mother than the father.
Again, if you go back to psychology, the woman owns more power on the life of the child than the father. If a child is, so let's look at adverse childhood experiences. When the woman is the one who has the problem, the child is more likely to grow up damaged than if it is the man who has the problem. So if a woman has a mental health issue and the man has the mental health issue, the woman would affect the child more. If a woman is being beaten in a household where there is domestic violence, the child grows up with a problem. If it is the man that is being, dealt with in the marriage, the children will still struggle and struggle. Maybe he's a man, he should be able to have power over himself. So a woman owns more power, and I think that's why I agree with you that women should be more empowered, because they are the ones who make up the society.
No, I disagree. The woman's contribution to making a child is not dominant. There has equal, even the man is the one that determines the sex of a baby. For example, if a woman is pregnant and is going to have a child, a male child, the man contributes the Y chromosome that makes the child a male. So the man determines the sex of a baby. Having said that, on the matter of intelligence, I doubt it. I debate it, even though there are studies to prove that. In my own case, and those of my siblings, we picked our intelligence from my dad. Perhaps because my mom was not as educated as my dad. But even naturally, I knew my dad has this native intelligence, with or without his education. So that is debatable. There are reasons why children are more emotionally attached or bonded to their mothers than their fathers. For instance, while in the womb, the child is carried there for 9 months. The father has no role to play. And the child gets used to the sound beat of the mother, of the hands of the mother. So much so that when the child is delivered and the child is crying and the mother carries the baby on her chest, the baby says, "This is home," because the sound of the hand becomes familiar. Then, having said that, the child is also fed. We doctors, advise mothers to put their babies to the breast as soon as they are delivered to create a bonding. And this bonding goes on for 1, 2, 3 years. Besides, the father doesn't play, an active role in raising the children, because most times, most fathers are absentee fathers. They leave home in the morning, they return late in the night. So there's no time to impact their own, behavior, attributes to the children. So the children, because they are closer to their mothers, they tend to pick up their characteristics more than their fathers. So it does not in any way, detract from the fact that the father is the owner of the child or contributed equally to the making of that child.
So, is society fair to glorify the man than the woman? And why do people not answer Dr. Abdullahi Rukayat or Chief Nwabueze Ngwanze. Mothers' names are surnames.
Part of the world, in Nigeria, we adopt the patrilineal system of inheritance. In places like Ghana, it is the matrilineal system. Now, there's a reason for adopting the patrilineal system, because we here marry our wives. We pay the bride price and do all necessary rights, and then you become our wife. So the product of such a union should be owned by the man who has a. It's like when I invested in a company and it comes out, and the profit comes out. I should benefit. So that tax belongs to me, not to somebody else. Who I settled the parents before I married home.
I'm not saying mother does not have a part. They are also part owners. I'm not saying that. But the major owner, the have majority shareholder and minority shareholder. The majority shareholder of the child is the father.
Maybe with the fad of single motherhood catching up, and with both medical science and psychology identifying the mother as contributing more in creating individuals in society, the mothers may have it, getting their due for all they do for society. And so here come Bola Ahmed Magaji, Peter Okute Agnes, Jeremiah Obafemi Mary, and Benjamin Nnamdi Rachel.
For me, dialogue will be the best way. But if dialogue did not come, that means protest will move on. If Mr. President will understand when we come together to dialogue the issue facing the Nigerian today, it will be better. But if not, Nigerians are just ready. What is seeing it difficult to survive now. So that is it.
So protesting, if it's for protesting, we have been protesting for quite a long while now and nothing is still happening. So maybe dialogue.
Because most times it seems as if protest works better. Yeah. Because when you do dialogue, it seems like nobody listens to you or nobody knows what, or the gravity of what you're trying to say. So I'd say protest, in as much as it's not really the best, but it's just them say our system.
Dialogue has never solved any problem in Nigeria at all. Look at the case of NSAS. It was dialogue they used before the shooting started. It was just something else. They wanted it peacefully, but another group of people still wanted it violently. So we should all do the things we know we are best at doing, because it was in that case of violence that some issues was resolved during the NSAS. Yes, some issues was resolved during that time. Protest is much better for Nigerians. I think we have that mindset, and we know that whenever we protest about something, we always have a result about it.
Personally, I don't advocate for it. Negotiation would have been better. It is only when negotiation fails then you think of protest. But I don't think the negotiation has failed. You have to present to the chief, because you know power. People don't understand what power is all about. When you get power, when you have power, a lot of sacrifice will come around you and say nothing will happen, or nothing happens. And you use your soldiers, you do your army, you do this. The person doesn't know actually what happens in him, because he's not God. And the power is, the more you see from the cup of power, the taster it becomes. Somebody who has power does not want to challenge, because he's not assuming the position of God. So it is persuasion that counts more than anything you can think about.
Dialogue doesn't work in this part of the world though, because we have been dialoguing, we have been begging, we have been asking the government to do something tangible so that Nigerian youths can get something to do and feed themselves. You can see that parents are suffering. Most of them are going to school, but after that they had nothing to show off. They are roaming in the street doing nothing. So I think we have dialogue for a very long time. I believe that if the youths can protest, I think that would be a better way to let them know what we have in mind.
For years now, dialogue has not helped us. But the issue with Nigeria is because I don't even know. The issue with Nigeria as it stands is even protest might not really help us. I remember ENSAS.
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barikumo Ado. In the headlines, 6.2 trillion naira supplementary budget for minimum wage infrastructure, says Minister. INEC woos young female voters in Edo State. WTO African Group votes Okonjo-Iweala for second term. EU ministers hold roundtable to discuss response to unacceptable Hungary stance. Details in a moment. The federal government says the proposed 6.2 trillion naira supplementary budget will be used to pay the new minimum wage. The Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu, disclosed this while addressing the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriation in Abuja. He said that the funds will be spent on stimulating the economy through the implementation of various infrastructural projects, including road, rail, water, irrigation and dam projects in the 2024 fiscal year with prudent utilization. Senator 3 trillion naira will cater for the newly proposed national minimum wage, and that the bill to that effect will soon be transmitted by President Bola Tinubu to the National Assembly. Bagudu said the proposed budget would also provide counterpart fund for rail projects that are literally stopped for a while, including the longest among them. These, according to him, are the Port Harcourt Main Bridge, which will traverse rivers Imo, ENUGU, Ebonyi, Anambra, Benue, Nasarawa, Plateau, Katsina, Bauchi, Gombe, Yobe, and other parts of the country. The minister said the second project is Badagry Tin Can Port, Lekki Port, while the third one is Lagos-Ibadan Standard Gauge, adding that the fourth one is Kano-Marada Standard Gauge. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources in charge of oil, Heineken Lokbobiri, has convened a high-level meeting with key stakeholders in the oil and gas sector to resolve issues surrounding the Dangote refinery. The meeting, which was held in Abuja on Monday, had in attendance the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, and Farouk Ahmed, who is the Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Others are Benga Kumolafe, Chief Executive, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, and Malam Mele Kari, Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. There's been a recent face-off in the country's oil industry between the leadership of the Dangote Group, the regulatory authorities, and some international oil companies, with Dangote alleged deliberate efforts to frustrate the operations of a refinery. Dangote had declared that NNPC Limited no longer owned a 20% stake in its refinery, stressing that the Nigerian oil company now owns only 7.2% of the refinery due to its failure to pay the balance of their shares, which was due in June. He accused the IOCs of frustrating its refinery operations by selling crude oil to it through their foreign trading arms, offering cargoes at $2 to $4 per barrel above NUPRC official price. Lukpo emphasized the importance of cooperation and synergy among all stakeholders and said it would ensure the success and optimal performance of the oil and gas sector, which he described as pivotal for Nigeria's economic growth and energy security. The Nigerian Navy says its team of a forward operating base, Bonny, under Operation Delta Sanity, has destroyed a camp of suspected crude oil thieves and apprehended 2 suspects in Rivers State. The Director of Naval Information, Commodore Ayuwo Adams Aliu, made this known in a statement on Monday in Abuja, said the team had on Sunday engaged a group of suspected crude oil thieves in a firefight at Elem Akrakama and Elem Tombia general area of Rivers State. According to him, on sighting the team, the suspects were armed on both 2 speedboats, diverted and fled into the camp with the naval personnel in pursuit. He said the team deployed drone surveillance for situational awareness and effective fire, forcing the suspect to retreat into the surrounding creeks, resulting in a decisive victory as the criminals' camp and boats were successfully destroyed. Items recovered from the suspect, he said, include 2 outboard engines and 2 Motorola walkie-talkie radios, amongst others. Adams Aliu recalled that the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, launched the operation in January 2024 to combat crude oil theft in the Niger Delta region, and that the successes of the operation led to its extension in April 2024 and another extension in July 2024. The Theatre Commander Joint Task Force Northeast Operation had in Kai Major General Waidi Shuaibu has handed over the latest rescued Chibok girl, Ilyi Abdul, to Borno State government. Speaking at the handover ceremony on Monday in Maiduguri, Shuaibu said a rescue brought to 19 the number of Chibok girls rescued through direct military operations. Given details of a rescue, the Acting General Officer commanding GOC 7 Division, Maiduguri, Brigadier General AGL Haruna, said the girl was rescued on June 23rd with 2 children by troops during an operation within the Sambisa forest. The Army also handed over to Borno government on Monday 330 rescued persons, made up of 110 women and 220 children. The Anambra State Governor, Chukwuma Soludo, has given out 1,040,000 seedlings of economic trees to members of the public. The distribution ceremony, which took place at Achebe Stadium, Fege Onitsha, is the second in the last 2 years of his conscious effort to revolutionize agriculture in the state. Signature TV News Bureau Chief in Anambra, Ndu Okbaleze, filed in the report.
Excited by the luxuriant growth of oil palm and coconut seedlings they got from the state government last year, the Anambra trooped out from all corners of the state to benefit once again. This time around, the government diversified further by adding pawpaw, soursop, kola nut, bitter kola and breadfruit seedlings to oil palm and coconut. Governor Chukwuma Soludo said at the event that he aims at hitting 2.2 million seedlings by the end of this year adding that distribution across the 326 wards of the state was through the Omonna Kindred system. He vowed to revolutionize agriculture, which gave the East and Nigeria in general economic fortunes in the 60s. The governor also plans to tackle the erosion, which he referred to Anambra's #1 existential threat, by reclaiming land via clean and green agricultural practices.
We have come to officially launch an ongoing program designed to plant at least 10 million seedlings in Anambra State over the next few years. The light of the nation is on the rise. In terms of natural resources, palm oil, coconut oil, and the other rare economic traits will, in the medium term, constitute Anambra's own next oil.
Soludo used the occasion to speak on the impacts of his programs in other areas so far, noting that Anambra now ranks the lowest in states with out-of-school children in Nigeria, just as the state ranks the 5th of the 36 in terms of fiscal sustainability. He remarked that traders are returning to the state due to his government's onslaught against touting, adding that efforts in urban regeneration have seen the government working on close to 500 kilometers of roads, with the transformation of the Okpoko slum near Onitsha into Okpoko New Heaven.
We must exploit, learn from our past to build sustainable prosperity. We must empower people sustainably. Malaysia was built largely on the back of palm plantation, palm revolution. China reduced poverty significantly on the back of agro-allied industrialization. Yes, southeastern Nigeria was the fastest growing sub-region of the world in the late 50s and early 60s on the basis of the palm revolution.
Earlier in the speech, the Minister of Agriculture, Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, represented by Mr. Atom Boba, said the federal government recently provided tons of fertilizer to all the states as a practical demonstration of commitment to agriculture. He disclosed that 2,580 farmers in Anambra have been selected to benefit from the National Agriculture Growth Scheme.
My minister is very happy with ongoing agricultural transformation going on in Anambra State, especially since the inception of the present administration of Professor Sisi Soludo. He has been following the waves of agricultural achievements in the state, and he asked me to tell you that he is very happy about that. In the first place, some of our governors, contemporaries, not actually remember the essence of investing in agriculture, not only in agriculture, but especially in the three crops and staple crops.
The Anambra State Commissioner for Agriculture, Dr. Foster Ihejiofor, during an opening remark, said the free distribution of seedlings aims at moving households out of poverty and industrialization through full utilization of the value chain. Dr. Ihejiofor pointed out that the agricultural revolution in the state is through regenerative practice.
Unveiling an agro-based transformative program, but indeed this program has consequences for every aspect of our lives.
Highlight of the events was the free distribution of the various species of economic tree seedlings to all the people present at the Achebe Stadium, Fege, Onitsha.
The National Orientation Agency, NOA, wants the people of Jigawa State to be vigilant and heed to safety measures to mitigate flooding. The NOA director in the state, Ahmed Ibrahim, said in a statement in Dutse that the call was imperative going by the National Flood Early Warning Systems, which indicated that the state is likely to experience a downpour in the coming weeks. Ibrahim identified human activities as major contributors to climate change, including perennial flood that led to displacement, loss of life and property across the country. The Fuel Center of the Federal Ministry of Environment reports on flood prediction indicates that heavy rainfall may lead to flood in Miga, Rigim, Hadejia, and Jutse. There's also a report of potential failure of a Tiga Dam in Kano, as a result of which excessive rainfall might affect a lot of communities and towns in Jigawa State. The appeal court sitting in Abuja has rejected an appeal to notify the People's Democratic Party PDP primary election that produced Asue Ighodalo as its candidate by the upcoming governorship election in Edo. The appellate court, in a unanimous decision by a three-member panel led by A.M. Lamido on Monday, dismissed the appeal filed by the embattled Deputy Governor of the state, Philip Shaibu, who was earlier impeached from office but recently got reinstated by the court. While dismissing the appeal marked for lack of merit, Lamido held that it found no reason to set aside the May 27 judgment of a federal high court in Abuja, and further ruled that the trial court was right for refusing to invalidate the outcome of a PDP primary election based on the suit by the appellant. It awarded 1 million naira cost against the appellant. Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court had, in his judgment, that was affirmed by the appellate court, held that Shaibu lacked the legal right to seek to nullify the outcome of a primary poll, and that he did not meet the condition precedent to confer such a legal right on him. Shaibu had, in the suit, prayed the court to issue an order stopping the INEC from accepting or recognizing Ighodalo as a gubernatorial flag bearer of PDP in the election, alleging that the primary election was not conducted in compliance with both the Electoral Act and party constitution. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Edo, is calling on young female voters to be ambassadors of the commission ahead of a September 21 governorship election in the state. The state resident electoral commissioner, Dr. ENUGU Onoha, made a call in Benin at a one-day awareness creation for young female voters to actively participate in the election. Onoha said that as ambassadors of the commission, they were critical stakeholders who should sensitize their peers, parents and acquaintances to shun violence and not engage in vote buying or selling. He also urged them to sensitize the electorate on the need to vote for a candidate that they thought could bring development to the state. The rec, however, showed that INEC will conduct the election in line with the mission and vision of its mandate to conduct free, fair and credible elections. Earlier, Victoria Etamesi, Director, Gender Relations, INEC, said that statistics showed that more males voted in the 2023 general election than the females, saying the awareness campaign was part of efforts to ensure that they understood their rights and the power of their votes. FRSC Corps Marshal approves appointment of sector commanders in 20 states. Health Ministry advocates support for successful breastfeeding. Stay with us. back from that short break. The Corps Marshal Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, Shehu Mohammed, has approved the deployment of new sector commanders for 20 states of the Federation. A statement by the Acting Corps Public Education, Olusegun Ogungbemide in Abuja, said that the redeployment was part of strategic intervention mechanisms initiated to drive the policy thrust of the Corps and rejig operational activities in the field commands. He said that the deployment was also propelled by the renewed zeal to reposition the Corps for greater performance and quality service delivery. The FRSC Corps Marshal charged the newly deployed sector commanders to report and hit the ground with immediate effect. This, he said, was pursuant to the enormous task and responsibility that has been outlined for them to carry out for the enhancement of safety on the roads. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, University of Abuja chapter, has announced the suspension of its 82-day strike with immediate effect. Chairperson of ASU, Dr. Silvanus Ugo, announced the suspension of a strike at a news briefing in Abuja on Monday, shortly after the Congress held by the union. Ugo hinged the suspension of a strike on the union's engagement with the institution's new governing council, with promise to review all their demands and address them. ASU had on May 2nd embarked on indefinite strike to protest violation of its established laws, including appointments and promotions of members of staff in the absence of a governing council. Ugo said that the council also agreed to review the process of employment, which the union was against, and review the issue of promotion, especially the 2022-2023 exercise. He said that since the inauguration of the council, the union had been engaging in council and university management. Ugo said that the council met with ASU on July 18 and communicated to it in writing on the issues bordering on the strike. He added that the new council had also directed that the election into the positions of Dean of Faculties and Provost of College of Health Sciences be conducted. The Ministry of Health and Social Welfare has advocated support and encouragement for breastfeeding mothers to successfully breastfeed their babies. The Director of Press and Public Relations of the Ministry, Patricia Deworishe, disclosed this in a statement on Monday in Abuja to precede the commemoration of the World Breastfeeding Week. According to her, the World Breastfeeding Week held from August 1 to August 7 and is a yearly global campaign instituted to raise awareness on the health and well-being outcomes of breastfeeding on infants, young children, mothers, families, and the society at large. The global theme for this year's World Breastfeeding Week is Closing the Gap, Breastfeeding Support for All. The theme emphasizes the collective responsibility of all to ensure that every mother receives the support she needs to make breastfeeding a successful and fulfilling experience. According to her, in order to successfully breastfeed their babies, mothers need support from the health system, family members, community members, and workplace. The watershed said that the ministry also recommended early initiation of breastfeeding within an hour of birth and exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of life. She said it also encouraged continued breastfeeding up to 2 years of age or beyond, with the introduction of appropriate complementary food as from 6 months. She said that the general public was being reminded that breastfeeding provided many unmatched proven health benefits for babies and mothers, as well as potential economic benefits for households and communities. Deworishe said that the ministry, in collaboration with its partners and stakeholders, will commence activities for the week on August 1 with community outreaches, training of health workers, and media campaign, among others. Manufacturers Association of Nigeria MAN, Southwest Zone, has appealed to Oyo State Government and the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, to resolve the land use charge crisis between them, saying it's affecting its members. The chairman of MAN in the zone, Lanre Pokbola, said in an interview on Monday that the power outage in the last 4 days occasioned by the land use charge crisis, had left many manufacturing industries inoperative. The Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company, IBEDC, had on Sunday issued a statement notifying its customers of the power outage due to the sealing off of their Yede substation of TCN over non-payment of land use charge. The band chairman decried the dilly-dallying approach between the state government and TCN, adding that nothing had yet to be done, that all the affected companies were out of electricity supply with no end in sight. Bokbola said that the association had reached out to the state government through the Commissioner for Land and on the issue. He also said that he had met with the managing director of IBEDC and that efforts had also been made to discuss with TCN. Abuja Electricity Distribution Company, AEDC, has announced the appointment of Chijoke Okwokenye as the acting managing director with immediate effect. The appointment was announced in a statement issued by the head, Marketing and Corporate Communication, AEDC, Adefisayo Akinsoya in Abuja on Monday. Akinsoya said that the appointment was part of the company's transformation agenda to help position it as a foremost customer-focused electricity distribution company in the country's power sector. He said that Okwokenye had before his appointment served as the company's chief operating officer, where he oversaw strategic support units and embedded the company's generation projects. Speaking on the appointment, chairman of the company's board of directors, Stanley Lawson, described Okwokenye as an experienced leader who had been part of the company's transformation agenda. Lawson said that the new managing director was well suited to drive its corporate turnaround. According to Akisaya, AEDC is an electricity company committed to delivering dependable electricity to millions of people across the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Kogi, Niger, and Nasarawa states. Said that in May 2023, a Transcorp-led consortium had become a core investor in AEDC for a 60% acquisition of the company's shares. The African Group at the World Trade Organization, WTO, has presented a proposal at its General Council to re-elect Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as Director General of the organization. The Director of Press and Public Relations in the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Adebayo Thomas, said in a statement in Abuja that the proposal is for members to consider Okonjo-Iweala to run for another term as Chief Executive Officer of the organization. Thomas said the proposal was to also enable the chair of the General Council to commence the process of the appointment of a Director General as soon as possible. He quoted Nigeria's permanent representative to WTO, Abdul Hamid Adamu, and said that members debated on the issue and that all members pointed to all the efforts and qualities of Okonjo-Iweala and her contributions to the organization, which enhanced a lot of progress and development. He said that all the members affirmed that she deserves to be reappointed as the Director General and resolved that the General Council Chair should start consultations on the process of appointment soonest as approved by the Council. Responding, Okonjo-Iweala thanked all members and assured that she would respond soonest without acceptance after consultation with family members. Let's take a short break. Australian police said on Tuesday that a 43-year-old man had been charged with allegedly trafficking a teenager from Indonesia for sex work, while a woman was arrested in Jakarta for allegedly recruiting victims to be sent to Australia. The Australian Federal Police AFP said a man was charged with one count of child trafficking, which carries a maximum penalty of 25 years in jail.
In December 2022, the AFP Specialist Team, Human Trafficking Team, began Operation Marani after receiving intelligence that a number of foreign nationals were breaching their visa conditions and engaging in sex work in New South Wales. Investigators identified an Arncliffe man linked to several of these females who were engaged in sex work in Australia. The AFP shared this intelligence with the Indonesian National Police, which resulted in the execution of simultaneous search warrants in New South Wales and in Jakarta in March 2024. In Australia, search warrants were conducted at residential premises in Banksia and Arncliffe, where additional foreign nationals were identified as potential victims of human trafficking. The investigation has resulted in 7 women being removed from sexual exploitation here in New South Wales. A number of other female foreign nationals have been identified as potential victims of human trafficking. A number of other women who were still in Indonesia in Jakarta have been identified, and we will allege they were being prepared to be trafficked to Australia for the purpose of sexual exploitation. And 2 people have been arrested, one here in New South Wales and one in Jakarta in Indonesia. This has been a really complex investigation undertaken by a dedicated team of specialists in human trafficking here in Sydney. On the 10th of July, AFP investigators, as part of Operation Marani, arrested a 43-year-old male from Arncliffe and charged him with facilitating the travel of a 17-year-old child to Australia from Indonesia for the purpose of sexual exploitation. The offence carries a maximum penalty.
Into the alleged trafficking called Operation Mirani began in December 2022 after police received information that foreign nationals in Australia were being forced into sex work. A Palestinian death toll from the unceasing Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip has risen to 39,006, according to a report from the Gaza-based health authorities. The authorities claim that 23 people were in the past 24 hours killed by the Israeli military and wounded 91 others. The total injuries now stand at 89,818 since the Palestinian-Israeli conflict broke out in early October 2023. It said at least 70 Palestinians were killed and more than 200 others injured during Israeli attacks in southern Gaza Strip city of Khan Yunis on Monday. Israel Defense Forces, IDF, said in a statement on Monday that it called on Gazan civilians to temporarily evacuate from specific areas of Khan Yunis, claiming intelligence indicated that terrorists were operating and firing rockets in these areas and that Hamas was making efforts in reassembling its forces there. Since the morning, the Israeli Air Force and IDF artillery forces have struck more than 30 terror infrastructure sites in Khan Yunis, including the area from which a projectile was launched towards Nimri in southern Israel earlier on Monday. Al-Qassim Brigades, the armed wing of Hamas, said its fighters had hit 3 Israeli Merkava tanks and 1 Israeli military bulldozer in the eastern part of Khan Yunis. According to the militant group, its fighters had engaged in close-range battles with the Israeli army, causing casualties among Israeli soldiers. It also carried out an explosion that struck Israeli soldiers who were trying to destroy a tunnel. Palestinian factions signed Beijing Declaration on ending schism and strengthening Palestinian solidarity after holding reconciliation talks in the Chinese capital city from July 21 to 23. A closing ceremony for the reconciliation talks was held on Tuesday morning. At the invitation of the Chinese side, representatives of 14 main Palestinian factions attended the reconciliation talks. There's a second round of reconciliation talks for the Palestinian factions in Beijing, following the first round in April. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has said multiple times that China always firmly supports the just cause of Palestinian people, restoring their legitimate national rights, supports Palestinian factions in realizing reconciliation through dialogue and consultation. It also supports the achievement of Palestinian solidarity and unity, as well as the establishment of an independent state of Palestine at an early date, said China will continue to make unremitting efforts to this end. European Union foreign ministers met in Brussels on Monday to evaluate how to respond to trips by Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban to Russia and China and his country's positioning over the EU's role in Ukraine. Hungary took over the 6-month rotating presidency of the bloc in July, and almost immediately Orban went to Moscow and Beijing in what was described as a peace mission, despite none of the EU partners being aware or mandating him to do so. He also left a NATO summit early to meet former US President Donald Trump. Orban's foreign minister has since questioned the EU's role in Ukraine. Some member states would like the bloc to show a tougher stance on Budapest, and among the ideas would be to boycott or downgrade the attendance of ministers at an informal meeting in Budapest at the end of August, although there is division among the countries on its utility. Bangladesh Prime Minister blames opposition for protest as tourists welcome foreign police reinforcement ahead of Paris 2024. 2 killed, 13 injured in Nepal's balcony collapse. Stay with us. Pakistani police detained 2 close aides of jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan on Monday in a raid on his Pakistani Tehreek-e-Insaf (PTI) party secretariat, but later released one of them, the party and local media said. A police contingent cordoned off the secretariat in Islamabad and detained the party's acting chairman, Goa Ali Khan, and his secretary, Information Rauf Hassan. Party spokesman Zulfikar Bukhari told Reuters in a WhatsApp message. Some supporters were seen outside the PTI office on Monday, chanting slogans in support of Imran Khan and his party. The acting chairman was released shortly after being detained, the party said. There was no immediate word on whether Hassan remained in custody. It was also not clear whether the 2 men had been charged. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina blamed the political opponents for deadly violence that swept the country during recent student-led protests against quotas in government jobs, stating on Monday that a curfew would be lifted when the situation improved. The comments came a day after the South Asian country's top court agreed to scrap most job quotas in a ruling on Sunday, following days of clashes between protesters and security forces that prompted the government to shut down internet services, impose a curfew, and deploy the army. Hospital data showed at least 147 people were killed in one of the worst outbreaks of violence in recent years. Hasina, 76, won a 4th straight term in power in January in a national election boycotted by the main opposition party. Hasina blamed the main opposition Bangladesh Nationalist Party and the Jamaat-el-Islami Party and its student wing for the violence that started last week. Tourists were surprised on Monday by dozens of foreign police officers patrolling the French capital to reinforce local officers ahead of the Olympic Games. As if they were movie stars, foreign officers from countries like Brazil, Spain and Korea were asked for pictures by the surprised tourists at the iconic Sacred Cow Basilica. A U.S. tourist said it helped the international crowds be more at home and feel safer. More than 200 Spanish police officers will patrol French cities, while some other 20 Brazilians will help their French colleagues. French police said in their X account that a total of 1,800 police officers from more than 40 countries are expected to help them. The extra officers would help during the unprecedented Olympics opening ceremony on the Seine River next Friday. Some 45,000 police will be dispatched to ensure the ceremony's security, including special intervention forces. Snipers will be deployed on top of buildings along the route. An anti-drone system will be in place. With wars in Gaza and Ukraine and security concerns at home, France already has its security alert at its highest level. Officials have said there were no specific terror threats to the July 26 ceremony. 2 people were killed and 13 others were injured on Monday after a balcony collapsed in Italy's Naples, ANSA news agency reported. It said around 800 people were evacuated from the building. Injured residents were transferred to the hospital, of which 2 were in critical condition and 3 others sustained minor injuries. Emergency workers and vehicles were seen at the incident site, where a body was trapped on a part of a fallen balcony. Authorities say the cause of the collapse was yet to be determined, and an investigation was launched into the incident. Japan's tough government spokesperson Yoshimasa Hayashi said it was critical to pay hikes to broaden among smaller firms for the central bank to consider raising interest rates in a sign of the administration's focus on achieving sustained wage gains. The remarks came ahead of the bank's Japan BOJ policy meeting on July 30 to 31, where the board is likely to discuss whether conditions have fallen into place to raise Japan's near-zero interest rates. Hayashi, who was chief cabinet secretary, said it was crucial for Japan to achieve a positive cycle in which firms can pass on higher costs through price hikes so they can earn enough to keep raising pay. The BOJ excited negative interest rates and bond yield control in March and a shift away from a decade-long radical stimulus program, and markets are warming up to the idea of a rate hike at this month's policy meeting. Meanwhile, on foreign policy, Hayashi said Japan will continue to work with the U.S. for peace on Taiwan Strait, regardless of who ends up in the White House after the presidential election. The comments come after Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump claimed Taiwan should pay the U.S. for its defense, raising concerns over American support for the island nation should the former president be re-elected. That's the global news. Thanks for watching. Barry Kumo Ado was my name.
I'm your baby girl, Queenette Mokonta. You know how we do it. You know how the drill is. We give you stories and we give you interesting guests. So our first story today, Chibike Josh Alfred, popularly known as Josh Tufani, has spoken on the competition in the Nigerian comedy and content creating industry. Josh Tufani, however, said he has no competition in comedy industry, stressing that his skits are interpreted in foreign languages in Europe and Asia. He said those claiming that there is no competition in the content creating industry are only sugarcoating. He also frowned at the action of some of his colleagues who copy his trends and style without crediting him. Up next, Ariana Grande has endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to the Democratic Party candidate for the presidential election. This comes after President Joe Biden stepped down as the Democratic Party candidate on Sunday and endorsed his vice Harris as the party's flag bearer. Sharing a picture of the president and his vice via her Instagram story, Grande called on her followers to register to vote for the Democratic Party. President Trump, he said, Kamala Harris will be easier to defeat in the November poll than Biden. Finally, our baby girl Cardi B has hacked Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic Party candidate for the United States presidential election. Cardi B, who had earlier suggested that Harris should be the Democratic Party candidate after President Joe Biden's debate with the Republican Party candidate, Donald Trump welcomed the news of Biden stepping down and endorsing Harris with excitement. President Joe Biden stepped down as the Democratic Party candidate on Sunday and endorsed his vice, Kamala Harris, as his party's flag bearer. Cardi B has said in May that she won't be voting in the November poll if the two major candidates remain incumbent President Joe Biden and the Democratic Party and his predecessor Donald Trump of the Republican Party. She explained that she used to see Trump as a dire threat, but under Biden she felt layers and layers of disappointment from what she sees as domestic and foreign mismanagement. That's all we have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll introduce you to our guests. So stay tuned. Welcome back. I told you we have an interesting guest in our studio today. She's a DJ. She is a DJ. And her name is DJ Flossie. She has DJ in so many events, weddings, burials, and all the rest of them. Welcome to our studio, DJ Flossie.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
How are you?
I'm fine.
How was your day?
Fine, fine.
Oh, welcome. So can you tell us your real name?
My name is Chinenye Onedibe. Florence.
Florence?
Yes.
Okay, DJ Onedibe Florence.
Yes.
Okay, so how did your name, DJ Flossie, come about?
From Florence.
You just shortened it, Flossie.
Yes, yes.
O'Shea. All right, so take us on your journey of this DJ stuff you started.
I started it when I was very small. I like music.
Okay.
I love music. I started with the time I am selling plates, cassettes. You know that old cassette?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Let's say around 2020, 2029.
2019?
2019, I mean to say 2019.
Okay.
I'm selling plates. After the way I'm putting music in the morning, I like to put
You like to play music?
yeah, I play music, worship, after worship, praises, then afternoon blues, all those things.
Okay.
People start calling me DJ that you love the music. I say, okay, wow. I later buy laptop. I call DJs, many DJs, come to my shop, my office, and teach me
how to
do
okay,
DJs.
so you learned this from other DJs?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So from that place, I started getting work. All these people call me.
People where exactly?
Yes.
Feel free to tell us. Feel free to tell us.
I call me one funny thing. That time I don't have instrument. That time, then I call one. They say the one of this thing call me, say that I want you to come and cover events. I say okay, no problem.
Who
How
called
much?
You? Is it for a wedding?
No, just end of the year party.
In a school?
No, that's end of the year party. All these meeting things.
Okay, meeting.
Yes.
Okay, club meeting.
Yes,
club
club meeting. You just call me. So I don't have speaker. I say only laptop. I say okay. Let me call one. Sound engineer. A to Z. I say how much you rent amp, all those things.
Okay, you rented.
Yes, all those things, equipment for the event. Okay. Say that time, say now this thing, I think say 15,000. I say, I don't have that money. I don't know how much those people pay me. Also, later collect this thing 7,000 naira for me for the equipment. I told those people those people pay me 15,000 naira.
Generally for
everything.
That was in 2019.
Yes.
Okay.
Because of I want to go out so that people will see me.
You went okay.
I want to go out. So after everything, I collected money. I play music. People like my music, like everything.
So what kind of music do you play for? Do you do hip hop or you mix?
Hip hop, everything, even high life, everything. I mix it up. People like it. Everybody say, give me a number, give me a number, give me a number.
Which one is your favorite?
Favorite.
The one you were very interested in.
Everyone, anyone you call me, even Christian music, if any event you call me, I will cover it very well. Anyone, yeah, anyone you call me, I'll cover it very, very well.
Okay.
Because now, even this coming Saturday, I have events.
Okay, what kind of events?
It's birthday party.
Okay.
I think 120 years birthday party. It's a very big event. It's a VIP event, not.
Okay. A 120-year birthday party.
Yes.
Okay.
Even August, I have every month. I always go to events.
So you said in 2019. You collected 15,000 naira.
Yes, but now.
Okay, so now how much do you charge?
If you call me for events, from 100 up, depending what you are doing, the kind of the events you are doing, and the location.
Okay. So the location, the location and the kind of event. Why did you say location?
Because depending the distance.
Okay.
No, assuming
the logistics and all the rest
yes, because let me say, if you call me, I went Lagos last 3 years for events. Then if you call me for events for this Enugu town, it different to if you call me to village like Abuogbe, Nkano, Nsoka. It's not different amounts. Yeah.
Okay, so how do you do your DJ stuff? Because I know you're physically not strong. Do you stand or do you sit while doing your...
No, I like to stand. If I
You
play
stand?
music, yes, I stand.
With your crutches?
Yes, sometimes I'll keep it to one side and stand and play my music after everything.
For how long though?
Any amount.
Really?
Anytime.
While
For
standing?
morning, yes. For morning, anytime I'll stand to play music. Music are giving me happiness. Are giving me joy. I'm not feeling anything. But to waka, if you tell me to go just from this place to that junction, no, I can't. I can't go in.
But when it comes to music, you can.
Yes, I'll stand and do anything.
So what's the biggest event you've actually done a DJ in?
There are many.
Name one.
There are many this thing. We have I done on this thing, I forget the dates, but it's last 2 months on 20, I think on 28, 29, Mommy, Professor Joy Onyeso event.
Okay.
It's a VIP event, it's a biggest event. And also wedding. All this wedding.
You've done a DJ for wedding?
Yes, I have wedding next month 17. Yes.
Okay. So in this wedding, I'm sure you have an MC, right?
Yes, I have MC.
So how do you get your crowd engaged with your music, especially when they feel bored or something? Like you said, you've had events in wedding.
Yes.
And you still have one coming up.
Yes.
So how do you get your audience engaged in your music when they're like tired or bored for this particular kind of songs you're playing? So how do you do it?
Well, if I notice that some people are just keep quiet or some people are doing somehow, I just put hot music so make people to dance, make people to let me put it like this. If I go to events, I know what I will do for the event, especially in the end of the event. Let's say we don't finish everything, I will just, let me stage, just put ogene, all this ogene music, all this high life, people will just dance. I have many videos on this thing, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, everything.
So you're active on all your social media?
Yes.
And people get reached to you through
everything.
So what's your social media name?
Onedibe Flozzy is Facebook.
Okay, not DJ Flozzy.
Onedibe DJ Flozzy.
Okay, Onedibe DJ Flozzy.
Yes, Onedibe. DJ Flozzy is Facebook.
Other handles?
Instagram, DJ Flozzy.
Are you
Twitter.
active there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So what's your plan? Like, you continue with your DJ stuff? Do you have other skills you do or something?
Yes, I'm a business girl. I always busy.
What kind of business do you do?
Well, I'm selling all these electrical materials, all these things, bulb, all this charger, everything. There are many.
Okay. So you handle a business and you're a DJ.
Yes.
So how do you blend the two?
It's my business.
Okay.
If I have work, I'll close my office
and you go for it.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So there's no one that is, don't you think one is having a lapse or something?
No, no, no.
So the DJ is your passion?
Yes, my DJ is passion. I have it. I love it.
Okay. So how do you cope with the male in the DJ industry? Because I mean, you know, the female are smaller than the male.
Yes, but now we have many
female
DJs.
Okay. So how do you cope with it? Don't you feel threatened, or don't you feel like, oh, I'm a female and something, and your physical problems or something?
No, I'm not feeling anything about it because I love what I'm doing.
Okay.
For this physical challenge, this one make me happy. People are using this one and give me a lot of work. Even the outside ENUGU, I'm going to always go to outside ENUGU, even Port Harcourt, Abuja, many places.
Despite the physical challenge.
Yes.
Wow. You must be very good at your DJ.
By God's grace, I'm good.
I must applaud you for that, because I thought probably because of the physical challenge, people might be like, you won't be able to do it and all that. But you said you could stand for
any
very long period of time.
Yes. Because, I want to tell you something because I just remember something now.
Okay.
One time, somebody called me for outside for this thing, for one event, open new house that time.
The house opening?
Yes, the house opening.
Okay.
Then that time, we talk about the money. After everything, we say, okay, I will pay you, I will give you money. Then later, the person who called me, I said, okay, let me forget about it. Some months, he called me back, I want to see you. I said, no problem. See me, I see address, all those things. The person, if you see car.
Okay, the person sent a car to come pick you?
No, just come to my office.
Okay.
If you see car, I just come and say, the person just called me on phone. The man, that man just called me on phone. I say, yes, see me here. I just say, is it you or another person? I say, it's me, DJ Flows. They say, no. I beg God, call me another person. I say, no, it's me.
Okay, he was surprised.
He was surprised. I say, no, is it you, is DJ Flows? I say, yes.
He was
sir.
expecting to see somebody, a big person.
I say, it's me. I say, okay. I say, okay. Can you give me your video? Can you give me? I say, okay, no problem. I have many videos on my phone. Watch it. Just watch it. I say, okay. The work, I think the is 170,000 I priced that time. Because of that thing, he gave me 300,000.
Okay.
That time. Then after the work, you're supposed to stay. Stay for 2 days. We stay for 4 days because I give them what they want. Okay. Pay me very well. Then I use that thing, buy keyboard, because I like keyboards. I like to play keyboards.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thanks for coming, DJ Fluzzy, to our studio. Thanks very much for coming, and we loved how you gave us details in your DJ life. We're going on a short break, and we have another guest in the studio, so stay tuned. Welcome back from that short break. And I told you we have another guest here with us. He's an up and becoming artist. His name is That's Chumzi. Welcome to our studio, That's Chumzi.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
All right. So, That Chumzi, can you tell us a little bit about your background?
About my background, well, where do I start from, like right now?
Your name, your real name.
Okay, my name is
School and all that stuff.
Anyekwe Viator Ogugwa. Like I'm from Imo State, in Idato local government area. So my stage name is Dachimzi. Yeah. So any other thing you would love to know?
Your school and all the rest of them. Your background.
Okay, like I went to, like I'm a graduate. I graduated from a metallurgical training institution, Anambra State.
Okay.
Yeah, studied steel fabrication and welding engineering.
Okay.
Graduated 2021. So yeah, I'm now facing life. I get from a family of 5.
Okay.
Yeah, we are 2 guys and 3 girls.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have like 3 sisters. So I just have like my mom because my dad is late.
All right.
Yeah, so that's just it.
So what inspired you to go into music?
Going into music has just been something like I love, like doing. Started from like right from when I was little.
Okay.
So like I grew up around artists, like, so I just like love seeing them record, dropping their hit songs and everything. So I just started like vibing to it and all those kind of things. So that's how I started.
Really?
So from there it has been my thing, like no stress, like my thing.
You just like the music thing. And
I
that's
love music. Like I love music. Music is just like my thing. Yeah, I just have like passion for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who's your biggest influence in the music industry?
I think everyone has been doing better. So I don't really think I have like that favorite because if I'm to call my favorites, they are much. So I don't know.
I mean, you should call them if you want to. Like
Everybody's doing like OBO, Runtown,
Okay.
like yeah. So like these are my Fino, all these artists.
Okay, so what kind of music do you do?
I do like it's just my thing. Like anyone, I do Afro, I do hip hop, I can rap, I can even like do high life. Anyone.
Anyone. You can do high life too.
Anyone, like just my thing. Like anything, I can vibe to it. So,
Really?
yeah.
So how has the music industry helped you do?
Well, it hasn't been so easy, but I'll be like just going with the system and how everything works. So
Have you dropped a hit song?
Yeah, I've been dropping songs. And I still have like a current like music that will just like drop. Like the video will be dropping very soon.
Okay.
Titled Hali. So
Hali.
yeah, Hali.
Hali.
Like hallelujah.
Oh, hallelujah.
Yeah.
Can you sing it for us a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I did thank God say level I dey see myself today, no be why I been dey. Say dreams where they get see when I sleep, see now be living in reality, yeah. See tell me wetin God he no fit do, see God he no be man, yeah. I dey thank God he say God no be man, that's why I pray halle, halle, say hallelujah, man on fire. I dey pray to Jah, Hosanna, open my way for me. Make I dey go places my leg never go before.
Interesting,
Yeah, so like,
interesting. Okay, so what strategies have you used in your music industry?
I don't really like I don't know how to put it.
Put it
Well,
anyhow.
Well, it's
Do
kind
you
of
have a
confusing me.
producer?
Yeah, I don't have like one specific like producer. Like
Okay.
I just work with like any available producers. Like anyone that I just feel like okay, like this person is good, so we could just like vibe. And then I've not been going to like a studio. It has been like maybe kind of like outdoor, maybe just like a home setting studio or something like that.
Okay.
So you might just like have someone,
Mm.
a producer come in and then just record and something like that. Sha. So,
Immediately.
yeah, immediately. And it's no stress for me. Like I hardly write songs. Else I just want to like okay, just take my time, write out this thing. But once I hear a beat, I'll just like
You
sing
just
to it.
Deliver.
Deliver. That's
So it
the
comes
thing.
to you like an inspiration or something.
Like very, very well. Like, it comes to me like an inspiration. Like just like I said, it has always been my thing. So
Yeah. Wow.
yeah.
So you can come up with something like right now.
I can really come up with something like right now. Like no stress. I'm telling you.
Wow.
Yeah. I can really come up with.
Can you come up with a song with Signature TV tagged on it?
Why not? Why won't I?
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. We'll come to that anyways.
Alright.
So what has been your challenges? Have you faced any challenges in this music industry?
Yeah, actually, like I've been facing a lot of challenges because, well, try to like push yourself and everything. Like, it requires a lot, with the funds and everything. So, like it has been like challenging for me. So, but I still keep pushing. So we don't stop. So
Do you look up to featuring in a show or?
Yeah, actually, I'm looking up to like featuring like maybe like all these top artists or even like my same like level.
Have you featured
artists.
anyone though, the leveled artists?
Yeah, sure. But like it has not been easy because the rising artists we have here in ENUGU have been like,
I understand.
yeah, so it's not like easy getting to. Everybody wants to like feature the top.
Yeah, that's true.
So knowing that we are okay, like we are good, but they just want to like go to the top.
So if you're given the opportunity to feature with a hit artist, who would you love to feature with?
I would love to feature Runtown. I would love to have I would love to have like Davido. I would love to have like even Techno, like all these artists, Olamide, Bado, like if I still have a Odumo Du Black on my this thing, I will deliver. Like I will just give you the chorus. You will just like, get to like vibe on it. So yeah,
Okay.
and so many artists out there. So
Okay. So would you like to, if you have an opportunity to get a job now,
yeah,
would you like to go for that job, or you continue in music, a job that pays real big?
why won't I? Anything for the money. If I should get a well-paid job, like music can still be my side hustle. Music can still be something like once I'm working and I'm being paid. You understand? Once I'm working and I'm being paid, so I could still like maybe just keep dropping my songs, pushing them online, and I'm still doing what I'm doing. So yeah, it can still work for me.
So like, what strategies do you have to push your songs for people everywhere to listen to it?
Well, I just have to like, I think I have to just, the promotion matters. So I just have to like go through like radio stations, and then visit other promoters that will help me like both online and then shows. Yeah, maybe like putting me through like in like shows, like concerts for me to go perform, and then people getting to like recognize me or something like that.
Okay, what about your social media strategies?
Yeah, I post on my social media as well. So I think I just have to like promote like my contents to be able to like get to the audience or something like that. So
okay.
Yeah.
So what's your long-term goal for your music?
My long-term goal for my music, is, well, like, just like I see, like I'm still looking forward to like dropping like so many hits. Like I still have like so many unrecorded like hits songs that I've not like yet to drop or something like that. So I just know like I'll still get to give the people like what they want. Yeah. So
you're saying something about funds and the rest of them?
yeah, because I'm trying my best actually. So like I'm doing my best.
In what aspect?
Like maybe getting to like promote my music. So I'll get to like pay the promoters, like some promoters be like, okay, you have to pay for this, that, and then it is very, very difficult getting like maybe the promoter will put you through all these big concerts for you to like perform and all those kind of things. So yeah, but I do get like called for all these shows. So yeah, like I was at Go Uni. To perform, like I performed to the students. Yeah, so and it was all vibe and they loved it. So yeah.
So do you look up to performing in other events like weddings or?
Yeah,
birthday?
sure. Because I still have I have the kind of songs I can perform in a wedding ceremony or something like that. So I still have like any place like I could perform anywhere, even in a church.
Okay, yeah. Because you just sang a Hallelujah song right now.
I just make music like everyone could like. I don't make music for myself. I make music like people will get to like music for people. So that's just the thing.
You said you even said something about high life.
Yeah, like high life. I can really like.
Can you do a freestyle on high life or something?
Okay, where do I go? I don't know where to start from. I think maybe getting to make a freestyle on high life, I need maybe like instruments for it or something like that. So I don't think it's something I could like just make up on my head like that. So I need something of that. So
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you remember I said you're going to do a freestyle for Signature TV.
Yeah, you made mention of that.
Okay, so are you ready?
I can give it a try.
Okay.
Yeah, give it my best.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
All right. So I just feel a lot better. Coming to Signature TV, make I just make them everything I get to. I don't know, say as I do my freestyle, say people out there, they watch for their TV, they go they see me, they just feel me. I don't know, say then go they feel am for their Signature TV, like yeah. So I just it, yeah.
Okay. So what's your plan for getting famous or something?
My plan on getting famous, like just reaching my goals, and once I'm there, like giving people what they want, and people like it. So that's just the thing. But I still want to be free, like I still want to be free as a bird, like not being famous and then maybe
Being free as a bird, like you don't want to be a celebrity.
I want to be but being a celebrity is not easy. So I just want that kind of like celebrity like lifestyle that you could still like be free, like going out, coming in, not like being indoor and all. So yeah, socializing, so depression will not get to me.
How? What do you mean by depression will not get to you?
Yeah, so I don't want like staying indoors and then just be like, okay, when you go to the shopping mall and then people will be like, hey, this one, that, choose all those kind of things. But like, I just want to be free. Like, I still want to like socialize with people.
Yeah. But I don't think that's possible. If you're famous, you have to be out there for, especially when they love your music.
Yeah, exactly. So, but what can I do? So I just anyhow it goes. I'm not there yet, so maybe till then I'll understand.
That's what I'm asking you. How do you plan getting there? Because you're an up and becoming artist. So how do you plan getting there?
I'll just say till I'm there. I'll just say until I'm there. So I don't know, but until I'm there. But I don't know, but until I'm there.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have more of that Chomzi. So please stay tuned. Welcome back from that short break. And before we left, we had that Chomzi in our studio. We're asking him some questions and we'll continue with him. So that Chomzi, how do you maintain the balance between a public person and a private person?
Well, maintaining the balance of a public person and as a
Private
private
person,
person. Well, should I say, like, when it comes to being an introvert and an extrovert, is that what you're talking about? Okay, when it comes to that, I'm an ambivert, so I do well private, like me, private me, and then in public as well. So,
Okay.
like, I just maintain that standard.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you hold a conversation or interaction with your fans?
Yeah, I do well. Like, I'm outspoken, and
Okay.
then I socialize well. So I just like I'm free spirited. So like I just like kind of like make contacts and all. So yeah.
You just talk to them. But you were saying something about you being a celebrity and you wanting to be. So if you have so
Yeah.
much fans,
You can't talk to so many people at a time.
Exactly.
So, yeah. So I just have to like do my thing. I'll do the ones like I could do, and then yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with media ambition?
Like how?
Okay, how do you deal with media ambition and public scrutiny? Like, how have you ever had an address false rumor before?
No. Yeah. I have.
Okay.
Yeah. I have. So like I've been doing it. I've been in it. So yeah, I have.
Like, tell us how.
Okay. Like how? I don't understand. Sorry.
Okay, I meant,
Yeah.
have you had a false rumor in the media before?
False rumor?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't get that. No, nope. I haven't.
You
Yeah.
haven't,
No,
okay.
I haven't.
So who are your key people in your support system? Who are the people you want to help you in your music?
It has always been my family, and then some of my friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
They
like-
help you push.
Yeah, they help me push my songs. And then most artists, like most rising artists that has been like come to Future Me has been like people I know. You
Okay.
understand? Yeah, people that also look up to me. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So how has fame changed you as a person? Has it changed you in any way?
No, I'm still me. I'm still me. I don't think it will still like change me.
Even in the future?
Yeah, even in the future. I don't think it will still like change me. I'll be me, I'll always be me. Yeah. So I don't think fame will ever change me.
You
or
seem like a
anything.
very quiet person.
I mean,
person.
I don't know, but I've been getting that from people. So I will get that from people. I don't know for myself, but I think I am. Like, I'm just very, very calm.
You said you're not an introvert, you're not an extrovert,
Yeah.
you're in between.
So in between. It depends. Like whenever I'm comfortable, I get to like
Whenever you're comfortable in a
like,
place.
Yes, whenever I'm comfortable in a place or around people,
Okay.
I do get to like socialize very, very well. But if I'm not comfortable, yeah, that other side of me might just be there. I'll just keep to myself, and then I'll talk while I've been asked or something like that.
So like, if you don't get comfortable with your crowd,
Yeah,
you won't deliver.
I've got to deliver.
Okay.
Because that's what I'm meant for. I've got to deliver. Even if my mouths are shaking, and I've got to deliver.
You have to give them.
Yeah, I have to give them.
You have to give them
yeah, I
what
have to give them
exactly what they want.
Exactly. So I have to give them what exactly they want.
So you sing a song that boosts the whole crowd and the rest of them.
Yes, that's why I can like, if I'm going with Afro and I see that okay, these people are not vibing with it, I'll switch to like hip hop, like something like that, or something like, yeah, I'll just give them like what they want, what they need to be like, to just vibe, something like they could like vibe to.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's how well I do with it.
All right. Well, that's all we have for you today with that Chumzi in our studio. Please do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms: Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, and also do not forget to click the subscribe button. I remain your baby girl, Queen It Mokunta. Thanks for watching.
important.
Part of it